Welcome to the Open Hardware Summit.
Welcome,
Hello,
everyone.
The most important day of the year. My name is Alicia Gibb. I am the Executive Director of the Open Source Hardware Association, which brings you this summit.
And I'm Michael Weinberg, the Board President of the Open Source Hardware Association. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming.
So as all of you know, it has been a tumultuous year. We at OSHWA hope that you and yours have done well through this year and are doing well today. We just wanted to take care of a couple various housekeeping items. Usually this is where we would tell you where the bathrooms are in a physical summit. Since it's virtual, you all know where your bathroom is. We still have a few things to go over though. First and foremost, thank you to our sponsors. A giant thank you to our sponsors. We could not pull off this summit without you. We were so heartened to see so many of our sponsors coming back this year and new sponsors giving this year, as we know that we're in an economic downturn and this year has been difficult for everyone. So huge thank you to our sponsors. We couldn't pull it off without you. An extra shout out to DIA, who we inadvertently missed their logo last year. We want to point you to the code of conduct. Even though we are in a virtual space, our code of conduct still exists. It is on the summit website if you need to find it. And a big thank you to our moderators, Drew Fustini, Nathan Jones, and Christina Ramsey, who are moderating the various chats. Please make their job easy by following the code of conduct. Another announcement, there is a virtual expo hall, which our sponsors will have tables at. OSHWA will have a table there as well if you want to talk to us. This will be from 12:25 to 1:35 Eastern Time. And a few other details about this platform. We will be using the chat feature on Hopin this year instead of Discord, so that we're all in the same place. And under the Sessions tab, you'll be able to find breakout rooms if you're interested in discussing the talk topic further in depth after the talk. And now I will let you tell people what we have been doing this past year at OSHWA.
Fantastic. So yes, I get to talk about what's been going on in the world of open source hardware, the world of OSHWA. Obviously, the biggest thing that's happened in the world of open source hardware this year is the same thing that's happened in the entire world this year, and that has been COVID. COVID has obviously presented a huge number of challenges, but one of the silver linings of COVID has been watching the open source hardware community step up and respond. Especially in the early days of the crisis, there was just a shortage of everything, right? We needed PPE, we needed equipment, we needed hardware, we needed stuff. And the open source hardware community across the world stepped up and said, we know how to design this stuff. We know how to manufacture this stuff. We know how to distribute this. We know how to get it where it needs to be quickly in a distributed manner. And so this has been a really fantastic proving out of how well open source hardware can be used to respond to crises. We already have at least 2 reports on how the open source hardware community responded to COVID. I know there's more information out there. We as OSHWA want to be talking about this. We want to be understanding what worked, what didn't work, and how to make it better. So if you have more information about open source hardware responses to COVID, please let us know. Send it in. We want to hear about it. Another thing that we did this year, and this was tied to the 10th anniversary of the summit last year, was try and step back a little bit and produce an open source hardware weather report. And this was designed to help everyone understand kind of what's happening in the open source hardware community. If you're a longtime member of the community, it was a place to understand some of the things that we've actually figured out and some of the challenges that we're working on. And if you're new to the community, it was a nice entry point to understand what is the state of open source hardware today and where it's going. So we really hope this is a useful resource for everyone. We want to think about doing more in the future. If you're trying to get your head around where we are as open source hardware, this is a great place to start. Another thing to talk about, of course, is the open source hardware certification program. This certification program is a free program, and it's really a fantastic way to be able to talk about and show that hardware, not only people are saying it's open source hardware, but it's hardware that complies with the community definition of open source hardware as maintained by OSHWA. The most important thing about the program is probably that it is free. It's very easy to certify. When you certify, it usually takes less than 2 weeks. And again, it costs no money. If you go to certification.oshwa.org, you can just start the certification process. Once you get certified, you get to use the certification logo and you get a unique identifier that allows people to find your documentation easily. And that means as a user, if you see someone talking about open source hardware, if they have the certification logo, that means their version of open source hardware, how they think about open source hardware meets the community definition of open source hardware. One of the great things about having a certification program is we now have a really rich directory of certified hardware. It's easy to explore. You can find it by country. You can find it by application. There's all sorts of ways to explore it. It's a really rich and growing resource to understand what's happening in the world of open source hardware. Another thing that people maybe aren't as familiar with as part of the certification website, we have a bunch of information about how to do open source hardware, how to document open source hardware, also how to license open source hardware. This is a really rich resource if you're trying to get your head around how to approach especially questions like documentation and licensing and some of the legal issues around open source hardware. If you're wondering about these things, I recommend checking out, again, certification.oshawa.org. We're actually in the process of updating and refreshing this information. So it's great now. It's going to be even better in the future. If you have questions, this is a great time for us to make tweaks and address them. So please let us know. Now, the certification program is doing really, really well. You can see this is the growth of the program over time. COVID is a time where people are at home, maybe have a little bit more time to do documentation and to submit things for certification. So we're seeing real growth. If you have hardware that you want to get certified, this is a great time to join the club, to get on board, submit that free certification application. We can get you your UID and you can get in the directory. So please check that out. Another thing we like about the certification program is it gives us a way to understand the growth of open source hardware over time. Every year I put this slide together, I worry we're not going to see more countries, but we keep seeing more countries. One thing to note is that we're now on every single continent except for Antarctica. There's someone out there in this audience who knows about open source hardware in Antarctica. Let's make it happen. Let's get Antarctica in the directory and have all of the continents for open source hardware. Finally, because it's such a rich resource for the certification, we've now launched the read-write certification API. And that API allows you to really explore what is happening in the certification directory. So if you want to explore it, you want to analyze it, you want to do visualizations, you want to do research, you can use the read part of the API to pull down everything and to be able to say, this is what's happening in open source hardware, explore it however you want. We've got great documentation, it's got code snippets, it's got the whole thing. We also have a write side of the certification API. So if you have a bunch of open source hardware that you want to get certified in bulk, if you want to build certification into your process and automate it, or if you're building a platform that people use to collaborate on open source hardware, it's really easy to use the right side of the API to be able to just do one-click application to get things certified. If you're using that, we really want you to tell us about it. And one of the places to tell us you're using the API in cool ways is on Twitter. Alicia has news about Twitter.
All right. So a couple of years back, we decided, when Oshawa was really just only doing the summit still, we decided that we should have a Twitter handle for the Open Source Hardware Association itself. Since all we were doing at the time was the summit, it just was sort of a duplication of information. We didn't really have anything to share. However, Oshawa has grown a lot since we originally started that Twitter handle. We're now doing many more things than just the summit. We've got Open Hardware Month, we've got the certification, we've got these various reports coming out. So we have other news to show. So what we've done is we are reintroducing both of our Twitter handles again. So we are going to have the Open Source Hardware Association logo or Twitter handle live again. It is at OSHW Association. And of course, we'll continue doing the at OH Summit as well. So the Summit Twitter handle will be for Summit updates. And then please follow the Oshawa Association Twitter handle for all of our other news and updates. Another announcement that we want to make is that we have a new annual community survey out. You may have taken our community survey last year. That was sort of a nod to our 10-year mark and wanting to get another survey out there that we kind of had a survey 10 years ago. And so that was a way to collect information and data over 10 years. But we decided that the data that we got, the metrics, are so important to the open hardware community and important to various ways that we can find out information about our community, that we wanted to do this survey annually. So please take our survey again this year, and we will have these every year moving forward. So next year, I know I said this last year, I was like, we'll see you all in person. I was so naive. But 2022, we are really hoping to be in person again. And we're telling you that we have a date picked, April 22nd, 2022. We're gonna hopefully be in New York City. And we promise to have cake. We'll be so excited to be all back together again. So a giant thank you to all of you out there for participating in today. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for all the help that you've provided during this pandemic. Thank you for coming to the Open Hardware Summit. Thank you to our sponsors and our team and volunteers here at Oshawa. And as extra special thanks for MCs this year, you'll meet our board member, Nadia Peak, after the keynote. She will MC this morning. And another board member, Catherine Scott, will MC the afternoon. And with that, let's get it started.
All right, I am really excited to be able to introduce our keynote speaker. Many of you know that, as I said earlier, COVID has had a huge impact this year. One of the things that I think has frustrated some people has been a government response, and the government response to COVID, especially early. But one of the real standouts of the government response, especially in the United States and then extending elsewhere, has been the COVID 3D Trust. And the real leader of that is our speaker, Megan McCarthy. Megan was instrumental in building a platform that allowed the government and the open source hardware community that were coming together to build out PPE and other equipment to move it out into the world and make it go forward. And this is no small feat, because in addition to juggling COVID, Megan was also trying to interact with an entire open source hardware community and an entire US federal government to all make it happen. And so there's no better person to be the keynote speaker to kick us off at the 2021 Open Hardware Summit than Megan McCarthy. Megan, it's all you.
All right. Hey, everyone. Michael, that was a really nice introduction. So I hope the expectations aren't too high here. Let me just see. I'm going to share my screen. Here we go. And great. Perfect. So anyway, thank you guys so much for having me on. I'm really, really excited. Speaking to the open hardware community is really important to us, especially over the last year. So, and I'm going to try and run through this a lot, but I want this to be the start of an ongoing dialogue, moving into the future to see how we can extend what we've done and better support this. I'm going to give my little disclaimer at the beginning. Nothing I say here is on behalf of the federal government. So we just put that in there, but I'm going to be talking about our government work and through our public-private partnership. So a quick background, I am with the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases under the National Institutes of Health. Some of you may be familiar with our director, Dr. Tony Fauci. And that on the bottom right is the NIH director, Francis Collins. And he is holding a 3D printed model of the SARS-CoV-2 virus that we developed at NIAID based on electron microscopy data. And we've been 3D printing since 2007. And we use these models to help our researchers and staff communicate these kind of things. So he was actually bringing that out at a congressional briefing back towards the beginning. Our program also works with virtual and augmented reality. So I'm going to be talking really about 3D printing today, but the program essentially embraces this whole spectrum of 3D technology, from the 3D printing, this physical objects, into the augmented and virtual reality and those immersive experiences. So our sort of I'll call it maybe a flagship from our team. We're in the Office of Cyber Infrastructure and Computational Biology at NIAID. In 2014, we launched the NIH 3D Print Exchange, which is an open portal where anyone can upload to share 3D printable models related to bioscience and medicine, and that includes medical models and molecular visualization models and open hardware. So we are actually working on version 2, and I can tell a little bit about that later, but we're expanding to go beyond 3D printing into encouraging use of these digital 3D assets into virtual and augmented reality and web-based 3D visualizations. But I will back up to the last year, which what even is that, where are we now? Is that, COVID came about and it really happened quickly. We all know that. It was March 11th that the World Health Organization declared this outbreak a global pandemic. The U.S. went from that day, the U.S. went from 245 cases per day to over 30,000 cases within 1 month. And there was this really desperate need for PPE really quickly. And why did that happen? There's lots of reasons. We can go into, global supply chains and these kind of vulnerabilities, the fact that this was not anticipated. How can we be better prepared for that? The WHO declared this pandemic on March 11th. There were, the open design and open hardware and making community really stepped up in an incredible way. The open source medical supplies group that Guy Cavalcanti founded on Facebook, that was March 9th. So this was really quick. I mean, it was even before it was declared a pandemic. And I'll just go back. Here we go. And it was a global response. So you had people designing and sharing from all over the world. And what we had there is that this supply chain crisis, this response, there was enthusiasm, there was generosity, it was open source, people were sharing. The 3D printing technology itself is democratized, it's relatively affordable and accessible, it's available across the globe. 3D printing and additive manufacturing technologies themselves are agile in that they instead of things that are injection molded and you have to retool your entire production pipeline, you can just go and maybe your whatever widget you were making before, you can just make something 3D printed. You don't have that lag time. And we know there was this really urgent need. But the other side to that is that we had less experienced producers coming into this space. All of this was absolutely necessary, but a lot of these designs didn't have really what we saw as enough documentation and instructions. So it's not enough to just share your 3D printable file for PPE. There has to be more along with it. There's also this gray area in standards, which is unfortunate, but it just wasn't, the need for PPE like this. And then not even that, but, kind of the average everyday person and smaller manufacturers jumping in to fill that, there wasn't guidance out there. And that was an issue. There was also liability concerns from open source when you had manufacturers that did have the capabilities to scale up. They were, hesitant to start printing PPE, again, because of that lack of standards, lack of documentation and instructions, and what was that going to mean for them? But, this was a desperate time, and there were, this was the sort of what we were seeing is that there was a lot out there, but there's really high stakes when you are designing PPE to protect people against a really highly infectious pathogen. So there were real safety concerns to this. And what we did is, so our group at the NIH, we partnered with the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, their group in additive manufacturing, the Veterans Healthcare Administration. They have a whole network for 3D printing and innovation across their hospital network. And then America Makes, which was our public-private partner, to help us engage with industry and help scale up some of this production. So what I want to point out is, if you're not familiar with how the US government works, things don't necessarily happen that quickly. But we were really proud of the fact that, you know, we got on this right away. We had an MOU among our groups published within 10 days of getting that first draft. And I think that the theme here that I'm going to go into is really about trust. So that was one aspect, is that we had all of our representatives from our organizations had established relationships. We saw stuff happening. We were texting back and forth and going, okay, well, what can we do to support this? And the NIH, our team, based on the fact that we had this existing infrastructure to help support, to help gather these designs and essentially, I guess, filter the noise from all of the hundreds, even upwards in the thousands of designs that were being shared across the web, to kind of get those and then and test them. So initially, it all happened really quickly. It was our COVID-19 supply chain response collection, and we said, we know we need a better name for it. So 8 months in, we renamed it to COVID 3D Trust, a trusted repository for users and suppliers through testing. And that was received really well. I was really excited about that. These are the stats for how much our site activity increased. And I guess a day after we announced the MOU, and Dorothy Jones from Nation of Makers, she made this announcement on Facebook, and it actually like broke our site. There was so much activity, so that was great. And people were ready for this. So we had almost 500 designs uploaded within the first month. It was really incredible. And at the same time, you know, I was seeing this incredible response from the community, but then we're getting emails from people that were really desperate for PPE. And our group, our partnership was not in a position to supply that, other than America Makes work in connecting people in need through, they developed an online portal they developed an online portal using our API to connect people and organizations in need of PPE with manufacturers that were able to provide that. So this was a group effort, but I really want to highlight what the VHA did, because they printed everything out, and there was, we've got over 600 published designs on there now, and there was just a flood of uploads. And, you know, the key to this was actually trying to assess designs and see what we could, in this theme of trust, how could we help people, make better decisions when they were looking at different designs and materials and things like that. They went through, and you can see here some of the testing that they did. With masks were difficult because you have, solid 3D printed material. How do you get that to conform to your face? Face shields, we know there was many different designs, and how do you optimize that so you're not going to be exposed to any kind of aerosols coming in from above, droplets, things like that. So what we did is, there was this absence of standards, and I want to emphasize that things were not, we can't say that things were capital T tested or capital V validated, because that doesn't necessarily exist. So what we were trying to do is just sort of put a label on things that would increase that level of trust. So the things that were tested, the VA's team, they're engineers working with clinicians at the Seattle Veterans Administration Hospital and working with the University of Washington. So seeing, all right, this looks good. We've tested this, this is safe to use in a clinical setting. And then things that were more for community use, like, this is great. go and use this for personal use, get it to your essential workers in your community, in grocery stores, schools, detention centers, things like that. And then things that, were just not fully optimized, we put a prototype label on. And then there's some content like ventilator splitters that we wanted to leave things like that up and allow people to continue to innovate on those and experiment. But we also wanted people to know, hey, be really careful this because there are safety risks. So a lot of this focus was on documentation. So the VA actually had to kind of develop their own checklist of tests. And, people need to, again, it's not just about that file. You have to have additional information there, not just information for the manufacturer, but for people to use it, and that the manufacturers, whether it's large scale or small scale or an individual, to provide that to the end user. So there were a lot of really good examples of people donating their time and supplies to create hundreds of face shields for a hospital, but without enough information, hospitals, unfortunately there are stories that they ended up in a dumpster because they just, it was outside of their normal procurement avenues. And what is that level of trust there? Again, I'm going to say that word over and over again. But so we ended up with, as I said, hundreds of designs. They are curated. You can filter and see, to kind of find what you're going to use. From March until the end of September, we had almost 210,000 downloads. So that was really, really exciting for us. And again, with that trust, as I mentioned, our organizations had built up relationships over time. So that was really critical to having well-defined roles. There was no one competing with each other. It was just a really, really great partnership of us all working together. It's something that none of our organizations could have done on our own. So based on all of that, it was really great to see that those labels that were applied, helped people be more comfortable using, accepting supplies and making them. So we got a really good response from that. I've taken here from the impact report from the open source medical supplies and nation of makers that was published on January 18th, that they went out and gathered all of this information. And it's just a really incredible outpouring of support from all across the globe. So I will not, there was a lot of lessons learned. I won't dwell on that. These are the same references that Michael had put up at the beginning. I really encourage everyone to go and read those reports. There's really a lot of work that needs to be done forward, especially in the case of policy. And as we're thinking about what government can do to support this and use 3D printing and additive manufacturing as a way to fill the gaps in supply chain in an emergency, while the manufacturers, say with injection molding capabilities, retool their facilities and then can really scale it up. So again, that impact report was really kind in recognizing this. They're saying NIH 3D print exchange, but it's the whole effort. A model for government facilitation of open source design sharing. And we've always been focused on open source with the code that we use, helping, with licensing and helping facilitate that open source sharing. So even down to the applications the 3D modeling applications that run some of the workflows on the back end of our scripts, and all of our code is published on GitHub. So that's really important to us. But what I want to talk about in this theme of trust is, what does responsible design look like? So you need to have a multidisciplinary team. So for example, the VA had engineers and clinicians working together to test this out. We had the FDA informing standards and development. We had a number of different government organizations that were coming in and informing things, because there were so many different gaps that we almost didn't realize were there that we had to fill. The other is to think about risk assessment. And, this was a really crazy time. People were dying, and frontline healthcare workers did not have what they needed. And in that kind of fast moving situation, you really have to jump in and get people what they need. But when we think about responsible design and moving forward, is to really, think about what is the risk in designing this. What do I need to account for? What's important for testing? And I really can't emphasize that enough, that the testing and thinking about documentation is really critical. And then, some of these standards were missing, but can we go out and make those available? A designer should be aware of those and thinking about that and keeping that in mind and trying to meet those, because it then does help larger scale manufacturers be more comfortable doing that, and in turn, the end users accepting it. Being conscious of materials was something that was, it remains difficult to nail down what is safe when it's one thing to be using different, thermoplastic filaments that are going to touch your skin. So like PLA or ABS on a face shield that's going to be on your forehead. But it's different when you have a 3D printed face mask that is going to be sitting on your face for several hours. There's humidity. Are there issues with off-gassing from the plastic? NASA was really helpful in going out to their databases and helping with that. And that's still something that needs to be fully answered. And then also this idea of IP. This is Michael's area. I typically have him on speed dial to say, I should really have you on retainer, Michael. But that we can look at these. There's a lot of different stories, and Michael has written on them. With open source, we want people to get out there and share. We want to protect people's designs, but also be knowledgeable. I know there are designs that haven't been published and shared because people are thinking about patenting it. And yes, it's a usable object, but does it bring novelty? Is there something to patent? You really need to be informed on that so that you're not holding back the designs that other people can benefit from when that patentability isn't there. And then also thinking about how much you are actually really willing to enforce that. And that's something that I've learned over time. Again, thank you, Michael. Is that those IP labels, whether it's copyright, if you're going to say non-commercial use, or for patenting, it's only worth it if you're going to protect it, if you're going to enforce it. So we also really want to think about how do you make, coming from the scientific realm, we think about fair data. That means it's findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. I've been on a campaign for many years, and I won't bore everyone here about the lack of good standards in 3D data and file formats, but we really need to think about that. And I think this is one of the lessons that we learned from COVID is you have this file that you're going to share. I send you, hey, here's this face mask, and then can we put the versioning and provenance information into that? Can you embed the instructions and materials? How can we facilitate that? Are there ways that we can think about, I don't want to go into digital rights management, but can you put some kind of a signature on something so that someone ensures that they're getting something verified? And maybe that's something like embedding metadata with the open hardware certification. So we are moving forward with this. This effort is not stopping. We want to continue helping to support this effort. And this is COVID. There's more emergencies going to come, whether it's a pandemic or not. So we were continuing to work with America Makes with this, they're building out a portal that will connect to ours. The VA is continuing to test, again, working with us and America Makes. The many groups from the Department of Defense, especially the Army and the Navy, are developing PPE and other devices. They're supporting the testing efforts. So it really needs to be an ongoing thing so that we are ready for the future. So my message to all of you in the open hardware community is to continue to innovate, to share your designs, to test them, again, documentation, but that we can engage throughout this process. And it isn't this, everyone scrambling. We want to be able to do that. And our platform, we want to help support that. And coming next year is the new version of our site, NIH 3D. So we're rebuilding it completely from the ground up. It's going to be more interactive. We're going to support more 3D file types. All of these lessons learned over the last year, we're incorporating, putting in that open source hardware certification. And as I said, I really want this to be the start of a dialogue and going out, coming back to the open hardware community to gather your feedback. How can we support this? Keeping an eye on what sort of policy improvements are there, and thinking about what can the government do. At the beginning, I had a lot of conversations with people in the open source and making community, the maker community, saying, we're not the bad guy coming in, we really want to help. People have criticisms of government historically, that government can be slow and the government, isn't good at innovating, and government can slow things down. And I'm really proud of what we've done, that it, that we can support that and be a good example and hopefully encourage future projects in that sense. So this is just a quick, there's so many organizations that supported us. And actually, I have left off the Wilson Center and NYU Engelberg Law Center. I do want to thank you guys, because you have done work in engaging the groups that have responded in this way, and gathering this information, putting it out there. And I know that was a lot of work, and I really appreciate that, and appreciate you guys including my group and others in the conversation. So this was sort of our core team from FDI, VA, America Makes, and NIH, that we were meeting 7 days a week, every day for 3 months, and then 5 days a week, and now we're down to 3 days a week. So this is continuing. It was a really big effort. And then I'll just give a last sort of shameless plug for some more of our resources. If you're interested in looking at models of the SARS-CoV-2 virus or those related molecular structures, you can go to our website, and I would encourage you to go and download our Pathogen AR app, and you can look at some of those structures, as well as do your own COVID nasal swab test in augmented reality. So please check that out. Again, thank you so much. Please reach out to us, and we'll be continuing to reach out to the community to engage moving forward. But I'm very excited to be here, and thank you all for listening. And sorry, that was a total drinking water from a fire hose. So thank you.
That's incredible. Thank you, Megan. Hello, Open Source Hardware Summit. If you want to continue talking with Megan, please chat in the hop-in in her respective channel, and you can continue the conversation about the COVID-19 response in the NIH print exchange. Very exciting. But we're slightly behind, but not to fear. We're going to continue introducing Julieta Arancio, who's going to talk about open source hardware, and especially open source hardware for science in Latin America.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm trying to share my screen. Okay. you should be able to see it now. Okay. So, hi everyone, and thank you, Nadia, for the introduction. As you mentioned, I'm Julieta Arancio. I'm super happy to be here, a bit nervous also, at the Open Hardware Summit. And I'm going to share some of the work that we are doing at the Latin American Network for Open Science Hardware, or RIGOS, as it says there. So in RIGOS, we are a community of researchers, activists, students, artists, makers, pushing for open science hardware adoption in Latin America. The idea of the network was born in 2017 after the second gathering of the GOSH, the Global Open Science Hardware Community, which was in Chile. So some people who attended that event, which was a great event, were already part of other similar regional networks, like TechnoX, for example. Others were independent researchers, activists, and we started slowly connecting, trying to organize ourselves. And as you can see there in the map, we currently have nodes in 7 countries. Each node has its distinctive flavors. Some are more academic, some are more community-oriented, others are more interested in entrepreneurship and business. But we're moving. So, besides our differences that I just mentioned, we felt that in order to make open science hardware work in our contexts, we would need to appropriate not only the tools, but the concept of open hardware itself. Just like as an illustration, in Spanish, when you say hardware, the first thing that comes to your mind is electronics, right? So we had to try to understand how the concept worked for us. And in general, in Latin America, research and education are publicly funded. And in general, also, unfortunately, investment in science and technology is quite low. So the combination of this very low investment in science and technology and proprietary hardware is a horrible situation. And this makes us face some specific barriers that, of course, we work with the global community and other regions that also face them. Such as, for example, import restrictions that make costs and delays that prohibitive for some groups to access to hardware, official technical service that is usually not available, or when it's available is unaffordable, so tools are basically not repairable. And a very important thing is that the hardware tools we need are usually designed very far away from where we are using them. So making using them in our context, usually, I mean, we have to adapt to the tool instead of the tool being useful for us. Being proprietary, they are not customizable, which is another very big problem. And in general, this generates a great dependence on suppliers from the global north. And in this, especially in this context of crisis, we are seeing the consequences of not having tech sovereignty more than ever. So as a result, local research questions that are absolutely valuable for our context usually cannot be pursued or have to be adapted. There are less opportunities for students to get proper working experience with equipment. And we also have to run less powerful studies because we have less equipment available. So all these conditions feed into an already significant gap we have in knowledge production between North and South. So as I was saying, instead of being enabled by technology, sometimes you feel you become dependent on what is available out there and what you can do with the situation. So our proposal back in 2018, we applied and got a grant from CITED, which is an Ibero-American program for science and technology. And the proposal included the development of regional Latin American open science hardware residencies. And that's where the in RIGOS comes from, that we are usually get questions about. So residencies are the instrument that we decided was the best for us. We would gather members of the RIGOS network annually during 3 weeks, each time at a different node and with a different theme to work on. So following the principles in the GOSH manifesto that we also take, we would gather people from different backgrounds and expertise, of course, gender balance, to build together open hardware prototypes that are useful locally. So they are made using locally available expertise, materials, and tools. Participants apply with the project in mind, and they document their work in the local language. And they also showcase what they do, if possible, while they are doing it in those 3 weeks, to the community where they are working. Residencies were also designed with the idea of pooling resources and capabilities. So prototyping time alternates with skill sharing of different relevant topics. And another key aspect is that designs, of course, should be reusable by the other nodes after the residency. So in 2019, we ran the first of 4 residencies that we got funding for. It was organized by Centro de Tecnología Académica. It's a research institute in physics, but it's like a reference in open hardware for science in our region, in Porto Alegre in Brazil. And besides the logistics of, this was pre-pandemic world, so besides the logistics of flying 15 people to Brazil, there was a lot of intense organizing work done before the residency, selecting the participants that come from a diversity of backgrounds and expertise, but are compatible, and selecting the projects they will work on, and trying to get the materials, making sure not everyone is from the academy. The local organizers in CTA that had like a lot of work also ran a successful crowdfunding campaign, because the funds we have cover mobility. Again, in a pre-pandemic world, they cover the flights, the cost of the flights to each node each year, but nothing else. So we had to cover the materials. And again, as I mentioned before, one of the most important goals of the residency was to build capacity for collaborative open hardware design in every node through the participants. So this is why the skill sharing sessions on software tools for hardware design were important, but also project management sessions and collaborative work sessions were really foundational for the event. As a result, you can see those little images there are also a product of the residency. Participants worked on 7 projects. Some logos are there, not all. All the documentation is available at the RIGOS GitLab instance, which was also created during this event. So I wanted to quickly share some of the projects that people are working on. And to start with, digital fabrication tools, Mini CNC is this project that it says there POA because that's Porto Alegre, and Buenos Aires is where it was replicated. You can see that the image is parted in 2 different sites. Mini CNC is a project that was initiated in the residency in Brazil. And the idea is that it functions as an introduction to the principles of digital fabrication tools. The exercise is to build a mini CNC machine control, very simple control with an Arduino board using recycled parts from old CDs and DVD readers, and with a super simple firmware that allows people to quickly grasp what's going on. The idea is that they do this, and then they continue. For example, in the residency, they built a machine that could draw with a pen, and then continue with more complex designs. After the residency, the team back in Buenos Aires in Argentina replicated that and started changing the project. For example, they made it bigger, they added a Dremel tool, they made it much more stable. So they designed the pieces for that. So it was like a whole learning process that still continues. This team is based at a university research lab in Buenos Aires, and as a result, they're using, the first thing they made was to produce a mini robot for automating lab tasks. And they're calibrating that now, and we will hear more about that soon. Another thing that I wanted to share was a project that, again, was born at the residency, is the soil respiration chamber, with the idea of appropriating a design originally shared by the Hackteria community. It is a portable low-cost device that is able to measure CO2 flux in a soil sample, which is an indirect measure of biological activity and quality of the soil. So after the residence, that project was continued by another node in Argentina in the west, in Mendoza. The participants there partnered with a cooperative producing food and beverages and with an initiative for education and research oriented towards local producers, which are usually family-scale agriculture, farmers, and indigenous local communities who have problems of access to land. So what they did was to set up Laboratorio Campesino, which I think the literal translation is peasant lab, where open hardware is being used to support research on the transition to agroecology that these groups are going through. And this is super important because there is a whole discussion now, at least I'm Argentinian, so I know that there's a whole discussion about the benefits of agroecology, if it is, if it's not, and open hardware there could be super useful. Before the pandemic, the activities included many workshops with people doing soil quality analysis, using chromatographies, using open hardware instruments, using, for example, the open Flexure microscope, which you will hear about later in another talk. Now with the pandemic, we're trying to understand how to start working again, including using the soil respiration chamber. And then we have projects that were not born at the residency, but are developed by members of the network. So one of those, I put two here. On the left, the Gorgas tracker is an open source GPS tracker developed by two early career researchers in Peru that had very limited funding to run an epidemiological study with communities in the Peruvian Amazon. And they had a problem. Besides the tiny budget, the standard for equipment for that project didn't work in the Amazon conditions. So rather than using their small budget to import that, they decided to build their own based on the Reform platform from Seed Studio. And in less than a year, the results of their pilot were so relevant that the Peruvian Ministry of Health decided to incorporate them into national policy, and they had a health innovation lab created for them at university. And on the right, Vuela is a project that is building open source drones. It started as a community project, and it was then picked up by agricultural researchers in public institutions in Argentina, but they started running workshops in 7 countries of Latin America, building these drones and teaching people how to use them. And now you have 7 countries in Latin America with drones that are proper scientific instruments for research, in this case, in agricultural science and climate change. So we were supposed to have a residency in 2020, but of course, ironically, it was focused on biomedical devices, but it was canceled, of course, because of the pandemic. It was not canceled, sorry, it was postponed because we have the funds to run it again. And as Megan well illustrated and explained, the pandemic was a big hit for us because although there was a lot of attention on hardware communities and a lot of attention of distributed manufacturing of PPEs, it was really, really difficult for us to coordinate that effort with the groups we had at hand, let's say. And we were just overwhelmed. Also being very diverse and having lots of people within our network that are not affiliated to any institution, we see how their participation is lower than the previous year, and we are trying to understand how to support these people. So we're trying to see during 2020, so what can we do? We realized that RIGOS born as an organizing of residencies, but there was also a lot more that we could do, and we started. And it's ongoing, an effort for organizing open debate sessions in Spanish and Portuguese around specific topics that the nodes want to share from the work. Also, our members participate in other virtual sessions of other communities. We have tried to reach out to strategic allies, such as the recently created Latin American Association for Citizen Science, which could be we think, an important user of the hardware we produce. And we work also on our governance structure as a community. But also, and in a way, reflecting what is going on at the global community, we started to write down and discuss our own ideas for advocating for open hardware at the policy level. Besides, in each node, trying to contact university people and trying to spread the word, we are going to participate in CILAC, which is a very important UNESCO-organized regional forum for science and technology, where many people from policy attend, and this is by the end of April. And we are going to be there trying to push for open hardware policy, promoting what we do. Looking forward and already well into 2021, we have some important challenges to face. First is that we still want to run residencies, but we cannot do it. We have to do it remotely. So how can we run collaborative projects without gathering? That is something we're discussing. The other thing that we will be working on is to exploring and promoting more the idea of how open hardware can give a possibility of for making a living, right? Because we see to cases. We see people that are hobbyists, of course, as usual, and they want to turn their project into a product. We want to support that people. But also we want to support the case where researchers develop something and they want to continue doing research. They don't want to go into business. So how can we connect people that would love to go into business with these researchers and have them work together? And finally, we're working on strengthening these partnerships with that can give us collaborations with people who can ask for new hardware designs, who can become new users, and we can have successful stories also to impact more in policy making. So we invite everyone who wants to join RIGOS to contact us directly. You can visit our website. All the documentation for the projects I mentioned today is in our website /projects. All the links are there. And you can also write to me if you want. We are open to new partnerships, projects, and discussing the challenges I mentioned. I will be in the chat too. Thank you.
Thank you, Julieta. That was really awesome. Everybody, we're running a little bit behind, but if you want to continue asking Julieta questions, please do so in Hopin. Meanwhile, I will invite Julieta's collaborator, Andre Maya Chagas, who's going to talk about a mentorship program that he developed with Julieta and also Alex Kuchera to be able to help grow best practices in open hardware. Andrea, we're going to run into the break because we are behind, because we started slightly late. And so please keep it in mind. I will come and bug you very promptly to try to keep us running a little bit on time. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Nadia, for the introduction. It's great to be here. Thank you very much for all the organizers for putting the summit together. As Nadia May mentioned, I am going to talk about Open Hardware Makers, which is a mentorship program. All the slides are available on this link that you can see on the bottom if you want to take a look at the links and things that are in this presentation. So, hello. As she also mentioned, I'm building this program with Julieta and Alex. We're two amazing human beings, and we have been working on this for a while now, and we hope that you all like what we have to share. So what are we going to talk about today? Like, why are we building this? What is it exactly that we're building? How we're building it? We're going to ask for whoever wants to join to please join us, and then we're going to say a little bit of thanks in the end. Again, the presentation is on this link. And why are we building a mentorship program around open hardware? I'm pretty sure everybody here already heard one, two, or all of these phrases here when talking about open hardware. We heard in the first talk from Megan that documentation and making things.
Your screen sharing is not on. You have to turn it on.
Genius. Sorry. Yeah. So, okay. So,
yeah.
Yay. Okay. So just so you see Julieta and Alex here, this is the link. Maybe somebody can share this on the chat, please, for the presentation. So people might have already seen like these phrases, right? Like I was trying to replicate something, but it was missing files. This is something that Megan mentioned. And Julieta also mentioned that like a lot of the things in open hardware projects is just not the technical stuff. So people need to understand a little bit better. And a lot of these issues make projects that are open source not be completely reusable and reshareable and so on, right? And we believe that this is not because people have bad intentions, but honestly because they just, let's say, not know better or are afraid or don't understand a certain aspect of sharing things early and often, right? And so this is why we're building this. We want people to have a place where they can go and learn the best practices for open hardware, right? And we're going to see in a bit what we mean by best practices and so as mentioned before, this is a program that we're building, but being open sourcers ourselves, we're not starting from zero. We're actually forking a program called Mozilla Open Leaders. This is now a retired program that was developed by Abby Cabs from Mozilla Foundation, and it was managed by her and Chad Sensing. So we basically forked this program, and we heavily modified to what we needed, right? So the main idea is the same as Open Leaders, where we have a 15-week-long program where you apply with a project and you get a mentor paired with your project, and on weekly basis, you are working on this. So 1 week you have a call with your mentor, 1 week you have a call with the rest of the cohort that is running together with you. Through the middle of the program, more or less, we have a sprint where people can work on their they're going to be working on the projects regularly, but then they're going to do like more intensive work after an expert assessment, where experts are going to come in and tell different things that could be improved, that could be, improved about their projects. The other members of the cohort from different projects are also going to be able to do peer review on each other's projects. And by the end of the 15 weeks, we're going to have an open call where everybody's going to be able to come and see what people have built. And hopefully by then, all the projects will be in a stage where everybody's super comfortable to share what they did, to onboard other people, and have proper documentation that people could already start collaborating right away. How is this different, and what do we mean by best practices, right? Of course, we're not just the three of us thinking about this. What we did was we took the program, we did a pilot in 2019 and 2020 together with Jose Yuha, but now the three of us are working on a completely built from the ground up model program where we did an online community call, an open call where people from all over the world came and gave suggestions on what we should improve, what we should change, which directions we should take the program in. And then with support from the Mozilla Foundation, we actually paid a group of experts to make comments and suggestions and help us structure the curriculum of the program. And so, again, here, always thinking about how can we make this as global as possible. We had a panel of experts that was composed of 12 people, being 50-50 in terms of men and women, and we had basically 2 people from North America, 1 people from Central America, 2 people from South America, then we had 3 people from Africa, 3 people from Asia, some people from Europe. So we tried to really distribute where people were coming from and what kind of expertise they had to contribute to the structure of the program. We also want, once we're done with the curriculum and ready to launch the first cohort, we want to translate this into different languages because, of course, not everybody speaks English and not all the awesome hardware projects that are available out there are documented in English. So we want to make this available in as many languages as possible. And we're also trying to focus on aspects that are a little bit different, as I mentioned, than only tech aspects. Because in a way, and I don't mean any offense to engineers, people have been engineering things since the beginning of time, right? Like in open source projects, I think in open source projects, normally the hard part is the human aspect of it, right? Like how do you document things? How do you onboard people? How do you make sure that the community is respected and feel respected and respects each other and so on? Also, we want to bring this and make this as a global thing because makers and open hardware developers are from all over the world, right? Like we look like this, we're all different, we're super diverse. But normally the mostly represented projects are from a small subset of this super diverse group. And so I think, or we want to believe that our strength is going to be onboard projects from all over the world and build a community of people who are really well versed in all of these aspects of open hardware and open projects that will be able then to contribute in the local communities, but also globally and increase representation in open source hardware. With this, I would like to call for your support and would like to call you to join our program. We are calling for mentors and experts at this time, also for partners and sponsors. We want to launch the first cohort around September, and this is why we're not calling for projects yet, because we don't want to raise expectations and then people have to wait a long time. And we also build an open collective. So if you'd like to buy us coffee, please go to our open collective page. This will help support us in paying for domain names and web resources and also for our time, because this is all built while we are taking care of our kids and families and work and our PhDs and all of this. And so having a little bit of extra money to pay for this time would be awesome. But also there in the Open Collective, you can see different tiers of how you can support for instance, paying for a cohort or paying for a project so that the project participates in the program, or paying for mentors' time or an expert's time, and things like this. I would like to say thank you very much for your attention. I would like to say thanks for the institutions that are already supporting our work. Basically, Oberlin, who's supporting Alex, where he's mainly working, Sussex Neuroscience, where I am working, Trend in Africa, this NGO that I collaborate with, who has served as our fiscal sponsor so far, Open Neuroscience, which is a project collecting open source projects for neurosciences, the GOSH community that Juli already mentioned, that is also hosting our forum, or is going to be hosting our forum when we launch the project. Here on the right side, you can see some links. We're on Twitter at OpenHWMakers. Also, super easy, our website is openhardware.space, and you can also send us an email at ohwmakers@gmail.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre. That's so awesome. Everyone who is interested in getting additional mentorship, I encourage you to reach out to the Open Hardware Makers. Next, in keeping with our schedule, kind of, and bleeding into the break, I'm going to welcome Rico and Katie, who are going to talk about air monitoring with buckets, which is a pretty well-established way of doing community air mapping. And I think that's an exciting part of the overlap between environmental justice and open source hardware. And just as a reminder for people who are hanging out, don't forget to fill out the community survey. I will post the link in the hop-in chat. And thank you, Rico and Katie. Excited to see what you guys have to update us.
Thank you for the introduction, Nadia. As Nadia said, my name is Rico Euripido. I'm an environmental health campaigner, and I work for an NGO in South Africa named Groundwork. We are Friends of the Earth in South Africa. And I work to support community fence line groups to advocate for clean air. One such group is based in South Durban. You can see from the collage of pictures who live on the fence line of 2 oil refineries and all the associated industry that comes along with that sector. Today, I'll be presenting with Katie Grodowski, and she is a community tech fellow at the Public Lab, and she'll talk a little bit more about the tool in particular. Now, these fence line community groups that we work with are invariably, they are marginalized, they are poor, but most importantly, that they are least responsible for the air pollution that affects their health. And also they are most impacted by that air pollution and also least able to do something about it. And the nexus of that means that we have a classic environmental injustice situation. Importantly, globally, air pollution is responsible for between 6 and 9 million deaths, according to the World Health Organization. So it is a major public health issue globally, not just for respiratory health, but it's also been associated with many other health endpoints, such as heart disease. It's closely associated with climate change. So it's something that's really important for all of us. Since the late 1990s, we have been using community tools to support these community struggles. In the picture, you can see one of the campaigners from the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance. And in particular, we use this tool called the bucket sampler. And it's important because what it does is it generates community-owned scientific information. And we can use that to organize, we can use that to challenge air quality governance. And also importantly, the tool allows us to sample for air pollutants that aren't routinely sampled by governments around the world. This tool was introduced to us by Citizens for a Better Environment, a US group. And over 20 years, it has basically allowed us and given us the space to advocate for air quality standards, given the community's agency to develop their campaigns, to challenge big industry and government. And it's also an important tool to open up new spaces for dialogue and negotiation. It's fit for purpose. It allowed us to shift the balance of power and to give us a health evidence base to advocate for clean air and to mitigate harmful chemicals in the air. And I'll now hand over to Katie and pop in and out as we go along. Over to you, Katie.
Awesome. Thank you, Rico. As Rico said, my name is Katie Gradowski. I'm a community tech fellow, or was a community tech fellow at Public Lab, which is an organization that works with community groups to use open hardware and community science to address pollution impacts. And we were interested in kind of working with Groundwork and SEDSI on this project because in a lot of ways, the bucket monitor, it's really a tool that predates open hardware. The bucket, as Rico mentioned, was developed by a group called Communities for a Better Environment. This is one of the original manuals. As you can see, it's a well-worn and well-loved document. And GCM, Global Community Monitor, took this to over 100 communities around the world. And those communities really shaped its use and developed best practices for how to use it, adapted it to local, as Rico said, fit for purpose needs. So this is a tool that was personally important to a lot of folks at Public Lab. It inspired a lot of the work that we've done. And when GCM went offline in 2016, there was really a concern that this material would be lost. It's an analog tool. It exists kind of around the world and is very actively used in the communities that are using it. But it didn't have like an online presence in a kind of strong way. So the hope for this project was really just to hold space and to work with some of the groups that had originally piloted it to expand access and to expand reach. So this is, I think Ashley is maybe dropping some links into the chat, hopefully. And this is kind of the project that we've been working on for the past couple of months. So if you go to the Public Lab website, you'll see that there are just a range of resources associated with the Bucket Monitor project. And the kind of key piece here is this wiki page, which is really the heart of the toolkit. And this includes an overview of kind of why the tool, kind of how to get started. We're going to go through some of this stuff. And then also kind of critically ways to interact with this project and engage with it, which we can talk about kind of further on. So what's in this toolkit? What are some of the resources that are here? Well, first of all, there's a lot of material up here about how, where, and why to use the bucket to test air quality. So this is Bongani Matembu from South Durban Community Environmental Alliance giving a tour of Merebank. This is a toxic tour that they do kind of on a rolling basis. And Merebank is a community directly adjacent to the engine refinery. So this will take you past some of the government air monitors. Why would you need a bucket if you have a government air monitor? Well, often those air monitors are offline or non-functioning. They might be in the wrong location. They might not be directly adjacent to the fence line. And critically, communities might not have access to that data. This also takes you through some of the history of South Durban, how Black neighborhoods in South Durban consistently find themselves breathing toxic chemicals from these communities. And it takes you, I think one of the things that's really important in this series in particular is it really shows you where the fence line is. And often the fence line is in residential communities. If you're using this tool, the places where you're going to go to take your sample are also communities where people are living, breathing, and working. So that's some important context. And then, of course, one of the key things that we've tried to do with this project is to take this guide and update it and source parts and materials and try to make it accessible so that people can build this. So if you go to Public Lab, you'll see this is a key part of the project. This is a document, an extensive build guide. And this is, and we've also included, you can either source the parts yourself, or if you want to get them through Public Lab, we've sourced a lot of those parts, so you can just do that directly if you want. Bucket, it costs about $150 worth of parts to build this project, and it takes about 2 hours to build. All total, it's about 10 parts, so it's a very, very simple build. And once you've put it together, you can really use it forever. communities that have this tool have used the same buckets over and over and over again. Just to give you kind of a quick snapshot of how it works, if you're familiar with kind of the idea of an iron lung, it's basically the same thing. You have a sealed container, you have a pump, you have a Tedlar bag in the pump, and that Tedlar bag will pull air from wherever you are and capture it so that you can send it off to a lab. And this is powerful because it's literally the air that you're breathing. You get a sample of the air that you're breathing, and you can test it to see what's in that air. And this is in this sampling guide. One of the things that we've done is we've actually just documented what it looks like to go out and take a sample, and kind of what it looks like in practice, what you're going to do, what you're going to think about. Again, this is Bongani. This is along Tara Road next to the NGen facility, actually taking a sample. So why would you want to use a bucket instead of a purple air monitor or some other kind of real-time data collection tool? So this is a very simple tool. What is it about the bucket that really makes it powerful?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So like Casey said earlier, what it does is it takes a snapshot, almost like a photograph of the air that you're breathing in at the time. And you can use your sensors to decide when you do that. So if it smells really, really bad, and most of us know what petrochemicals smell like, you can decide at that moment, I'm going to take a snapshot of the air that I breathe in. And that gives you a fact. It tells you exactly what was in the air at that time. And that fact will include all the organic pollutants in the air. Routinely, these air quality monitoring stations only measure for criteria pollutants. Criteria pollutants are defined by the World Health Organization and the governments, and they're limited to 12 pollutants. A lot of it is organic. But importantly, this tool allows you to measure for up to 100 different organic compounds. And many of these organic compounds are known to be carcinogens. So for instance, in South Durban, people had this anecdotal idea that people are dying from cancer. I know somebody dying from cancer just down the road. And that's what the bucket does. In that particular time, in that snapshot, it tells you exactly what is in the air. And then you can go through the list of those chemicals, you can look at the scientific information, and it will help inform your campaign, and it helps you advocate for action on those pollutants. The media love the results. You can inspire them to write stories, and then you can link them to community stories. Thanks, Casey.
Yeah. So once you take your sample, part of it is building the bucket, learning how to take the sample, learning where to take the sample, kind of familiarizing yourself with the process of just identifying how to do the sampling itself. But a really key portion that we found that that communities tended to it's like a break point is once you have your sample, what do you do with it? When you take a sample, you have about 72 hours to send it to the lab for testing, which means that you need to have a relationship with the lab set up ahead of time, and you need to know what to ask for. You need to know if you want to do a targeted screen, if you're checking specifically for benzene or formaldehyde or methylene chloride. You need to know if you want to do a full screen. If you don't know what you're looking for, you might want to test for all 100 chemicals. And you need to have a general sense, in part because testing is expensive, and you need to kind of strategize about, okay, well, if I have a limited budget, how am I going to use this tool to the best capacity? So we've tried to do some of that work and kind of spec out, as you're trying to find a lab, what questions do you ask them? And then finally, and most importantly, is this question of what do you do with your bucket data? I think Julieta and Andre spoke to this very well. Data doesn't speak for itself. It needs people to speak for it. And in open hardware, we really tend to be very tool-centric. We tend to think that the tool will solve the problem, that the data will really speak for itself. And that's simply not true. The bucket is a powerful tool, but it's the people who are using that tool and using that data who make change. So just very quickly, this is an example. We've really tried to, in addition to documenting the tool, to try to document some of those stories. This is a case study from Tonawanda, New York. It was actually one of the first criminal cases that was brought under the Clean Air Act. And it was initiated with bucket samples. There was a group that there was a cancer study that was done. They found there were a number of cancer cases, and they took the bucket and they took some samples, and they used those samples to kind of level up on their studies and eventually get a full investigation of the factory. And you can see here, you know, we talked about it being fit for purpose. We talked about it being kind of located in communities. And that's absolutely true. So this is Denny Larson from Global Community Monitor. This is from 2003. He's literally in someone's basement teaching them how to use the bucket. This is the group of folks that went out to take those initial samples. You know, they went out at 2 o'clock in the morning to take their samples because that's when they smelled the chemicals. So it really is a tool that is embedded in communities, and it's the people who are using that tool who really use it to who are really kind of pushing and forcing that change. So I don't know exactly where we are on time. Rico, if we have just a moment, I'd love to just pass it back to you to say a little bit about how you've used this around the regulatory and the air quality law in South Africa. I know we're we're a little pressed for time, so I'm going to pass it back to you because I think that's the question of, well, what can you do with this, and what are the range of things you can do with this is really critical.
Thanks, Casey. I'll wrap up in a minute. So essentially, it's an organizing tool. It allows you to raise awareness among the community yourself. It allows you to build a campaign. It allows you to think about what are the problems in your community and how to rally around those problems. Importantly, in South Africa, this tool predated our environmental air quality laws. So we use this tool to advocate for health to be a central element of our Air Quality Act. If we hadn't had the tool, you know, that might not have happened. Subsequently, we now have ambient air quality regulations. We have emission limits to regulate what comes out of the smokestack. And if you had to ask groundwork and organization what allowed us to do that, we would say the bucket monitoring tool was one central pillar of all of that. And I think that's a good point to end. Thanks, Katie.
Great. Thank you all. Yeah, I think that's it.
Katie, thank you, Rico. I am encouraging people to build their own bucket sampling tools, and Ashley in the chat has posted lots of links to work from Public Lab and environmental monitoring groups. We are going to take a 5-minute break. We are behind, but we are going to win back time by stealing from your break. Do not come back late though, because after the break, we're going to talk with Toby, Chris, Scott, and the twirling tech goddess. Especially exciting presentation. So please get up, stretch, and sit back down in less than 5 minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. We're going to go into session 2 of the Open Source Hardware Summit. And kicking off the session, we have Toby, who is a fellow Open Source Hardware Association board member. And he's going to talk about the open source hardware movement in Nigeria as we are continuing our certification across many, many continents. Everyone, don't forget Antarctica. Certify some Antarctican open source hardware and fill out the community survey. Toby, please.
Hi, everyone. So I'm just about to share my screen. Okay. Application, finally. Hi. So I bring greetings to you from Nigeria. People call me Internet of Toby. Today is my birthday, like IoT Day. I was born and raised in Nigeria. I spent most of my entire adulthood in Nigeria, and it's been an exciting journey to kind of understand the ecosystem while growing up. So today I'm just going to be sharing about some of the projects in Nigeria that people are building that they didn't realize that they're actually contributing heavily into the open source community. But how can we kind of bring them on board to kind of come to the realization that they are helping the open source hardware community in general? During the pandemic, one of my friends was sharing this picture with me, and this guy decided to build a ventilator. And he now collaborated with like 5 other people just to kind of figure out how to solve the problem of COVID-19 in Nigeria, because it was very expensive to buy a ventilator back then. I think it's still very expensive. So this guy just came together and said, you know what? What if we just construct it? We use all the necessary materials online. We use all the mechanical drawing and design that is available online. And they were able to come up with a fantastic ventilator that the government actually approved and say, wow, this looks like it can actually work perfectly in the medical settings. So this is one of them. And the second one is my friend, Shile. Back like a few years ago, he gathered a few guys and young Nigerians together and say, there's a problem of electricity. What if we take a step by solving it in a more like direct way? And they say, you know what if we just build a solar system, like the solar panel itself? And people can start beginning to think of using a solar panel to power their homes and services. And then these young kids, and some of them are just a carpenter, they don't have any electrical background or electronics background, and they came together to build this. And part of what they built is to put the cells together, test it, and this potentially, they don't realize that contributing to this bigger ecosystem of open source. But then they documented all the process. Documenting it meaning how do they arrive with providing the solar component, the cells, can they buy it locally? What are the design and the circuit design layouts that they need to consider when building it? This one is more connected to me. Back last year during the lockdown, I was working together with 2 fantastic people, one from Canada, which is Erin, another one from Venezuela, Leo. The challenge is that how can we solve the soak time inside the ocean? I was, imagine someone based in, I was in Nigeria throughout the period of this competition, and then someone in Canada, far away, if I have to travel to Canada to work with Erin, it's going to take so much of time. With support of some organizations like Conservation X and all this, we had to build a solution to reduce the soak time. And I went to one of the biggest fishermen, like it's a family of fishermen in Nigeria, and asked some questions, like basic questions about what are the challenges they face with fishing when they put some rope inside the ocean? Do they just leave it and abandon it there? And the answer was yes, they just left it there. But what we brought up, like the solution we worked on, is how to reduce the time it's spent inside the water. And it was completely open source. We put it on Hackaday, the GitHub and everything. And then sharing this with some of my friends in Nigeria, trying to teach them how to actually build it. It's amazing. They felt like, so they can contribute to some other bigger project online and then copy some people's work, referencing them, and then, potentially build more solutions through that. It's really amazing. Those are the kind of things that we are beginning to introduce to Nigerians' ecosystem. Talking about the open source, back in 2017, I was like contributing to PPE. Mainly, this works when you are at the entrance of a building or a factory, and you want to be verified to enter. Although someone else is using the code to build something for COVID, so that before you can enter a particular location, it has to check and verify that you're putting on the face masks, you're putting on all the necessary measures. But what I did was for more industrial applications. So there's an IoT, there's so much of computer vision application, there's open source Intel development platform where it's designed for computer vision application. And this was also open source. But the idea was for me is to bring people to the realization that you can contribute heavily. You can build solutions without focusing on making it like commercial immediately. Why not build it to solve a problem first, and commercialization can come after? People can start thinking that I can take your code and look for better way to properly design and arrange it. During the lockdown, this is one of my most amazing projects. I felt like it's so interesting to share. This is also open source project. I built this during the lockdown. This picture was the school I graduated from in Nigeria. And when I was growing up, there was this problem of electricity. I mean, till today, there's still issue of electricity. But then I realized that while I was studying in school, I lost my phone at some point. Someone just, pick up the phone. I couldn't find the phone because I went out to charge the phone. And during the lockdown, I felt like, what else can I do to contribute to the ecosystem in my school so that students can gather together and potentially work collaboratively and, build solutions, solve problems of the society. And then I felt like, okay, what if I built a solar workstation at the center of the school? You can see the sun is coming from the left-hand side. This picture is the most amazing one. And then I collaborated with some local developers. When I say local developers, they don't have a laptop. These are people that, just have their mini factory somewhere and they build based on what you tell them. And I told the person, you know what I want? I want people that can sit, like 4 or 5 people gather together in a circular form to power the solar. He doesn't really have a clue about the solar part. And he came up with a very tiny little drawing and said, you know what, let's make it bigger. Put it in a more well documented design. Let's share with some students that have interest to contribute and support and build this together. To my own surprise, they gather around and say, we can help you build it, we can support you, we can do all this necessary thing. And eventually, this looks more fantastic than what I expected. If I was thinking on my own and say, okay, I want to build a system where students can come together, I wouldn't go this far. It now makes it more amazing when we created a space where the less privileged can access this workstation. If you look at the picture very well, there's 2 sides. You can drive in your wheelchair from this other side. Another person can drive in wheelchair. You just light it inside the workstation. Why is it Internet of Things enabled? Which is very funny. So this school, they have over 20,000 population. This workstation cannot serve this 20,000. It can only serve like 8 people at a time. So we developed like an online platform where you can book the workstation ahead of time. And it's really amazing. When you book the workstation, it allocates a particular time for you. At this time slot, the school can continuously monitor it and say, so students went to this workstation at a particular time. This was built based on the mindset of collaboration. And it was launched students are using it right now. The IoT part is you booking the workstation ahead of time. When you book the workstation, it only gives you a time frame. Like you can only use the workstation for like, what's it called? 5 minutes or 2 minutes or 1 hour, depending on specification you booked on the school website. And it's also amazing that I grew up in Ibadan, which is one of the biggest cities in Nigeria. The government is also looking into how can they teach the citizen to build this, and they can build it in their community. And that blew my mind the way I say, this was just done based on finding problem in Nigeria to solve and solving it in a more collaborative way. But these ideas also come with challenges in Nigeria. And these challenges has always been what people talk about. I identify these 3 parts, and it's been really funny that it could overlap with some challenges people have in some other countries. And the first one is industrial adaptation. I was working for startup for over like 5 years, and most of the project what we built was more, centered on never share it. Even when you're talking to someone or maybe potential collaborator, do not say everything, which I understand. But at some points, when working on the project, there's need to talk to someone to share idea in more technical formats, not just, yes, I'm gonna build this. But Nigeria is not creating that system yet. And startup organizations that are coming into Nigeria, like VCs and all these organizations, they didn't realize that open source can actually drive innovation. And how can we tell them that when we are building 100% original, they still need to collaborate at some points that would, increase the level of, innovation around the project. And that's exactly one of the challenges we are facing in Nigeria. And how can we tell them it's open source hardware, meaning code that you worked on can be used and, remodify and make better, So those are the kind of things challenges that we have in Nigeria. There's inexperience in the hardware open source community in Nigeria. So, and this is you building solution, how can you see the need that this is actually a market fit? The technical parts can have some sort of business background. A lot of hardware developer in Nigeria just feel like, I want to build this, they build it, they just dump it some. It happened to me over time. It was when I realized that there's so much of bills that you need to pay. If you contribute in a more open source way, people would even find you where you are in Nigeria because you make it open source. It makes your solution more available to people in the US, in Canada, all over Africa, or in Asia. And that's exactly what I've realized with this open source mind. Back in 2015, I was contributing heavily in the Hyperloop project. That was even one of the things that made me famous in Nigeria. And I was contributing voluntarily without being paid for. And eventually, we got the opportunity. The project was selected for the Hyperloop competition. Elon Musk was involved, took some pictures. It was open source. All the code that we used to build that Hyperloop till today is still online. The designs, support from different hardware community. And that's exactly what I've been telling people and telling developers in Nigeria as well. And the last one, which is working in silos, it's always the problem of some of us in hardware, whereby we feel like we know everything, and then we feel like we're building the most and the best innovative project in the world. What we are building, someone else has thought of that idea before, but because there was no one he or she can collaborate with directly, makes it difficult for him to see. And in my own, my language, we have these settings whereby if you've not been to someone else's farm before, you would think that it is your father's farmland that is the biggest. Again, if you've not been to someone else's farmland before, your thoughts will be like, your own farmland was the biggest. Why not go to someone else's farmland and you see that, oh man, that was even bigger than my father's farmland. And that's exactly what we're trying to build in the open source community in Nigeria. How can you collaborate with someone, make it open source, help someone else somewhere, and then all of you get credit for what you are building? But then, with these challenges, there's a group in Nigeria, we call it Hardware Nigeria Community. And this is just we started from WhatsApp group. We went to, going online. I mean, like a website where hardware Nigerians and community can start putting their projects on it.
This is awesome. Maybe you can, I'm going to give you like 30 more seconds because we got to try to get on schedule. Maybe you can drop the link to the Hardware Nigeria community in the chat.
I mean, that's even the last one. That's the last slide.
Awesome. Thank you, Toby. There's a lot of exciting things happening in Nigeria. I definitely need my own solar pocha. Coming up next, though, we have Chris, and he's going to talk about how open hardware needs open standards, because it's one thing to have a design, it's another thing for other people to be able to trust it. So thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Nadia. And thanks to all the hosts for setting up the Open Hardware Summit. I'm going to be sharing my screen. All right. Can y'all see that? Okay. Great. Well, thanks for listening, and again to all the organizers. I'm really glad to be talking for the first time at the Open Hardware Summit about everyone's favorite topic, standards. I know they're very exciting. Standards have a reputation for being kind of boring, but I feel like they're an important part of what we do as hardware designers. So open hardware needs open standards. I'm going to explain what open standards are and why we need them. I'm using the Lisa Simpson meme here to be upfront about the fact that this is going to come off a bit as an angry rant where I complain about the present situation without necessarily offering a specific solution yet. But I'm really just scratching at the surface of this problem and hoping to open up the conversation within the community to see how we can start taking steps together toward a solution. I'm going to be talking mostly about safety standards today. There's a lot of other topics that standards apply to, and I'll touch on those at some point. But mostly I'm concerned with safety and in particular electrical safety. I also need to mention that some of my references will be a little bit biased by my experience by standards in the United States, where I'm based, but most of the concepts should apply pretty generally internationally. It turns out that most American standards are adapted from international standards bodies, and I believe the same is true in a lot of other countries. So brief background on me. I've been involved with a lot of different things over the years, from astrophysics research, interactive art installations, Linux audio software. I've released an open hardware product, which is a computer music interface board. I've worked with neuroscientists to develop open source data acquisition systems. And lately I've been working on technology related to environmental sustainability, in particular solar energy systems and IoT for sustainable farming and things like that. And so I've kind of been all across the map, but one thing that's tied it all together for me has been open source. Really believe that open source hardware and software is a huge part of what's allowed me to bounce between these disparate disciplines like that, because it's lowered the barrier to entry and encourages collaboration and reuse of tools. So I feel like I owe a lot to open source. I'm always trying to give back when I can. One of the ways I've been doing that recently is through this engineering cooperative that we launched last year. It's called Interstitial Technology, and it's many things actually, but one of the roles we fill is as an open source consultancy, guiding projects to through open source principles, and that goes for software as well as hardware. We're also a worker cooperative, so the consultants own the firm and manage it democratically, kind of a social experiment. And finally, we're a public benefit corporation in the state of Colorado, which means that we have explicitly stated public benefit purposes, which include applying open source technology toward environmental sustainability, human rights efforts, community outreach, and other things too. So it's a cool project, and if you'd like to learn more, you can visit our website here. Maybe you want to work with us and get in touch. Okay, great. So story time. I was working on an open hardware project recently called Automato. It's one of these kind of IoT for farming or DIY agriculture projects. And we were developing a open hardware printed circuit board, which is basically a smart power strip. So something you could plug your appliances into, your lights and your fans and stuff, and control over a network using an open source tech stack. So simple concept, we figured we'd put some relays on a board and a shift register, and well, wait a minute, this thing needs to handle AC mains power, which is 170 volt peak here in the United States. So there's this risk of electric shock. So suddenly it's not so simple. We need to be thinking about electrical parameters, the trace width on the board, the clearance between conductors, creepage, which is kind of like clearance, and proper grounding, earth grounding. So it was the first time I've dealt with a board like that, and we wanted to make sure that we were doing it right. We were aware of these certifications and safety standards, like UL in the U.S., Underwriters Laboratory, and thought, well, we know we'll probably need to get that certification eventually. But in the meantime, can we just read the standard to see what the right thing is? I mean, we're going to go through a couple of prototypes of this project anyway before we get to a final product. Well, it turns out just to acquire that standard costs thousands of dollars just to download this PDF, which has this basic safety information. I mean, it's not basic. There's a lot of science behind it, but in the end, it's a couple of numbers, and I'll show you those in the next slide. And so this came as a bit of a shock, and there are other standards that kind of relate to this domain of printed circuit board parameters for safety, notably IPC 2221. The kind of de facto for kind of generic computer equipment safety is this IEC 60950-1, which is an international standard adopted by Underwriters Laboratory in the US and then CSA in Canada. And so that's the one we were kind of dealing with mostly. And so we were kind of up against this paywall. And not only that, if we were to fork over the cash for the documents, we'd be bound by a non-disclosure agreement, which has interesting implications for open source technology since we're sharing our designs. So just so you have an idea, I mean, this is kind of the contraband here, which I'm not actually allowed to show you because this is copyrighted data. It's basically some graphs and tables, including how many millimeters your traces need to be to carry a certain amount of current, and how far they need to be spaced apart, assuming a certain conductor and operating temperature and stuff like that. So it's basic stuff, but it's important stuff, and it's guarded by these private institutions, many of which operate for profit and don't really share their results between each other. What's a simple hardware hacker to do in this situation? You can purchase the documentation, which could be prohibitively expensive, depending on your situation. And even if you do, you're bound by these NDAs, which might prevent you from actually releasing parts of your design, especially if your design includes any kind of testing or flexible constraints like design rules checks, which reflect the standards, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. But either way, it's not an ideal solution for open hardware, and none of these are really. I mean, your other options are to trust a third party. So I'm sure I can imagine a few of you listening are saying, "Come on, these numbers must be available somewhere. Somebody must have leaked them. They must be in a blog post or something somewhere." And yeah, that's true. They are available online in various kind of reduced forums. There are even some kind of calculator widgets online that'll help you calculate trace widths. But there's issues with that. I mean, you need to trust that they're correct and that they're up to date, and that they'll be around next year. I mean, these third-party hosts have nothing to do with the standards bodies which develop them. So obviously, the standards bodies being kind of a persistent entity is advantageous in its own way, but I'll touch upon that later. And the third option is to pirate the documents. I mean, these are just PDFs after all, a couple hundred pages. And I'll leave it to you to guess which option we ended up going with. So there's got to be a better way. It's easy to see how this situation stands counter to the spirit of open hardware. I mean, we're using open source electronics design software, KiCad mostly, open source libraries, open source firmware, and the final design of the product will be open source. But the conductor spacing that's recommended to prevent an electrical fire is a trade secret. So, I mean, we can do better than this, right? Yeah, I think we can. The solution is open standards, and one only needs to look toward the software world to see some great examples. I mean, the most salient ones, I think, are the internet standards and the web standards, like, well, the internet protocol, IP, TCP, UDP, HTTP. These basic protocols of the internet have been so fundamental, and from the get-go, actually, they were open standards. You might be familiar with these with the RFCs, the requests for comments by the Internet Engineering Task Force and IRTF and these organizations. You can go to this URL to see them, and it's kind of amazing. I mean, these things kind of just started as text documents emailing around the community and ended up becoming the standards on which the internet depends. Web standards kind of fall into the same category: HTML, CSS, JavaScript. A lot of these are maintained by the World Wide Web Consortium and ECMA for JavaScript. And I mean, I don't think it's any exaggeration to say that the internet would not have developed as rapidly or successfully as it did had these crucial standards been like proprietary trade secrets or something. In a similar vein, there's cryptographic protocols, AES and RSA, which need to be implemented according to some specification in order to be considered secure. And NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, maintains a couple standards for those. And then there's document formats, quite a few actually. ODF comes to mind, the Open Document Format, which is maintained by OASIS. So, I mean, so much of the software that kind of the open web depends on, I would say, it depends on open standards. And so there's strong precedent for this kind of thought, I think, in our work. You might be asking, what makes a standard open? Well, it actually depends on who you ask. In fact, if you go to the Wikipedia page for open standard, there's no less than 22, I think, definitions from different organizations. But basically, they all kind of share these common traits. The standards themselves should be open access, and preferably gratis, meaning $0. They should be free to implement, so you shouldn't be violating any intellectual property by implementing the standards. They should be free to share, shouldn't be bound by any non-disclosure agreements. They need to have no dependencies, like dependencies on external patents or other closed standards. So they need to be transparent through and through. And for bonus points, and I think this is an important point, is that, I mean, the best open standards have been developed in the open. So they've been subject to open participation by the community and interested parties, usually some consortium of companies or organizations that have participated in an open consensus model to arrive at the standard that works for all of them. And that process is to be transparent. Request for comments, RFC, is a perfect example of that. It's worth thinking about classifying standards into different types because we need to treat them a little bit differently. And I'm just gonna mention some of these for consideration. I mean, first of all, there's technical standards versus procedural standards. But what I mean by procedural is that a lot of standards have to do with how an organization operates, especially if it has to do with information security or quality control, how many people you have at different stages of the pipeline checking for errors, things like that, versus technical standards, which would be numerical quantitative standards for the technical specifications of a product. The scope varies as well, and that's important. I've been talking about electrical safety here. I mean, we could also talk about thermal safety, fire, mechanical failure modes, radiation, chemical safety. These are, I mean, standards for all these could be important potentially for open hardware projects. interoperability and compatibility is, I think, a huge category of standards. And that's one which has kind of been developed.
Chris, I'm giving you 30 seconds.
All right.
Stay on time.
Thank you. Yeah, so there's lots of different types of standards, and we're going to treat them differently according to how what they pertain to. I'm not going to talk too much about this today, but I just want to say that we still need testing. So open standards aren't going to solve all of our problems. We're going to need certification for final products, but I just want to point out that a lot of this testing can be implemented at the design phase, and this is the approach that the software community has taken. Through continuous integration, you can test an implementation of a standard while you're developing it. So my next steps from here are basically to try and develop something like this for open hardware, according to the electrical specification, and I'd be thrilled to talk with others who are interested in this problem to collaborate on efforts like this. Thanks so much. Thanks for listening, and please feel free to contact me.
Thank you, Chris. Sometimes I think it's mostly exciting to talk about designs, but without standards and quality control, it's very hard to be able to rely on open hardware, and not any hardware. Next up, we have Scott, who's developed CircuitPython, talking about interface design in open source hardware and software. If you told me 10 years ago we'd all be running interpreted languages on microcontrollers, I would tell you that you were nuts. But here we are. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you, Nadia. Thanks for having me. Hello, everybody. My name is Scott, and I go by TanNewt online. I'm paid by Adafruit to work on CircuitPython, which is a version of Python for tiny microcontrollers. And I wanted to just cover some open source electronics and hardware interface stuff. And if you come away with nothing else, it's to think outside in for better interface design. So what do I mean? First, an interface is a boundary between two things. That's super vague on what I mean, but we'll go into some more details in just a bit. But generally, interface between two things, and a well-designed interface, in my mind, is an interface that defines the what without revealing the how. And this allows for abstraction, of abstracting the how of something's done into the what. And this allows for reuse of knowledge of other things. The example I like to say is a steering wheel. You can have a steering wheel on a car or a boat, and they work different ways, but they achieve the same thing. They do the same what. So in this talk, I just want to go over some design stuff. And I want to talk about the Feather format. And we'll get into some software stuff later as well. But this is a format that Adafruit created a few years ago. Lady Ada created it, and it's been hugely successful as a kind of a standard interface for microcontroller development boards, which you can see on the left. There's a whole variety of them, and then on the right-hand side, there's all these sort of add-on boards that stack on top, and they're called Feather wings. So the interface of Feather that has kind of defined how the microcontroller boards talk to the Feather wings has been really successful, and we can see that by the plethora of them that are available. So we're going to talk about what made that really good and show some things that are kind of on the fringes that we can take some lessons away from. So first, if you want to know more about Feather, there's github.com/adafruit/awesomefeather that will link you to all of the feathers and the spec and all that stuff. So check that out. So I want to talk about interfaces in kind of three categories. First is mechanical, which is the shape of something. Electrical, which is the compatibility of the signals on where they are. And then lastly, software. And software is a really broad topic. It includes both the software that you're writing on it, but also the experience of using the software on the device. So let's dive in. So this is a picture I found of, it's got 6 different Feather wings. They're all the same size, which is amazing that mechanically you can fit them all together. But the thing in the middle is a case designed by Noe and Pedro. And I highlighted it here, but it's interesting that one of the two one of the like mounting holes is actually a slot. And the reason that is that although the Feather spec says, this is the standard size, it does give you this option to be longer than it. And there is one Feather that I know of that is actually longer. And as a result, this case that's compatible with feathers has to have a slot instead of mounting holes. And this is a perfect example of what happens when you design something from the inside out, right? This case was designed to fit whatever would be inside of it. And the less explicit it was about the distance between mounting holes has caused this variance to leak out into the design of the case as well. So that's mechanical. Mechanical, I would say, this is not exhaustive, but encompasses the board size, the component size, the electrical connection location, and the mounting hole location as well. Here you can see a PCB manufacturing drawing with all the dimensions on it. Generally, Feather done this really well, and the vast majority of them go with that mechanical one. Next up, I want to talk electrical. So this is a NeoPixel feather wing, and it takes one signal and it changes it through all of the NeoPixels. Now, if you look at the number of connections on the feather spec, there's a lot of spots that signal could be. And to see where that is, you can take a look at the back. The back has this a ton of jumpers. Most of them are not configured by default. The one that I've highlighted is the one that's actually the default signal pin for the NeoPixel feather ring. But this goes to show that protocol matters a lot, designating pins for particular protocols. And if you haven't been explicit with what that is, you get things like this where you need to allow for customization and things like that. So electrical builds on top of mechanical interfacing by locating where all of the electrical connections are, perhaps the connector format as well. On top of that, it designates particular kind of electrical nets as particular functions or protocols, capabilities, like analog digital converter versus digital only, voltage levels, and whether they're input or output. So these are all things you should consider as design decisions when you're creating open source hardware, meaning electronics, or software, which is next. So here is one feather that I've blanked out the middle so you can't see exactly what kind it is. But I want to show off that there are all of these names around the outside. And these are names that will be used in the software to reference particular electrical connections, right? Like which pin headers are which. So here's a second one. And if you notice, if I flip back and forth, the SCL and SDA are in the top right corner. And that's true for both. That means that you can use I²C consistently between the two things. And that's awesome. And all of the feather wings have been built, many of them have been built around that. And they just work, which is amazing. But what has changed is that the numbers here, the 13, 10, 11, 13, 12, 11, 10, etc. on the top is actually different. And that means that if you use those pins, you actually do need to change. Your software needs to change. If you've ever seen, example code in Arduino or CircuitPython where there's different chunks that have been commented out saying like, oh, if you're using this or if you're using that, pick these pins instead. That is an artifact of the spec for these parts of the interface not being explicit enough potentially. In this case, it's actually because it's different form factor boards. So that's like, you can't really get away with that. So yeah, software names matter a lot. If you take nothing away, think really hard about what you name pins on the PCBs that you design. If they are the same as another form factor, please match them, because those are names that are used in software or numbers in Arduino's case. Interaction matters a lot too. So how you use it, what you do originally, how you get software on a device, and what software is on there by default also matters a ton. And the more consistent you can be, the more exact you can be to other boards of that same interface, the better the experience for folks, because they can reuse knowledge. So for example, we have a bunch of libraries for different drivers in CircuitPython, and we've only been able to do this because we have a pretty strong abstract hardware API layer. So we have 250 plus libraries that build on top of this. This is the stuff that you can reuse if your interfaces are designed well enough to share across. Furthermore, and I don't think people always think about this, and this is why I want to highlight it, is that all of the tutorials and documentation, the YouTube videos people have made about using your product, using your PCB you've designed, the thing that the PCB goes in, you can reuse all that knowledge if when you make a version 2 or you make something that's compatible to the interface, you do it the same. We've seen this with the bringing CircuitPython to the Raspberry Pi Pico. It's like, oh, just use all these tutorials that we already have. It works the same way. It's incredibly, incredibly powerful. So here's 3 tips from me to you about how to make an interface that I think is better designed. You're never going to get a perfect interface, as we see with Feather. Very, very, very good, but still has these edge cases that are a little weird. So the first thing and the primary thing I'd love you to take away from this is think outside in. What I mean by that is do not, please, please, please do not start at the data sheet. The data sheet is there to give you all of the details that you need to know at the lowest level. This is all about the how, it's not about the what. So instead, what I really like to do is I like to start with example code. So write code that you would use to use the device that you're making, or write a tutorial, or think about the tutorials you're going to do first. Start from that, the outside of like how you're going to use it, what you're going to do with something. Create interfaces, whether it's mechanical, electrical, or software, to allow you to do the what that you want to do, and then you can worry about how you want to do it. So if you start with an example like this, what you get is an API where it's much simpler. It doesn't reveal the insides, the internals that the datasheet gives you. All it does is it gives you, in this case, like, oh, I want to measure temperature and humidity, which also means that you can interoperate all of the other sensors that want to measure temperature and humidity if you've designed an interface to allow you to do that. Second of the 3, I want to say, be explicit. When you're creating something you think is an interface, whether it's a one-off right now, but you might do one in the future, be as explicit as you can be. Feather's done really, really well because the bus pins in particular were placed at particular locations and very well specified. So that means like UART, I2C, SPI are all very well defined in the Feather spec. And actually, it's interesting here too. You can see that I2S, which is an audio codec, is explicitly not defined because, and so the more explicit you are, the better, I think. All right. And last up, I want you to be strict. So this is an implementation. So when you're implementing an interface, whether somebody called it an interface or not, whether you're just making a V2 of your product, be very strict about what you're going to name things on the silk screen, where you're going to position them, what functionality, what electrical protocols and stuff the particular pads can do. The more similar, the more exactly the same you can make it, the more you can reuse from that previous generation of product or products that you have. You can reuse the code, the examples, the tutorials. That's just like highly recommended. Here's an example as well of in CircuitPython, we have the equivalent of CPython's time module, but what we've done is we've made it a strict subset because we can't fit everything. By being a strict subset that allows you to start from this core that works exactly the same and move that code up into desktop Python as well if you want to. This is a pure software case where we're strictly implementing an interface. All right, so to wrap up and overview, remember, interfaces are 3 things. They're mechanical, electrical, and software when it comes to open source hardware design, meaning electrical. I always see all these mechanical things and I'm like, very cool, but not the world I live in. To design one well, 3 tips, not exhaustive. Think outside in, start from what you want to achieve. Don't leak out how you're going to achieve it. Be explicit when you're designing an interface as much as you can. Be very specific about where mounting holes are, what protocols protocols are on what pins, etc. And lastly, be strict when you're implementing an existing interface, even if that interface was not explicitly defined when it was first created.
Awesome. Thank you, Scott. I
Thank you,
want
Nadia.
to be like you, but often I am very disorganized, and I will try to think of your principles next time and not design from the data sheet first and then figure out how everything comes after that. It's a good reminder. Next up, we have Lily James, an engineer who runs the Twirling Tech Goddess channel. We're very excited to see Q&A with her and our OSHWA president, Alicia Gibbs. Please take it away.
Hi, Lily. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the Open Hardware community. I'm honored to have you as part of the Open Hardware Summit.
It is such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. I'm Lily, to all of you at home, the Twirling Tech Goddess. I'm Black, I dance, I'm queer, and I'm an engineer. Roll that footage. Hi, inventors. I'm Lily, the Twirling Tech Goddess. I'm Black, I dance, I'm queer, and I'm an engineer. Welcome to the Twerk Shop, a show that explicitly encourages radical diversity and inclusion by making the process of learning tech more fun, accessible, and relatable to people underrepresented in STEM. Each week, you'll come along with me as I create something fabulous using cutting-edge tools and technologies. Then I'll put it through my patented twirl test to make sure that it's stage ready. That's right, we twirl with our tech, because you know what they say, the family that slays together increases their socioeconomic status together.
So Lily, tell us, what got you into hardware?
It was out of necessity for wanting to see my ideas come to life and not wanting to have to wait for someone else to bring them to life for me, not wanting to have to ask anyone, and also partially not having access to other people for the last year to be able to ask for anyone else's assistance. Actually, this came to mind yesterday because I wanted this shelf here sawed in half, and I saw someone over there doing it, and I was like, oh, I should just ask him to do it because he's already doing it. And I was like, no, I'll just wait and teach myself how to do it. That's kind of been my modus operandi since delving into my YouTube channel, is having these ideas for prototypes and mechanics and robotics functionality, and not really knowing how to do it myself, and just taking it into my own hands to figure it out and make my ideas into reality, material reality. So that's how I got started. How'd you get started?
I got started because I was in library science, being a librarian, and part of that nowadays is like learning databases and learning code. And so we were learning processing in library school, and at the very end, the last chapter of the book was on Arduino. And I was like, wait, there's hardware involved that I can do this whole open source bit. And that's how I got involved in open source hardware. So you create the Twirling Tech Goddess video series, and your videos are so charismatic and inspirational. Where does your energy and motivation come from to build these videos?
It actually came from looking for people to look up to who looked like me and not seeing them present in this space, and being really frustrated by that. And so in the times where I've been met with that adversity, it's always helped to have mentorship. And I do have it in various ways, but in this very specific way of seeing a queer and trans person of color in the tech realm, to just send an email to or pick their brain about how to go about navigating microaggressions and racism and barriers to entry and homophobia, misogyny, which all exist in tech. We're not going to act like it doesn't. It exists in software, hardware, all the facets of the industry. To not see that person readily available to me, where I could just Google them and they pop up, and I then have someone that I can say, okay, this person's done it, I can do it. That generally helps. I think like the science supports that. It helps to have, someone that you can see yourself in, so that you can then mirror. It helps with your own personal success. I was just on a hike in the mountains, which is where I go to get all of my inspiration from, which is why it's such a huge part of the brand. And I thought to myself, I should be my own superhero. I should be my own inspiration. And in this way that I'm looking for someone to be this icon for me, and this image of resilience as a person with my intersectional identities in this tech space, that I should just inhabit that. I should just embody that. And then if no one else even likes it, at least I have something I can go to and encourage myself with. And so that's actually how it started. I was making digital art for a long, long time, over a decade, using video media as a way of showing and sharing the travels that I was on while I was on tour with Disney on Ice and other companies, specifically with my mama, because she hadn't been to any of those places I had been to by the time I'd gotten to go to them. So she was the main catalyst for me using video as a way of relating what I was experiencing and sharing with any type of audience. I had already been doing that for a long time. So as I started to come into this new part of my life, and documentation in tech is such an important facet of technology, that, and especially open source, where the better the documentation, the better the ability for other people to replicate your projects. I saw this overlap happen where I was wanting to share what I was learning with the people who aren't necessarily present in the room learning it with me, and to do it in this way that I'm used to doing it, where it speaks to people like my mom, people like my friends who I go do drag with at the gay bars, those people who are not sitting in the room, that I related to them in this specific voice. So that's how the Twirling Tech Goddess was born.
Yay. Shout out to all the mamas out there.
Shout out to moms everywhere, specifically Geraldine Tate. She would be very upset if I didn't shout her out very explicitly. Love you, mama.
So you touched a bit on knowledge share, and you're absolutely right. It's a huge part of open source. It's like the baseline of open source. So can you tell me a little bit about why knowledge share is important to you, and why it's important to, get your videos out there in the sense of them, using open source hardware, or, doing things in an open source way and teaching people what you know?
It's always made sense to me that the sharing of knowledge and information will be the great equalizer. It will be the thing that changes the world. When people who aren't historically given access gain access, I believe that will be a huge step in the direction of what we idealize as equality and equity and diversity in these spaces. And so to have no barriers to entry, I think eliminates a lot of what people face, specifically having the barrier of entry to just gaining the information. There would still be all of this other structural stuff to dismantle and to have to go through. But at the base level of already having the skill coming in the door, I think that actually would benefit a lot of people. So it's always been important for my own learning, obviously, to be able to have picked up an encyclopedia and teach myself how to knit just using pictographs in an encyclopedia, and give myself a skill of being able to make garments to keep myself warm. It can be very life or death in that way. It can be an absolute means of survival to be able to access information to enhance and to better your life. And I think that that's what a lot of people do when they don't have something that's just right there telling them already, like, you deserve this information. This information already belongs to you. If they see something they're interested in, they're going to go look for it. And it is very important that everything be ready for them, that things be available. Like, there's nothing worse than feeling so inspired. I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but you're just so inspired and you've got the fire and you're ready to go. And then you're like, boop, roadblock. On top of that, then there might be other barriers that keep you from getting past the first roadblock. And you kind of have a whole lot of work to do just to get to basic information and basic knowledge. And I think that knowledge breeds experience, and that experience is what people are looking for when they are hiring. And so, and hiring in these positions that are higher paying jobs. And so we're talking about equity across the board. We're talking about investment in people's lives and people having access to better their lives. Like, it really starts at just the base level of learning and shared learning, shared knowledge and information. Even just to know where to get that information, where to be pointed in the direction of the spaces that are going to fully share that information versus the places that are going to charge you for that information. All of that is very important when someone's, doing the cost benefit analysis of where they're going to invest their time, energy, and resources.
Yeah, and so you're a student right now at CU Boulder.
I am.
And, we're talking a lot about knowledge sharing, a lot about that as education. How do you think your education and open source are like currently being coupled?
There is an interesting dynamic going on in the institution of higher learning. There's the aspect of it being a huge source of accountability for yourself and your community when you're less inspired to maybe show up for the attaining of certain skills. And so it does help to have an institution in this way. But in another way, once I realized all that I had access to once I arrived here, that's when I was like, oh, this is very incongruous to what I had access to before I decided to go into debt for a degree. And it was that injustice that I almost immediately saw, that my former self didn't have access to all this stuff I now have access to, that I realized, like, oh, well, that's not fair. And then simultaneously, though, especially now that we're digital, a lot of the resources that we use for knowledge and education are available online and in these other places. We don't validate that type of learning. We don't validate the fact that someone could spend hundreds and thousands of hours in a specific rabbit hole and gaining information and knowledge and experience at home on their own, and it's totally possible to do that. But it also brings to the reality in a space where, one version of that access is accessible to me, and I can relate the information and relate the skill to the group of people who don't have the exact access I have, but through open source, find that the places where it is available and relate those resources to my audience. It does kind of still show there's an overlap, there's a bridge where it is possible to gain skill and information education outside of the educational industrial complex. But I do find it super necessary for there to be more transparency about that. I think there's this pervasive narrative that being here in this space, which is special in its own way, it's not the absolute. It's not absolutely necessary. And there should be some consideration of the fact that outside of these hallowed halls, it is possible for someone to give themselves the skill, to equip themselves with the knowledge, information, education, and experience to be able to bring value to a company, an organization, or a position. And right now, that is not what is understood or accepted in the tech industry. There's a whole lot of skepticism around whether someone can learn electrical, learn coding adequately in their own home. They need to be put through all of these, I don't know what to call them, obstacle courses.
Hoops to jump through.
Inside of a pressure cooker, hanging at the top of an American Ninja Warrior course at the bottom of the ocean. And it's just like, we don't need to do all that.
Let's talk about your projects. Your very first project for the Twirling Tech Goddess series was the Gear Heart headpiece. What are the big lessons that you learned in creating that?
Oh. So I really didn't have a lot of experience doing 3D printing, but I knew I had this idea. And the idea is what inspired me to even take the class to begin with, because I knew I wanted to get the information to be able to build this thing that I wanted to build. So there was a lot of learning of all of the things going into that project that, you know, from motors, which I had no idea about, to the circuitry situation. How are we going to do mobile power? I had no idea.
Oh no, this is a sudden and very abrupt cutoff because we are sticking to the schedule. However, there is 10 more minutes of the Q&A that you can watch as you enjoy lunch. If you're in a lunchy time zone, the Twirling Tech Goddess is on YouTube. You should subscribe to her channel and watch the rest of the Q&A with OSHWA's Alicia Gibbs on our YouTube channel for Open Source Hardware Summit. We only had 15 minutes for each talk, but there's a lot more that you can look at. Links in the chat also. After the break, which is going to be until 1:35, we will have more talks from Alice and Julian, Fred, Laura, et al. And I'm going to be handing over MC duties to fellow OSHWA board member Catherine Scott. Just a reminder to fill out the community survey and come visit us at the sponsor tables during the lunch expo. There's also going to be an OSHWA table, which we'll be at. Please, please, please fill out the OSHWA community survey. It helps us keep track of everything that's happening in open source hardware world. Yeah, and post maybe pictures of cool stuff you guys are building with the swag in your goodie bags. We'll see you all at lunch in Hopin and or in the chat.
Hi, how's everyone doing? Are we back from lunch, dinner here in San Francisco? It's closer to breakfast for me. Let's try that. Sorry about that. Okay, so coming up here for our first talk after lunch, we have a talk by Allison Parker and Alex Long about how open hardware supported the COVID-19 response and the lessons learned from public policy. And so just as a reference, I believe Alex is calling in because he has a little bit of a temperamental network connection, but otherwise it should be a normal talk. So I'll turn it over to them and they can talk about everything they've been doing to improve people's lives during the pandemic.
Hello, Alex, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, sorry.
All right, so we will begin our talk today, and thank you so much for having us. I know we're both really excited for this talk about truly such an important topic. So first, we're going to be starting on what the Wilson Center is and why we got here. So our talk today is going to be on how open hardware supported the COVID-19 response and the lessons that we have learned by hosting a roundtable with leaders who are kind of on the front lines of this response. So as the Wilson Center, we are a nonpartisan foreign policy think tank chartered by Congress to cover a lot of different regional areas. But one thing that we have are these cross-cutting issues. And the Science and Technology Innovation Program, of which Allison and I are both party to, tackles issues in emerging tech and science on a globally relevant scale. And we have done a lot of work in the open science world and through citizen science and data standardization. And only about 2 years ago did we start to tackle open source hardware, which leads us to our talk today about the Think Tank Initiative.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble. I'm hearing things twice, so I'm not sure what is real and what is fake.
Can you click forward?
Yes.
I think you're good to go.
Okay, really sorry about that. So yeah, as Alex mentioned, I'm Allison Parker, and we'll be talking to you today from the Wilson Center and discussing an initiative that has come out of an initiative we've been working on over the last, okay, I'm sorry, I'm hearing I'm hearing things in my ears, so it's really hard to speak over that. So today, Alex and I are going to be discussing an initiative that we've been working on through the Think Tank, which is a work we've been doing over the last year related to low cost and open tools for science. We are going to build on the COVID theme that we've discussed already so far and go into a bit more detail into one of the reports that Michael mentioned at the beginning of today's event. And following up, I think, a really great introduction to this space from Megan McCarthy, really building on some of the ideas that she brought up at the outset. And we aim to provide a bit of an overview of this roundtable work that we've worked on, and we'll get into some of the conclusions, but obviously we'll point you back to the publication for some more detail. And we're really excited to talk about a lot of these ideas and would love to hear from any of you later on any of these aspects that we're interested in. So go ahead, Alex.
All right, so I want to start us off with where we started, and that was February 7th for me, was when Dr. Tedros, the Deputy General of the WHO, declared that there was going to be a massive PPE shortage across the world. And while that, again, February for the US at least, that was not a huge issue at the time. COVID-19 was not on the front page, so to speak. But obviously, as time progressed and we got into March, these shortages started to really hit A1, or the front page. And that's why I've chosen these different headlines to kind of communicate that point, where we saw this media swell of activism around these issues. And in parallel, we were able to see different online groups also forming. And these online groups had Twitters and they had Facebooks, and they were all these different organizations, both on the local scale and the global scale, very popular with the use of hashtag #GetUs or #GetMePPE. This led us to then reaching out to one of our friends in our networks, Michael Weinberg, and the Engelberg Center at NYU, and formed this inner network within our own specialties. This allowed us to kind of create a roundtable with leaders from notable organizations, some of which have already talked today, at Helpful Engineering, Luminary Labs, Open Source Medical Supplies, the Department of Homeland Security, Make for COVID, the Human Computer Interaction Institute at Carnegie Mellon University, Nation of Makers, the NIH, We the Builders, University Hospital Ventures, the National Science Foundation, and America Makes. So it was this really awesome group of leaders that we then conducted little interviews with to then prepare us for a roundtable, which was hosted back in October. That roundtable then became a publication, which we'll be talking about today.
Okay. Apologies again. I'm trying to talk over what I'm hearing from. Okay, so thanks, Alex, for that great introduction of this initiative. I think I'll start here by describing some of the bigger picture conclusions from the roundtable, a lot of which will not come as any surprise to you all. Namely, our biggest conclusion after this work is that open hardware is in many ways very well suited for this kind of situation. And that's for many reasons, again, which will be no surprise to you all. Open hardware is often produced at a much lower price point and more broadly available. Having a lot of individuals with diverse expertise working on one problem versus open sharing and editing of design files will accelerate innovation. Through the use of digital fabrication tools and those being available in various places around the country, individuals can adapt and customize their production to meet local needs. The modular nature of open source hardware allows for efficient collaboration, especially because various pieces and components can be built together and pulled together in a distributed and diverse way. So throughout this report, we really found that the power and effectiveness that these communities can demonstrate during COVID-19 really probably very much underrepresents their potential. Another major conclusion from the report, which was indicated earlier in both Megan's talk and then Michael mentioned this early on, was that the response was really significantly less effective than it could have been with more intentional coordination in particular from the federal government. And of course, that's with very commendable exceptions, one of which being Megan's work with the NIH 3D Print Exchange and the 3D COVID Trust. But really, we came to the conclusion that with more intentional coordination between open source hardware communities and government authorities, there could be a much higher impact, and that's something that we should look towards for the future. So beyond the direct impact of this work that we looked at, we think that this response also serves as a case study for understanding how open source hardware communities can interface with public policy, with regulations, with government authorities, and sort of all of the challenges that go into doing so. So I think we'll take a few minutes to go more into depth on a few of the observations we made during this initiative, and then we will bring it back to the big picture and talk about some of the recommendations we have for the various stakeholders.
Yes, so I'm going to start talking just a little bit about the community coordination that we found so interesting, because like this quote says, it was ad hoc both within government agencies and then also on the grassroots level, which is not necessarily something that is intuitive or expected, especially on the government level. But for those, probably much of the audience who understands the open science and the open innovation space, even in government, these things are done on an informal basis. And this time was really no different. So to dive further into the community coordination aspect, we saw a bunch of coordinating organizations and large networks like Open Source Medical Supply, for example, being able to call on different communities that were once disparate, maybe focusing on the arts or focusing on scientific education or focusing on environmental justice and health, and bringing them all together. In the Open Source Medical Supply context, I know they brought together the Nation Makers, the Fab Foundation, Maker Faire, and it was this network approach and creating power in numbers. But of course, I really want to mention that there is an equity aspect to this, which should be addressed in future iterations of open source hardware practices, where because it was done on such a network and personal connections basis, that meant that only certain people within connections to people who understood regulations in medicine, lawyers, business people, finance people, those were the ones who were able to be successful, which makes sense, but of course leaves a barrier to entry for some organizations that were smaller and unable to kind of navigate those hurdles with personal expertise and personal networks. That was obviously a strength for some, and also shows just the ingenuity that a community can bring when you bring together a bunch of different expertise, which is kind of what happened with the government approach too, which I'm sure you've heard about today, and how a lot of the same conversations that were happening with these informal personal networks at the grassroots level were also happening within the federal government, where different people with different expertise and different agencies were able to get together on these skunk works groups, which is a new word to me, but I do love it, to basically put their heads together in this informal capacity and try to at least usher in open source practices to potentially patch the holes within the supply chain the PPE supply chain that we all saw back in March, April, May, and honestly ongoing. So yeah.
Great. I will spend just a few minutes talking about another one of our broader recommendation, or another broader observation we made throughout this process, which is related to regulatory challenges, which will be, again, no surprise to you all. And Megan really hinted at this during her presentation earlier. And she talked about a sort of gray area in standards, which I think is a great way of describing what was going on with open source hardware communities who were willing and able, to manufacture a wide range of necessary equipment and supplies, but faced standards and regulations that were not set up for them. They were set up for an entirely different system. And so often these, the open source hardware communities would need to navigate a prioritization between moving very quickly on the one hand, and on the other hand, taking a more conservative approach to regulatory compliance. So again, there's so much more to be said about this, and we could get into this for much longer, but a few of the strategies taken by open source hardware communities included things like developing their own safety and regulatory guidelines and procedures. They included complying with the spirit of regulations when it was not possible to comply fully or get the full approval process for regulatory approval under what would normally be the case in a different kind of situation. There was often a level of informal assessment by medical and legal experts, a lot of times coming from that network that Alex mentioned. And then finally, and this happened sort of more and more throughout the whole process, umbrella organizations and intermediaries really stepped in to begin to identify common standards and protocols that the entire movement could really take advantage of. I'll mention briefly some recommendations that we would like to make following this broad look at what happened during this response to COVID-19. And they come in these three categories mainly. And the first being that the federal government really should support grassroots open source hardware communities as much as possible. And this could mean a variety of different things. It could include platforms to enable virtual communication, which was a major piece of this. It could include just general support for the development of communities, which would go a long way. And then finally, thinking broadly about the demand signal. So trying to come up with systems for which there can be much more communication between those that needed PPE or medical supplies and those that were able in a position to provide them, namely these grassroots open source hardware communities. So, you know, Megan talked about this too, but creating this network before a crisis would allow for these lines of communication to really be much more effective when there's much more urgency in how everything plays out. Another piece of this is to think about also within the federal government and to support those formal and also ad hoc communities of federal practitioners who can understand and value open source hardware approaches and work to integrate those into everything that's going on. Other recommendations include really developing the infrastructure for how to implement and bring in open source hardware approaches into the broader landscape, including regulators and others evaluating when contributions from non-traditional designers and creators are likely to be important, safe, and necessary, etc. And then finally, related to standards and regulations, I think the onus is, again, on the regulators and other federal parties to identify opportunities for communities themselves to create the infrastructure needed, things like community evaluation and peer review, things like the NIH 3D print exchange, and in general, work to translate those formal standards and benchmarks and testing to allow them to be used in non-standard settings. So I'll mention briefly, or never mind, Alex, over to you. And then after that, I'll mention briefly another project.
Yeah, so I think that to sum up what we've said, right now is an inflection point, and that can be seen through the day one project proposals that are currently being circulated, and we're already bolstered up. Day one being some science and technology policy proposals for day one of the Biden administration, and 3 tackle certain open source hardware practices, and it's working into federal infrastructure and then also future policy, which is super exciting. And that only adds to the executive orders that the Biden administration has already put out on supply chain on the public health side, and then also supply chain just in general. And that is to create a faster response in crises, both of the biological manner, like in a pandemic, but then also generally other issues and other issues in the supply chain moving forward. So it does feel like right now is open source hardware's time to broaden the perspectives of the federal government through these executive orders and future actions that they could potentially be worked into.
So all of this builds into these broader questions that we're interested in tackling both through this initiative and through broader ones. And again, would love to engage with any of you on these kinds of questions. Thinking about how the response to COVID-19 shortages demonstrates strengths and limitations of open source hardware and associated communities, how communities organize to achieve impact and move from informal to formal structures, and how do open source hardware communities and other grassroots communities interact with existing legal and regulatory frameworks. And I'll just mention very briefly, because I know we're out of time, that many of these questions and others are also explored in this policy brief, which actually is newly available today, which we at the Wilson Center worked on with co-authors Shannon Does-Megan and Jenny Malloy. And this policy brief really makes the case for public policy audiences as to sort of why open hardware works and why we need to think differently about how the US invests in tools for science. And this policy brief builds on a series of articles and a workshop that we hosted last fall with 22 experts. I think many of you are here today from open hardware and open science communities, where we worked together to outline key messages for public policy audiences and really delved into those through these articles on Medium through the Journal of Open Hardware. So encourage you all to check that out. And again, get in touch with us if you're interested in these issues, and we'll broadly be thinking about how we communicate about open hardware to public policy audiences and sort of follow up on some of these really big questions related to both COVID and the broader landscape of science.
Hi, that was great. Thank you, Alex and Allison. Sorry about those technical difficulties. We're going to have to move right along, but we're going to keep up with this theme. So next up, we have Julian Sterling. And he's going to talk about transitioning an open hardware project to to distributed medical device production, which sounds interesting. Distributed production is always an interesting topic. All right, Julian, if you're ready.
Cool. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good to go.
Okay, let's try and get this screen share working. Select. Okay, hopefully that works. So. Right. So, yeah, my talk's on transitioning. Okay, sorry. My talk's on transitioning an open hardware project to a distributed medical device production, and I'm mostly going to talk about the actual the design and how you actually move it towards sort of a medical design. So. Going to talk a little bit about our project, which is the Open Flexure project, talk about specific challenges of medical device design, and then next step as we move towards distributed manufacturing. So the Open Flexure project, unlike most of the sort of open source medical projects, it's pre-COVID-19, so it's a 3D printed microscope. And so 3D printing, it allows you to make completely unique structures. And it's designed so it's optimized for printing in plastic. It's not just a cheap imitation of a metal microscope, and it's set up so anyone can reproduce the design. And so very quickly, why does it look like that? So you have to think about what a microscope is. People always think about the optics. They think there's a light source, there's some lenses. But the hardest part of building a microscope is you need to move the sample around to see what you want. You need to move the sample up and down to get it into focus. And if you don't do that well, there's all sorts of things you can attach to a phone that will just about make an image. Somebody will show you a beautiful image because smartphones have such great cameras. You can put a lens in front of them. They don't tell you about the swearing, the hours of poking it, shouting at it, getting annoyed before you eventually get an image. And that's never going to work in a clinic. So a traditional microscope uses things like dovetails, highly machined surfaces to get the very precise motion. Whereas when we're 3D printing, making a dovetail doesn't work well, but we can build flexures. So we thin a piece of plastic and it will bend reproducibly. And then by putting a load of different bits of little flexures across sort of a big monolithic stage, we can actually build up very, very fine, precise motion. And so then, of course, we do need some optics. So we've got a camera sensor. You can build a low-cost version by taking a lens off a camera, off, say, a webcam, turning it round, putting it a distance away from the sensor, and you get sort of quite a good microscope, not good enough for medical use. Or you can actually take a good microscope objective. We actually buy them for about $50 on AliExpress, get another lens just underneath it and a sensor, and then you can actually build a very good quality microscope. And so here we have an image that we've taken of red blood cells. So these this is for malaria diagnosis. So if you want to diagnose malaria, the gold standard is you look for parasites in blood. And so this is actually a stitched together image of multiple 8 megapixel images. And so normally a technician would manually move around and look for parasites in the blood. The microscope's automated. It can move around. You can then zoom in on different areas of this composite image and look for parasites. And so people often ask, like, how much does it really cost to produce a microscope? Do you need to go through all of this? And so a microscope, it might be 30 grand. If you need one in every clinic, that gets expensive, but not as expensive as when you actually start thinking about you want to keep these things running for a long time. So what's the parts cost to keep them running? But most importantly is the engineer travel. So we're talking about malaria diagnosis. We're interested in sub-Saharan Africa. There are often no engineers, company engineers for these microscope companies in the country or sometimes even the continent. So you actually end up paying international travel every time you want to fix a single thing. And so that adds up quickly, and it adds up to be more than the initial cost of the microscope itself. So the Open Flexure project has been built around the ethos of if it can be built locally, it can be repaired locally. So we've produced a lot which in Tanzania, which are being used for trials in Ifakara Health Institute. This is actually a photo in Nairobi of the microscope being produced for educational use. And so now we come to medical manufacturing. So it works, we can build it. How much more is actually needed? And it turns out there's a huge amount to go from something that works, something you can build, to something that you can actually certify as a medical device. And so when I say certify as a medical device, we have to look into the regulatory requirements. So the regulatory requirements for medical devices talk a lot about quality management systems. And the quality management system, it covers the design. Why was it built that way? You know, what decisions did you make? Why did you do this? And that all has to be recorded so you can actually show you've got a quality process. And then it also covers things like procurement. Why did you trust that supplier? Are you going to get the same part every time? Production. How can you ensure it's built properly? Not just this time, the one you test, but every single one you're going to produce. And also the long-term support. You're going to have something out in the real world. People are going to need feedback. They're going to need support. They're going to have complaints. And there's a process you have to do to deal with that. So for us, we're mostly thinking about how we do the quality management system of a design for something that's open source, that's community based. But also, I think that if you're thinking about an open source design for something and you want it to be produced in lots of places, you can't do all of this for people. They're going to have different procurement in different countries. That's why it works. Different people are going to have slightly different production facilities. They're going to want to build it different ways. If they build it different ways, there's a slight design change. But you need to collect all of this information together if you're going to help a manufacturer go through and actually produce something. And so I apologize for lots of slides that pretty much don't have any pictures on. It's because it's all based on the medical device standards, which unfortunately don't have many pictures. But So ISO 13485 is the big one for the medical quality management. And so it requires a project to have a quality manual. The quality manual, they say you take you take the standard, you chop out the certain sections, you paste them into a document, and then you modify them for your particular organization so that they fit what you do. Now, this would be fine if the standard was open, and so Chris talked about this in an earlier talk, but it puts you in a very interesting position if you want to make your quality manual open, because you can't make your quality manual open unless you write it from scratch, and then how do you make sure it nicely relates to ISO 13485? So it comes back to this issue of open standards. But then also to meet ISO 13485, you need to have documented design procedures. We go through and we do review meetings every so often, but you need to have minutes of these meetings. You need to have planning. You need to have specifications. And so these are things that we all do. We don't just sort of walk into a lab and start, I don't know, printing something. When you get your CAD out, you make a plan, but you don't necessarily record it in a way that somebody else can understand it. And that's the important point of ISO 13485 mostly, is making you write down all of the things that you half thought about that were really important, or you did think about fully, which were really important, but that record gets lost when you just sort of carry on. And a big part of it is control of the design and development changes. So this is something that projects that design in the open can do very well. A lot of them are on GitHub or GitLab. And so you've got a copy of the design over time. And importantly, all of the changes, you've hopefully discussed them in the open. So you've got more than just the design over time. You've got why it happened. So a key part of this is the manufacturer is ultimately responsible for any medical device that goes on the market. So if you say, I want to do distributed manufacturing of a medical device, any manufacturer that's putting that out there has to be sure that the device does what it's meant to. So there's the quality management that goes into them making sure they produce the design as it's meant to, but there's also the level that they have to be sure that the design does what it's meant to. And so a regulator can ask them questions about why it does certain things. And so there's all of this design thinking. So if you create a medical device, it can be the most fantastic and perfect device in the world. But if you only share the final design, it's useless for production unless the company is willing to say that you are ISO 13485 accredited and they are willing to trust you and take all of that responsibility, which is very unlikely. They can't sign a legal contract to offload that responsibility onto you. They have to take responsibility. If they want to take responsibility, they'll want to see all of the documentation to show that you've followed all of these steps. You've got records for your meetings, you're audited, etc. And so this is the difficult part. And so I think for an open medical device design, we really need to be thinking about how we get all of this information in the right places so people can trust us. So why is all this required? It sounds quite onerous, but I think the important point that came up so many times in the pandemic is building an air pump is pretty easy. I mean, I could get a vacuum cleaner and turn it on and off. Of course, most of the open source ventilators that were made were much more sophisticated than that. But at the end of the day, you have to not only ensure that your ventilator is safe to go on a patient, but it's safe to stay on a patient for maybe weeks at a time, and to then carefully take them off as they return to normal breathing. And so there's all of this. There's all of this risk that you're taking. And so the way that they mitigate risk for medical devices is they make sure you've documented every piece of thinking. So in your ventilator, you decided to put this valve here rather than here. Why? Why did you do that? You know, that should be recorded. So let's say if it ever goes wrong, they can go back and check that you did your due diligence on the design. So how would an open medical device design work? And I think one of the key issues here is to separate in our minds design, like the final design for manufacturing, from the original prototyping. And so we're prototyping. At some point, we start to formalize the design. But we can help ourselves while we're doing the prototyping. if we design openly and we move all the conversation online, then everyone knows, the more the conversation's online, the more of, how's best to say this? Sorry. So if you're, let's say I'm designing with someone and I share a lab with them. We have a conversation, it's not recorded, it's lost. If we do it online, there's a record of all the conversations. There's a record in, say, an online forum. There's a record in the version control. And you need to document all of your decisions and mistakes. And so then when you turn into the actual final design process, you start to formalize the roles. I'm in charge of making sure that when somebody makes a change to the structure, it gets reviewed. And so you formalize those roles. You formalize how you do the reviews. You formalize making sure there are discussions at certain periods to periodically review things, to periodically check things. You make sure those discussions are minuted, and then you need to formalize all of the documentation and planning. So most of making the medical design is just formalizing your process and making sure it's very clear who is in charge of which part. So how do we actually do this in practice? I think we can learn a lot from the software industry. So for instance, DevOps platforms like GitLab, they've got the version control. You can actually set roles, you can set reviews. And so when somebody wants to make a merge request, you can review different parts of it. You've got automation for automated testing. We're building our own program called Git Building for automated hardware documentation that does your bills of materials, etc. And then another big part of it is sort of the transparent governance and open communication. So, I mean, just starting by having a forum just gets all of these conversations recorded for posterity, and you get all of this extra knowledge in. But platforms need to guide teams through how they actually quality manage their design, rather than everybody having to wade through the international standards, which are one, closed, and two, incredibly hard to understand, even if you do get a consultant helping you. And so in the case of the microscope, we've got, I drew out this little roadmap of, we've got locally built working prototypes. At the university, we need to do failure mode analysis, finalize the design for manufacture. Our partners in Tanzania, who will be the first producers, Bongo Tech and Research, they need to actually start making their quality management system, making sure it's up to ISO 13485 for all their production and procurement. But then part of that will be getting training and accredited from the Tanzania Bureau of Standards and Tanzania Medical Devices Authority. But it's actually the first in vitro diagnostic device to be made in Tanzania. So this is a learning process not only for Bongo Tech and Research, but also for the standards agencies in Tanzania. And then as part of that, we work with Ifakara Health Institute for gathering clinical evidence. So yes, we've had it working. We've had it working for years, and we've taken lots of data. It works well, but the actual final step to get it into a hospital is probably at least as much work again. And so I think my quick summary is that designing a prototype really is only the first start for something like a medical device, and we all really need to work together on how we work together. And I'd just quickly like to acknowledge that there's a huge team behind the Open Flexure project. We've never all met in person together, so I had to use GIMP to try and sort of add everybody into this composite photo. And I'd also like to thank our growing community of people that are helping out with the project.
Kat, you're muted.
Hi. It had to happen at least once. Okay, so everyone, next up, that was great. I love seeing some good open source software, building some good open source hardware. Next up, we're going to have Fred Benenson, who's going to talk about Breadwinner. I also want to remind everyone to take the survey. I'll post it in the chat here in a second. The survey helps us basically figure out what OSHWA is going to do in the next couple of years. So it's really important you take it. And with that, I will turn it over to Fred Benenson.
Hey there. Thanks for having me. I have to say, I've been on the edge of this community for, I don't know, it must be decades, and I never thought I would be like in it. And so I'm really happy to be here. Thank you all so much for having me. I go way back with Alicia when I was working for Creative Commons, which is kind of how I kind of opened my mind to this stuff. But I'm here to talk to you about Breadwinner, which is a hardware-driven community I've been building over the last year. But let me give you a little bit more about how I got here. I assume everyone can see my slides, and that's all set. Let me know if you can't see my slides. Okay. So in 2005, I worked for Creative Commons and would eventually work. I'd started as an intern and kind of got exposed to the open source community. I loved working on Wikipedia stuff. And then I did grad school at NYU, at ITP, and then worked for Creative Commons after that. In 2009, I took a job at Kickstarter, and around that time, I had my first introduction to what sourdough was. I got a class at Brooklyn Kitchen in New York, and they did a great job of explaining it. And it kind of like blew my mind. Like, there's this little jar with this like yeast thing in it, and this bacteria, and you have to feed it every day, and it's got like a name, and it's got all these like individual characteristics. And I was just fascinated by that, and it stuck with me. And I started trying to make sourdough at home, and it was like, okay. And my job at Kickstarter kind of took off and took over my life, and I realized I didn't have any time for it. I left Kickstarter in 2016. I took a job at Y Combinator, and I was doing data science work all along the way, and realized that being on the investment side of things was probably not for me, and I wanted to get back to making things. So I left Y Combinator. I was like, I'm going to spend some time doing what I want to do. And I was like, what do I have time for now that I don't have a full-time job? And I was like, I was thinking back, and I was like, I like making bread. Like, that was a thing that like it took enough time at home that like I haven't been able to do that. So I got back into it, and that was around 2018. So ever since then, I've just been baking bread as a hobbyist, which is funny because that became a really big deal in 2020. And it was just kind of a total coincidence. I had been inspired to start working on Breadwinner before the pandemic. Everyone always asked me that question. And then it became quite an interesting intersection of reality and interest and projects. So that's the rough timeline. Here's some photos of my bread. I like to do a lot of traditional sourdough baking. I'll explain what that means in a minute. If anybody hasn't dabbled in the bread community online, I highly recommend doing it. It's an incredibly positive community. I was just kind of floored at how nice and welcoming people were. There's a lot to learn, and people are really friendly. It's a really great thing. And I think the kind of visual medium that we're all kind of used to working with online now really lends itself to some really nice photography too. So, but let's get into sourdough. Sourdough is the way everyone ate bread up until like the early 20th century. And it's just called sourdough now because it's got this like kind of flavor connotation, but it's really just meant to distinguish from commercially produced bread that really became popular in the 20s and 30s. Before that, it was really hard to make bread in large batches. It required keeping yeast culture alive. And this is actually some of our earliest evidence of baking in Egyptian culture is references to culture, like yeast culture, separate from human culture. And recently, some people have been able to resurrect yeast actually from ancient Egypt, 4,500 years old, and reconstitute it and start baking with it. So most of human civilization eating bread over the last couple thousand years used a standard wild yeast starter. And that is a container of yeast and bacteria that live side by side in symbiosis with each other. You feed it once a day, and it grows, and then you put that into the dough, and then it acts as the leavening device. But the crucial part, and the thing that people don't really understand about sourdough, is that the bacteria that lives alongside of the yeast is contributing the flavor. The yeast does the leavening, and it has some flavor, but the main event for flavor is the bacteria, and they live in a symbiotic relationship with the yeast. I'm not going to get that into it, but it's part of the kind of fermentation world, and I really encourage you to check out a book called Never Home Alone. There's a great chapter in there about sourdough and how good bacteria works in our lives. Why you should consider sourdough? I mean, I don't mean to pitch you hard on this, but it's way more fulfilling than buying bread. Your friends and family are going to totally love it. It's really fun maintaining a starter because you can kind of see it changes, and you start to learn a little bit about the biology. And then, like, again, your friends and family are going to love it. It's a really fun thing. Now that we're all kind of getting out of the pandemic, bringing a loaf of fresh baked bread over to somebody's house, there's like nothing like it. Okay, so kind of explain the nature of a starter. But one of the hardest parts as a sourdough baker when you're beginning to learn is like taming this thing. It's this like magic jar of fungal bacteria and fungus and bacteria, and it's kind of doing its thing. And it was really hard for me to kind of wrap my head around when it was good and when it was bad. And it turns out other people have this problem. There have been a number of kind of open source projects that have tackled tracking starters. And I think I saw this one on Reddit a year ago. There was also a computer vision one by someone named Justin Lamb, and then a Twilio engineer named Christine Sunu did a project integrating Twilio's GSM hardware into that. And so these ideas have been kind of floating around in the sourdough community, and I was inspired by them. I was like, this is super cool. I wonder if I can build it. But I was also realizing that there's probably a device here like that people would buy. I mean, the first comment on the Reddit thread for this guy's lid is that somebody wants him to put it on Kickstarter yesterday. And so I was like, well, I worked at Kickstarter, and I kind of like making things. I love bread, and this is kind of a data project, and I'm a data engineer and data scientist, and like, wow, that'd be cool if I made one of these. And I was like, it'd be interesting to turn this into like a product, and then your yeast could have a website, and it could have a profile, and there would be this kind of opportunity to show off your starter, because one of the big things in the sourdough community is people name their starters, and some people get really into kind of trying to identify their characteristics. And so all of these projects, the open source ones, they just monitor the height of the starter after feeding, and it takes about 12 to 24 hours to rise up. And there's a number of ways you can do that: ultrasonic sensor, time of flight sensor. But that rise of your starter is a pretty good proxy for how active it is. And if it's not rising fast enough, then your bread isn't going to turn out any good. And get lots more into that. But if you're a sourdough baker, paying attention to your starters rising and falling and the temperature it's at is really important. So I started experimenting with the hardware. A good friend of mine, Star Simpson, was like, Fred, you should just build this yourself. And so, I busted out the Arduino, started hacking around on it, built a little sensor here, started talking to my friends. I was in contact with a friend of mine named Sarah Pavis, who's a mechanical engineer. She seemed to totally understand the idea, and she was a mechanical engineer for hire. So I was like, let's try building a prototype. So these are some of our first versions of it, and we kind of always had an idea of like, okay, how are we going to manufacture this thing? So that's where we're at now. A couple weeks ago, I announced 50 units for sale. These are 3D printed prototypes with feather wing boards inside them. They're working, and they're tied to a Breadwinner community website, which I've also been working on. This is Breadwinner right now. It's a website where you can scroll and look through other people baking. There's lots of people on there posting their bakes. There's lots of detail about the bakes, the kind of stuff that would never fit on Instagram, and some really fun kind of discovery tools to find new recipes. You can see who's baking what. I had a lot of fun building this little JavaScript interactive widget so you can understand baking percentages, which is a kind of a nuanced way of learning recipes in the baking world. But here's the main event, which is the dashboard for your starter. This is real data from one of my starters coming from the lid. You can see it's a little noisy, but built some kind of interesting tooling and notification around it where it will send you an email or an SMS. or a browser notification when your starter is ripe. Knowing that point is key for bakers. A lot of people want to know, okay, over the course of the day, when's the best time to bake with it? My eventual hope is that we could kind of control this thing through temperature. That's another story. Today, I'm open sourcing the code for the firmware. It's an ESP32. It's under the GPL v3 license. It's on breadwinner-life/community-hardware on GitHub. I can post the link in the chat if you guys would like. I'm also releasing the hardware CAD design that Sarah worked on under a Creative Commons share alike license. This requires a little bit of work to get working, but like it's pretty close, and you should be able to do it if you buy all this hardware. This is the bill of materials. I'm just going to skip through it. It's pretty straightforward stuff. Everyone's been using the VL6180 time of flight sensor, really standard temperature thermometer. Pretty straightforward stuff. It's a stack that goes in the middle. Okay, so what is this? I am releasing this as kind of a thank you back to the community of people who inspired me on this. I don't really know what's going to happen next. I would love to hear what you think about the code. It's kind of a cry for help. I haven't written firmware code in a really long time. I think it works pretty well. It's pretty stable. I'm pretty proud of some parts of how it works. And you can get some insight into kind of how I've been building Breadwinner. What this isn't. Good code that I'm proud of. It really just works. If it were a different application, it would probably be a little bit cleaner. It's not really going to be the production code. I don't know what that's going to look like. We're in early days. It's not a real client for Breadwinner yet. I would hope that you don't try writing to my API. If you want to just get this working as a curiosity, it's all on you. But we can talk about that. I would love it if people downloaded this and I saw people using it. Sorry. So if you're inspired by this and you want to give it a shot and you have a 3D printer and you want to go buy those materials, try it out. Let me know what you think. Or if you just want to go review some code and let me know what you think there. I'm open to the idea that there would be a Breadwinner community of community supported devices. There's some like nuance in terms of like how accurate that data is going to be. The device that we're building right now, I actually have one right here. This is a recent one. I apologize for the black FDM filament plaster. Sarah's run out of the white one. They're going to be white, but I'm calling this the Darth Vader edition. I can show you a little bit of how it works. There's a middle part which kind of contains the electronics. There's a little bit of a glass, a little bit of glass to protect the sensor. It goes in there, slots in. There's a USB cord. We're not battery operated yet, but it's calibrated to a 16-ounce ball mason jar. So all the math that it does to calculate the rise height and that kind of thing requires the kind of assumption that you're working with a wide mouth mason jar. If you were to build one of these yourself, I think it would probably be okay, but it's a little bit open-ended, and I just kind of want to see if people try that. If you do, I can give you API access, but for now, we're kind of like thinking about, okay, how do we manufacture this thing for real? Okay, so that's the kind of like main open source part. Like I said, if you try this at home, let me know. We can talk about API access. I'd also kind of open to other suggestions about how the open hardware community might support this whole thing. The really interesting part about Breadwinner is what we're going to be able to do with the data. So there's lots of interesting questions you can answer about your own starter, but when you have other people's starters, let's say dozens of them inside the system, which is what we're going to have in a couple weeks, you can start to pay attention to trends, and you can start correlating, okay, this starter's rising faster than these other ones, like what's that person doing? And we're going to make all the dashboards public and that kind of thing. So we'll be able to see that, but as somebody who kind of looks at data in aggregate a lot, I'm really excited to see kind of the different performance characteristics about starters. And you can imagine correlating some of that stuff with your temperature or location. Having that aggregate data in one system from people who are sending that data from across the world is amazing. Okay, that's about it. I can kind of go through some of the data questions, but I just kind of wanted to inspire you guys. Please reach out. Fred@breadwinner.life is my email. Check us out on GitHub. Find us on Twitter. And hopefully we'll have a Kickstarter in a month or two where we're going to have a production version of this thing ready to sell to bakers who don't care about open hardware, which is going to be an interesting threshold. So thanks very much for listening. Let me know if you get into baking. It's been a pleasure.
This is great. You should go read the comments in the chat. Everyone is super excited. This has been everyone's pandemic hobby. I'm sure everyone is just freaking out about open hardware bread. Okay, so next up, we're going to change, and thanks very much, Fred. So next up, we're going to have Laura Little and Allison Stewart come speak to us. And so the title of their talk is, What's the Buzz About? The Rise of Open Personal Sex Tech. And they'll have a little disclaimer at the beginning, so why don't we let them get started?
Hello, everyone. Hi. Thank you so much. Let me just get my application window. There we go. Nice. Perfect. Great. Thank you so much, everyone. It's super nice to be here. And I'm Alice, and I'm here with Laura today. Just before we start, as this talk covers subjects that are potentially sensitive or intimate and vulnerable, we just want to take a moment to acknowledge this. So we have this slide up here. We want to encourage discussion and imagination around sex, but we won't be covering sexualized imagery. We want to ensure everyone feels comfortable and included. So before we start, now is a moment just to check in with yourself or your guardian. Before we continue, make a call about how or whether you want to experience this presentation. If you're not sure, then we're going to record this talk, so you can watch it at a later date if you're unsure right now. And also just to make sure this space remains a productive and fun space to be, just take a moment to read through the expected behaviors on the right-hand side here, just a couple of moments. Laura and I will be hanging around in the chat after this, and we'll be watching the chat. So feel free to reach out for whatever reason. So I'll just give a couple of moments, and then we'll begin. So the title of our talk is What's the Buzz About? The Rise of Open Personal Sex Tech. And I'll let Laura introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Laura. I'm a Los Angeles-based electrical engineer. I'm a reformed drone wrangler at USC and NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory here. I'm a sex tech design blogger for my blog Inside Sex Toys, where I kind of dive into sex toys, whether they're open or closed source, and try and help to show people that this is technology that you can interact with and remix for your own purposes. And I am enticingly hireable, so just note that.
And I'm Alice. I am a self-taught creative technologist and educator. I have a background in art and design, so I owe a lot of my career to open source. I've established hackspaces at a few different art universities in the UK with the aim of teaching people how to use hardware and stuff within their practice. And I have a specific interest in sex and intimate technologies. In 2019, I founded Touchy Feely Tech. We're a sex tech company stimulating sexual well-being through shared experiences. And we make hackable DIY vibrator kits, which are assembled in group workshops to encourage personal discovery and increase interest in STEM topics.
So here's kind of what we're going to be going over today. We already said hi, hello again. We're going to be looking at the state of the industry. What are the companies, what are the groups that you should really know about? What's the press saying? Maybe also some good things to Google afterwards if you're still curious. We're going to talk about what matters, what makes a good sex tech project or a good sex tech startup. What do we really need to be watching out for to make sure that we're doing good instead of harm? We're going to be spotlighting the open source sex tech scene. So looking at some of the people making waves, maybe some of the ways you can get involved. We're going to look at why open source can help or where open source can help. That's why we're here. We want you to be able to get involved, and we think there are some great ways you can. And then finally, we're going to be talking about the future. If this was some dead field where everything had been done, we wouldn't be here. So, we want to be talking about what's our vision for the future and bringing you in on that too.
Great. So before we jump in, I just wanted to have a small warm up. I'd like you to write in the chat, when you hear the words DIY or open source sex tech, what comes to mind for you? Is it messy? Is it sexy? Is it safe? Is it something you talk about with a friend? Who is it actually for? Is it for yourself or is it for somebody else? Just want to, I'm not sure if I can see the comments coming in actually. I might have to, can you see the comments, Laura?
I've got them, I think. Back? Yeah.
So, what are you seeing?
Let's see. Not much yet. One sec.
Apparently there's a bit of a delay with the audience comments. Well,
the event chat. Okay, yeah. So if people think customizable, they think it's a vibrant topic. They're excited to see it here. We're excited to see it here too. They're thinking, what about security? What's going on with that? They're thinking Mario sex party. Why the heck not, right? And
amazing.
Yeah, so I mean, people are all over the place. And honestly, we are too. This is exactly kind of the response we were hoping for. There's a lot to discuss, a lot to look at here.
Definitely. So also perhaps when you think of open source sex tech, some of these headlines might come to mind. So some of you might have already seen these. There are a few recent appearances of sex tech in the news. The articles that the press like to write about this space are usually very prophetic about the dangers of sex tech, whether that's security vulnerabilities or new and absurd, possibly life-threatening uses of sex toys. And the sex tech industry has a very strong sense of virality, and especially the press loves to cover projects that are exploratory and experimental, basically more weird. But of course, the industry is a lot more broad and varied than this. On a grassroots level, there's a really strong and emergent open source sex tech scene that myself and Laura are really grateful to be a part of. And it's led by a number of dedicated communities. For example, the Nogasm project, which is a software and hardware for Arduino orgasm prediction and detection. There's the buttplug open source software, which I'll dive into a bit later, but it's one of the most popular open source sex softwares out there. There are things like the BI2, the tiny yet powerful internet-connected vibrator development board developed by Body Interaction and sold on Tindy. And an honorable mention to Spacebuck's Double O board that takes a small AA vibrator form factor and converts it into an internet-connected device, which this board appears to be one of the first and only sex tech projects certified by the Open Source Hardware Association. And we also have startups and small businesses working between prototype and mass manufacture, welcomed by platforms like Indiegogo and more recently Kickstarter. And this development and acceptance of public interest in recent years has been really significant, perhaps in the last year alone because of the pandemic, increasing everyone's interest in the space, and also notable progress since an infamous 20-year-old patent expired that prohibited businesses from developing teledildonic stimulation devices.
And then kind of more at the big corporate level, to be completely honest with you, most of the big corporations are not doing open source hardware, but a lot of the groups that are doing teledildonics or internet connected things do have APIs that are exposed that have really kind of spawned what I would say is sort of a cottage industry or ecosystem of peripherals and open software projects around them. For example, Lovence is a platform of toys that's used a lot by couples long distance, and then also by webcam models. And so those are both groups who are interested in exploring new things. And so people are playing around with the software side a lot on those. And then also, within the last couple of years, Laura DiCarlo, very high profile, splashy sex tech company, kind of pushed its way into CES. And this is just kind of an example of, whether it's at a conference like this or at CES or in funding circles, sex tech companies are on the rise and starting to be seen as a little more acceptable. I also just want to mention before we leave this slide that not everyone in this space would necessarily think of themselves as sex tech or as tech at all. People have been making things to interact with their bodies and with their sexuality since, humans started poking around with sticks. And so, there are a lot of folks, especially in like the BDSM DIY community, who we may have a lot of overlapping interests with, but who may just use different language. And so outreach there can be really important.
Great. So what matters in open source sex tech? Of course, having fun is a really big part of it. And in the workshops that I run with Touchy Feely Tech, I've experienced firsthand how engaging with this making process opens up a really productive shared space for exploration and conversations around sexual health and pleasure. And also at the same time, highlighting the certain technological blind spots that are reinforced by this taboo and stigma. And the ability to really customize and hack this kit allows us to really question what we expect from our technology and what the technology that we dream of could or should be. So we're interested in using these do it yourself and do it together methods to kind of restore the agency people have over their possessions. And I have a really nice quote here from Marie Sondergaard, who talks about how designing a vibrator isn't just about designing the shape and the functions, but designing a space for exploration and for sharing knowledge, asking questions, and demanding a respectful and open attitude to a diversity of sexual desires and experiences.
if you take one thing away from this presentation, frankly, I hope it's this, that our values really matter, writ large, but especially within sex tech. The Open Source Hardware Association is all about creating technology that's accessible, that's collaborative, and that respects user freedom. And since we submitted this talk proposal, something pretty big has happened. Alice, can I have the slide? An open source community that just saw the reinstatement of Richard Stallman to the board of the Free Software Foundation must put its own house in order and actively reject the use of sexuality as a weapon before we can ever attempt to interface with it as a productive tool. We have to make sure we're not doing harm before we start trying to help people interact and explore their sexuality. And the stakeholders in this space are underrepresented and they are vulnerable. We're looking at, there's a lot of women, there's a lot of sex workers, and these aren't just throwaway toys. These are spaces for people to explore their bodies, which are contested spaces, or even to make a living. And it matters. It matters a whole heck of a lot. So this needs to be a field that's approached with respect and with seriousness.
So we'd like to now spotlight a few projects in the space that we feel are super exciting. One of the more popular figures in the open source sex tech scene is Carl McCulis, or QDot, who's the creator of the butt plug sex toy control software. And the project's Discord is nearing 1,000 members. The work of this community serves as an accessible entry point for newbies and experienced engineers alike. And the mission really of this community is to uphold a standard that means that traditionally underserved users of sex tech are able to make use of these DIY and open source methods to enable both their work, their livelihoods, and also their play. So this work really feeds also into the corporate levels of the industry, and it highlights the importance of issues like privacy and security in the development of internet-connected hardware. So this community is doing a lot of things on a lot of different scales, which I thought was super exciting to share.
And then next, on kind of more of a grassroots community or grassroots level, you might say, is the Kinky Makers community. This is a group that's sort of based around a Discord and a wiki and enabling people to bring their own ideas to life. On the upper right-hand corner of your screen, you'll see a neat blowjob trainer product that they recently launched, and you can actually go out and buy. Super cool. In the bottom right-hand corner, open source sex machine, which actually is replicating the capabilities of toys that generally cost anywhere between like $400 and $1,000. And so making it so you can actually have one and that it's going to actually fit your body really well. And this is a really neat group because, they're really enabling people with any kind of desire, any kind of interest to jump in and sort of hitch their project up to the wagon of a big community with a lot of technical knowledge. And frankly, this would be definitely one of the better places to get involved. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Next, here's where open source can help. This is why we're here. We want you to get involved. We want you to, to be interested in this, hopefully beyond this talk. And first, accessibility. It can be really hard to talk about your body in a vulnerable way. I think we all know that. But sometimes, tech can be intimidating too, but it's a little bit easier to talk about turning a motor on and off, and then maybe to talk about why you would want to turn that motor on and off, and then maybe to talk about how that interfaces with your sexuality. So open source can be a really great bridge for bringing people's bodies, their desires together with technology and with community, and not just for people with, heteronormative, cis-normative, able bodies, but for people with all kinds of different bodies that may not traditionally see themselves represented in technology. Security is really important. Someone mentioned in the chat the example of the Cellmate, which was a internet-connected chastity device where massive security vulnerabilities were revealed that could allow someone from across the globe to lock you in literally forever. It's closed source and didn't have a lot of follow-on engineering capability. So that project's basically dead in the water with thousands of units out in the public. Open source obviously could have allowed that hopefully to be caught earlier with an open code base and hardware designs, but also then could have allowed people who already had it to be able to revive their device and still use it. This is kind of where my blog comes in, Inside Sex Toys, where we're opening up closed source tech and looking inside. And oftentimes we find connections to open source that's already there. For example, the Dame Ava 2 super popular toy that you'll see on the right side of your screen is composed entirely from electronics components that you can actually buy, down to all the chips, all the passives, everything from Adafruit and SparkFun. So you start to look at those BOMs and you start to think, okay, there's already a connection happening here. And yeah, being able to make your own sex tech breeds an intimacy that just makes the product better, even if you're not going to be diving into the code base at all.
And just one quick final note on really rethinking the sort of possibilities and the future of this space. When the pandemic happened, we started to run DIY vibrator design workshops online in Google Slides, just collaboratively. And through doing this, we had some really interesting discoveries about what people really expect from their dream sex tech devices. So, we're having super non-binary results, which include less phallic shapes and more exploratory approaches. People were tackling really big challenges like the menopause, loneliness, transgender issues, and stimulation really wasn't an end goal with this stuff, but a route to discussing these important subjects. And the space was really opened up for people to be able to, have these conversations in a group setting. So really by removing these limits that partly come from closed source approaches, the diversity of the group was really revealed in plain sight. And I think that's a super exciting point to think about the possibilities moving forward with this community and what's really possible.
And then we'll wrap up with this slide. This is what we want. This is what we want the future to look like. Open source needs to be table stakes for companies selling Internet of Things hardware, period. We want to see acceptance of sex tech in tech and investment spaces. Sex tech founders should be able to walk into VC firms or conferences and be taken just as seriously as anyone else with a good business model. Open source community should let all people feel safe to exist and make tech and just to live, whether that's sex tech or not. We want mutual awareness between the DIY and open source tech communities that we talked about earlier that may not already kind of know about each other. And then let's be real, we want some really wild stuff we can't imagine, you haven't imagined yet, and that we definitely can't show in this presentation. But, we think this can be a really fertile ground for exploration, and we hope you'll join us.
So I'll leave you with this question. And here's a few other ways that you can get involved.
Take a screenshot. Yeah.
So Touchy Tech are running a hackathon in a couple of weeks. There's a bunch of other things. You can join a Discord, and there's subreddits. Feel free to take a little picture of these QR codes. And thank you.
That was awesome. Okay, so we have a little break coming up, like a real short break, because we're about 5-6 minutes behind. So we'll just hang out for like 2-3 minutes. If you don't have anything else you're doing, go take the OSHWA survey. And we'll come back at 11:50 PST, which should be 2:50, or yeah, that's 2:50 EST. Yeah. So we'll see you in a couple minutes. All right, everyone's back. Give you 1 second to get your attention. Hopefully everyone got some water, ran to the restroom, grabbed the cat, something like that. So next up, we have Helen Lee. And so Helen is a creative technologist and a hardware hacker and head of community at Crowd Supply. And Helen is going to tell us about robot unicorns, Mooncello gloves, and open technology. So I'll let Helen take it away.
Hello, good afternoon from Portland. Yes, so let me just bring up my slides so you can see what I'm talking about. One moment. Okay, so hopefully you can see my slides now. Let me know if you can't see that full screen, but I'm assuming you can, as nobody's interrupted me. So hello, I'm Helen Lee. For those of you who don't know me, I am head of community at Crowd Supply, where I work with engineers to help them bring their projects to market and their open hardware products. I get to work with all sorts of awesome people and scout for open hardware from around the world, so it's a really fun job. I'm also a massive hardware dork, and I make lots of experimental electronics for fun, some of which I'm going to show to you today. I will tell you that I am not a trained engineer, and I learned all of the tech that I know in a non-traditional grassroots manner, which is one of the things I really wanted to talk to you about today. And I also wanted to talk a little bit about my own personal practice of collaboration and openness, including a short tale of how one of my projects changed over the course of its lifetime through a series of collaborations with different people, from art things to education things, from project to product. And I'm also going to take a look at some other cool open source hardware projects from other people. So you'll find me on Twitter. You can see the addresses there, and there's my email address as well. I'll show the slide at the end. And also just a note to say, at the end of this, there is a slide with links to everything that I talk about today. And that slide is up on my GitHub. I will share this presentation on my Twitter after this. So without further ado, let's get going. All right, so this is a very old project of mine back from back when I lived in London, which seems like a very long time ago now. I made this project in a fit of pique about like this really boring mass-produced education robot that I was working on, which shall remain nameless. But it was like super gendered and super boring, and it did everything you're supposed to do. So I wanted to make this robot that was ineffective and had loads of personality and was really fun. And I made this herd of robot unicorns as a reaction to this boring education robots that shall remain nameless. And I made this while I was resident at a hackerspace in London called Machines Room. And that's really where my journey with open hardware started, was at that makerspace. This makerspace that I was part of, it had this amazing, it's closed now, you know, landlords putting up rent, that's what happens in big cities, but it had this really amazing culture of openness and sharing, not in a very grassroots way, right? So people would come in with their tools, there'd be woodworkers, there'd be like origami artists, there'd be all sorts of different people sharing information and sharing knowledge with each other. And it was pretty common for us after a day of work to do collaborations and teaching each other different skills between different genres, I guess. So it was an incredible experience to have that kind of collaborative grassroots learning experience. Very much like informal learning, grassroots hacker education, you know, learning how to use an oscilloscope in my friend's kitchen, that kind of situation. And it's really exciting. I actually know loads of people who got their technical education this way in recent times through hackerspaces and through the internet. It's pretty exciting. So I made this set of robot unicorns, And I took it, and there's a herd of them. There was a herd of these things with different patterns, different designs, different lights, different colored horns, etc., etc. And I took them on tour around various different institutions, and we raced them. It was really fun. At one of the events that I was racing my herd of robot unicorns at, a leather artist came along, and she was really excited by the robot unicorns, and she proposed that we work on a project together. And this was the first time, I guess, I did a proper collaboration, like an official collaboration with somebody that completely changed the way in which I was working at the time. So basically what we did was we just sat down together in a room for a weekend, and we both used our own skill sets and we mashed them together to make something that neither of us would have been able to do on our own. And it was so beautiful and so such a fun experience. And I learned so much that it made me really, really start to think more about seeking out collaborations on purpose. So at Machines Room, I would do evenings, and we would do like nail art collaborations together. We did like gesture-based origami. There was an origami artist who was resident there as well. So, you know, like, it was just this really nice culture of two people with very different skill sets coming together to make something that was greater than the sum of their parts. Yeah, so this experience really kind of introduced me to the benefits of willful collaboration and explicit openness, which is pretty exciting. So I started seeking out more collaborations on purpose. This was the next evolution of this robot unicorn technology. It's still using like some of the same code and some of the same ideas, but this time I took it along to. This was actually the last hackathon I ever went to. I'm not a big fan of hackathons. I think they're quite exploitative and counterproductive, but you do meet some really, really cool people there. And at this particular hackathon, I met this really awesome artist called Martine, and her job, or her practice was she worked with an observatory in the Netherlands to bounce sounds that she's recorded off the face of the moon, and then record what those sounds sound like when you come back, which introduced this amazing distortion effect. Sometimes it completely failed, and you got these really exciting like white noise loops. It was kind of fun. Anyway, I took her piece of work, which was making those sounds, and I introduced it into the glove. So it's now this glove was then manipulating the sounds that were created by this artist Martine, using gesture. And this is when I started really collaborating a lot more with other artists. Yeah, but also this glove, then I asked a very much more established artist, an artist called Imogen Heap, who's a famous Grammy-winning producer and British British musician, and I asked her. I saw one of the projects she was working on, and I said, "Hey, would you be up for a collaboration? I've done this. You know, I've been working on this series of gesture-controlled gloves, and I know that you've got this really expensive $3,000 Mimu glove, which controls Ableton using gesture and so on. But I'd love to do this for children. I reckon I can get it for under $50. And she was like, yeah, it sounds amazing. And that ended up turning into a project. So this is the Minimu. This is a DIY, sewable, codable, wireable, gesture-controlled instrument designed to teach children the basics of learning to code. And this is really fun. This is actually an open source product as well. We open source like all of the tech that we made in there that's ours, and we also released all of the educational materials through with a Creative Commons license as well. That was the first time I ever really formalized an open source hardware piece of my technology. Before that, like my experiences with open technology were very much more on the, you know, like I bought into the ethos, but I never really bothered to go into the details, you know. Openness was very much a part of my work, but open source hardware was something that other people did until I did this project. And then, so something that was fun after this. So this has gone out, blah blah blah. It's available all around the world, which is a complete trip for me to have my. This is my hand, by the way. It's my hand on the box, so a hand model. Always amuses me. But yeah, so this hand. This glove, which was designed for children, then went out to thousands and thousands of kids. So I mean, like last summer, Red Hat sponsored, I think, 3,000 versions of this kit to go out to schools in the UK as part of a tech summer school for people who are disadvantaged. We're doing it again this year as well, but I think it's more people. But the thing that was really exciting for me is it was doing its purpose. This was designed to create an educational experience for children. But what I hadn't anticipated was, by being super open with this, it became really like musicians started using it as well, which is not what I'd intended. I mean, this is a $35 kit, right? It's not an official musical instrument. But musicians really started playing with it, which was completely unexpected. And this is one of the musicians who does. So this is Bishi. Bishi's like an absolutely iconic, like electric sitar playing goddess who lives in London and basically has the coolest life that you could possibly imagine. You should all buy her album, and you should all go follow her on Instagram just for the looks alone, even if you're not a big fan of music. Anyway, she started using the glove, and she wasn't a coder even. She started using the glove in her own work, and she learned to code to be able to use the glove to do things that I would never have even thought of, right? So she used the glove to control visuals live on stage, and also to control filters and to control her own vocal looping live on stage with a $35 children's glove made of, like felt, which really was very exciting to me. But that brings me to my point, is when I open up my work, as I gradually opened it up more and more and more, I realized that actually it's not about giving my work to other people. Like, opening up my own work means that I have access to so many things that I don't have, right? Skills I don't have. Think about the leather stitching on that beautiful glove that I made. I would never have been able to do that on my own. But by being open and sharing, I was able to create something much bigger than the sum of its parts. I get knowledge I don't have all the time, especially if I'm working on a complex technical problem. Like, people will chime in and offer you help, which is something you don't get if you're just squirreling all of your knowledge away to yourself. It also gives me time I don't have and ideas I don't have. I never would have thought of using a $35 children's glove to do live looping in an art rock situation. It's being open with my work has created something more than just my work, which is really exciting. Here we are. Yeah, so lots and lots of other people, because I work I've got my toes in quite a lot of different, my fingers, I say, in lots of different pies, like partially because, I write a lot. So as a journalist, I write for Make magazine. So as a journalist, I get to be curious about other people's technical expertise and basically distill it and push it back out to other people. So that's super fun. But in my work and in the course of my travels around the internet, it's been really exciting to me to see that it's not just me. Lots and lots of people are having exactly the same conversations as I am. So I was watching this amazing talk the other day by Tim Ansell, who is one of my favorite, elite level, hacker type people. He does loads of pretty cool stuff, including working on the Skywater PDK, which is removing a huge barrier for open source chip design. So really recommend checking out his work. Anyway, he's giving us talk about Tomu, which is one of his projects, and it's this, right? It's basically it's one next to the dime. I don't know why I'm pointing at my screen. You obviously can't see what I'm gesturing at, but the Tomu is this absolutely teeny tiny little device with a microcontroller that sits inside your USB device. Now, Tim's talk was really interesting. He talked about the development of this tiny little device, about how it was solving a problem for him, and also how he couldn't, like, he made this piece of hardware, but he couldn't really, he didn't really want to spend the time developing the firmware he wanted for it. So he said in this talk that like, I'm an open source developer, so I know the solution to this. First, you make the hardware open source, then you make a lot of your devices and give them out to people. And eventually somebody was silly enough to write the software that I wanted on the hardware. And I just thought that was such a lovely example of somebody who doesn't really necessarily have the time to create something in its entirety and hold on to it, able to push it out into the community by creating these open hardware devices and then extend the functionality of that device. So the cool thing about Tomu is it also had this, it's now created, because it's open hardware as well, it's created this whole range of really awesome things. We've got Tomu, we've got the FOMU, which is the FPGA version, we've got the SOMU, which is the security key one, and then we've got like the COMU and lots of others coming as well, including this one over here from Femto. So it's become, because it's open source hardware, it's become this ecosystem of tiny little boards that are all just learning from each other and iterating on. Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a couple minutes to wrap up here.
Yeah, this is my last. I've got one more slide. Cool. Yeah, that's good. So it's been really cool to watch like this particular project move from one guy being annoyed at some expensive hardware to something that has become this whole ecosystem of cool tiny boards that fit in your USB port. And together they've raised over $175,000 in crowdfunding just from this small little ecosystem of boards. So that's pretty cool. And then the last thing I wanted to show, which wasn't going to be in this talk, but it happened last night and I thought it was kind of fun, is this little board here. This is the T-Guard. It's a hardware hacking device, very powerful. Lots of people love it. And it's only just gone out. So it's from Portland. It's from Joe Fitz, who's a security researcher who lives in Portland, and he sent it out all over the world. And last night, someone in London received their device, and they were really excited about it. And they ended up creating. Last night, while I was sitting around finalizing my slides, they made this little case in London. He went to bed. I started printing the same thing. And I just thought it was so cool. It's gone from Portland to London. And then same day, this guy has made this CAD file. I was able to print it out and put my T-Guard in it. And it's just creating this culture of sharing and openness. All right, so here are all my links. Here are all my links for in my slide. This will be in a thing. And there's the end. But basically, to summarize, I basically just wanted to say, let me just come back to stop the screen so I can actually see everybody. Hello. Yeah, so basically what I really wanted to say is that open source hardware in my own personal practice has enabled like incredible projects and incredible things that I never would have been able to do on my own. And also the ecosystem around open source is now becoming open source hardware is becoming so much more healthy. There's loads of people getting involved. There's people actually making a living from it. It's all really, really exciting. And openness is just basically the future. Like information wants to be free and learning wants to be shared. This is definitely the openness is the future. So I'm really excited to see how the open source hardware community develops over the next few years. I think I'm very happy that I'm part of it. So yeah, let me know. That's it. I'll put these slides on Twitter. And thank you for that 15 minutes. It was a very rapid fire talk.
You're welcome, Ellen. So we're going to go right into the panel. So we have a panel on open hardware chip design. I'm super excited about this. So we have a bunch of people. So Drew Fustini is going to be our moderator, and we're going to have Megan Watts, Mohammed Kassim, Jason Kreidner, and the one and only Bunny on this panel, and I'll let them take it away.
Awesome. I think I need to share. Hello, I'm Drew. I'm going to be moderating the panel, and I just have a few slides to share here at the beginning. So let me go ahead and try and do that here real quick. Okay, so you should be seeing the slides here. So this is the open source chip design panel. And I'm gonna just introduce our panelists here real quick at the beginning. Oops, jumped over Megan. So Megan Wax is currently serves as VP of Hardware Engineering at Sci5, the company founded by the creators of the RISC-V instruction set. She has helped bring the first commercial RISC-V silicon to market in the FE310 chip used in the Hi-5 board from Sci5. Also, let me go back 1 second here. If people want to take a screenshot or write that down real quick, the slides are at that link there. So there are some links in it. So if you want to be able to click on any of the links that you see here in the slides, you can go to that URL. And I will also try and paste it into the chat too when I get a moment. So let me go back. So Megan also served the RISC-V Foundation, RISC-V Foundation as the chair for the debug task group. Prior to joining Sci5, as an early engineer, she designed and implemented secure cryptographic hardware at Rambus. Megan earned her PhD in electrical engineering from Stanford University and her undergraduate degree in engineering from Brown University. In her free time, she swims in the San Francisco Bay and chases her sons up and down San Francisco's hills. And I met Megan at the Hackaday SuperCon in 2019, and she gave an excellent talk about RISC-V and FPGAs. So especially for anyone new to those topics, highly recommend checking out that talk there. Bunny is also joining us today. He's best known for hacking the Xbox, as well as his efforts in designing and manufacturing open source hardware, including the Chibitronics and the Novena DIY laptop. He received a PhD in electrical engineering from MIT, and he currently lives in Singapore. And I thank him very much for joining, because I believe it's 3 a.m., about 3 a.m. or 3:15 a.m. in Singapore right now. And his latest project is the Precursor, which is an open hardware RISC-V system on chip dev kit that started off with the question of, can we build trustable hardware? And he gave a full hour-long talk recently about it, so you can check that out in the link there. Mohammed Qassam is the co-founder and CTO of eFabless Corporation, the world's first community-centric hardware design company, applying community expertise to all aspects of semiconductor product development. The company simplifies the process of developing smart hardware and opens it to anyone. Prior to launching eFabless, Mohammed designed wireless application processors at Texas Instruments, including the integration of major phone functions into a single SoC. Mohammed holds a master's in electrical engineering from the University of Waterloo, and he gave a really exciting talk last month about 45 chips in 30 days, open source ASICs at its best. This is really exciting. I'm sure we'll get into it in the panel. Also, he tweeted recently about the Strive 1, which is a 100% open source SoC microcontroller. And Jason Kreidner is a founder of the BeagleBoard.org Foundation and president of the board. Jason is an independent embedded systems consultant and is a 28-year veteran of Texas Instruments. He developed experience in the design, manufacturing, testing, and applications of integrated circuits used in embedded systems. Some BeagleBoard.org news, the organization became a member of RISC-V International and Open Hardware Group last year. Students can apply to Google Summer of Code right now for BeagleBoard.org. And there's a open chips forum that you can access from that link there to discuss plans for open source RTL chip designs, including FPGAs and silicon. And finally, the Beagle 5 will be launching this year. It's an open hardware board designed to run Linux on RISC-V. So recently, the FOSSI, which is the Free and Open Source Silicon Initiative, and OSHWA, we started drafting documentation to introduce chip design concepts to people that aren't familiar with them. So I just wanted to put these two slides here for people to be able to reference. One kind of talks about FPGAs. The other one kind of talks about the things that are used in designing a chip, HDL, hardware description language, and RTL. I'm sure we'll probably get into that a little bit more in the panel here. So to kick off the opening round of the panel here, I just wanted to go through everyone here and ask, where are you today, since we're virtual? And then why does open source hardware matter to you? And what do you think the benefit of open source development is in chip design? And this could either be for FPGAs or ASICs or both. So let's start with Megan here first.
Hey, dude.
Sorry, I think I can hear you. Can you try again?
Internet.
The
someone
internet's
else.
not- Okay, yes. Well, let's go to Jason then.
Okay. I think my primary role in this panel is to kind of swoon over some of the other people on this panel's work. But I am currently in Texas. Why does open source matter to me? I think this is fundamentally capturing an important part of human knowledge, right? That could easily be isolated and kept from the rest of the world. We're already in a situation where really the manufacturing processes are in essentially meeting in maybe one or two facilities in the world. And I think it's important for more people to kind of understand what's going on and where we're at from a worldwide economic standpoint around that. And so open source hardware really matters for that. And what benefit do you think open source hardware can bring to chip design? It's really about getting the people to have the right chips for the right jobs. I think we can solve so many more problems if people can, efforts like with Bunny's precursor, we can actually learn to have a way to trust the silicon that we're actually using for protecting our own information.
Great, thank you. Bunny, how about you next?
Yeah, sure. Hopefully I'm off mute now. So yeah, I'm in Singapore. It is it's 3:20 a.m. over here, which is it's a little on the late side, but I've since kind of COVID times I've shifted to this really nocturnal schedule, so it's still within my range. So why does open source hardware matter to me? I mean, for me, a lot of it personally, it's about curiosity. I just want to understand everything and know how everything works. And so when I can't get into it, it's personally frustrating. But I think more on an existential basis about agency. It's about not thinking that everything's a black box and that you don't know what's on the inside of it and that you're helpless and that your life is in this cloud thing and you just got locked out of it and what's going to happen and all this sort of stuff. And so trying to keep some feeling of agency and control over the technology instead of technology and control over us. What benefit do I think open source development can bring to chip design? I think chip design is one of those fields which, historically has just been so far from the open world in just culturally, philosophically, and the whole approach just from the very bottom, it's extremely, extremely closed. I think there's a lot of just cultural improvements that can happen in that industry. It would just make it more pleasant for me as from my background to participate in it. But also just beyond that, I think technologically speaking, there's only so many times you need to implement USB core or DDR5, right? And you get it right eventually. There's only so many times you have to do a CPU core, whatever it is. And so I think being able to open it up and be able to start from good primitives, merge them together, get open standards together, clear the patent hurdles, figure out uniform royalty things, like all these sorts of issues that we have. I think, the open source community can help sort of contribute and hammer out a lot of the impedance matching between things and actually hopefully bring more business overall actually to even the fabs and the foundries and more innovation to the big corporates as well.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. How about you, Mohammed?
Okay. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, you sound good.
Yep. So I'm actually in the U.S. in Las Vegas, Nevada, northwest of Las Vegas, closer to the desert. I see the mountains from here. And that's the second part is why does the open source hardware matter to me? So the most important part that I see is the two things: knowledge sharing and additive collaboration. So it is with the current complexity of systems that exist in the world, or whatever applications that we're looking at, multidisciplines, and as well as the different expertise for different depth for a given discipline. So the ability to actually complement each other in one way, and most of the designs and most of the things that we've been done in our company, we have done it this way. So because it's open source, you can share it easily, and of course aspects like the trust and transparency, like Bunny mentioned. So I believe the community innovation and creativity is better than any team in a company. So that's an open source is just the blood of this. With making it open source is the lifeblood of this activity, the collaboration and the knowledge sharing, and that leads into useful applications. Like if you, at the end of the day, all of this needs to go to people are doing different things and adding their knowledge to each other to apply that to help us as humans do something. Could be bad, it could be good, but it's at the end of the day, it's something that will, hopefully would improve our lives in to make it better using the electronics and hardware. So,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
On the chip design. Yeah. So my background is, all the ways chip design. So I grew up in the chip design. Now, so that means I come from a very, we're actually, when we started the company, we're trying to bridge that gap of getting aspects of the chip design out to the open source. And we started with using open source EDA first. And that by itself has been stagnant for certain types of technologies for more than 2 decades. So having that being open, the EDA, you'll see that will improve the community, will be able to have benchmarks, we'll be able to push and add new algorithms and things that you would not normally just find it in one company. You can claim that have their best team to do something. Okay, so I've seen that already in the EDA world. In the technology world, the application exploration. Like for example, foundries right now would have technologies and process technologies that are available to them, and they can do them. But they come to us and say, "Well, I don't know what to do with this. What is the best application? How do I, where do I make it useful for us?" Well, by making it open, a lot of people will build whatever it suits their interest around that application. Last thing, just for open source on tips, improving verification. Verification is a huge independent verification. So you'd be able to design something and someone else will actually hammer it. And if it's designed well and documented well, people will use it and be able to identify issues in it and increase the number of users will robustize that outcome.
Excellent, thank you. I think those are some really excellent points. Megan, is your mic working now? Or is your connection stable? Okay, awesome. Cool. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah.
So I in the basement of my home. So yeah, source hardware matters. There's 2 answers. Personally,
yeah, it is cutting out a little bit there. Maybe if you stop the video, maybe that might help with the bandwidth. It's cutting out a little bit, unfortunately.
Hear me better?
It's still coming in and out, unfortunately, a little bit. Could you try saying a little bit more? Okay. Yeah, it's unfortunately it's coming. I think at least I'm only hearing about 50%. I don't know if that's the same for everyone else on the panel, but I'm kind of only getting like every other word, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a lot of packet loss.
Yeah, okay. Well, okay, that's maybe, Megan, if you're able to somehow maybe get the connection working better, I'll come back to you later with these questions. So I think we really want to hear what you have to say potentially. But yeah, and then for anyone that wants to, in the slides there, Megan gave an excellent talk about RISC-V and FPGAs at SuperCon. So I highly recommend people check that out. But let me start off with a question for to kick off the discussion here. Hopefully Megan can get connected here. So what are some ways that people doing chip design, either ASICs or FPGAs, can effectively share their designs so they can collaborate with other, like with other hardware projects or other open source projects, you usually see people contributing back to projects. And have any of you had a chip level design project where people actually contributed back to it? So anyone that wants to go first, please.
Well, if I may jump in, just because we had a recent experience with that.
Yeah.
So when our program we work with Google, this is actually a picture of the entire shuttle that was 40 designs from the community. These are all open source. So the answer is GitHub to start with. So because it's files, and any design that is built to a mask or the GDS information is coming from a code that is compiled from especially the digital designs. And then at the end of the day, it's files that can be stored. So using GitHub has been very effective, or Git in general, to enable this collaboration across the entire team. We had about 80 team members working on these 40 chips, and that's how it worked. That's how they handled information between each other. And the other thing was the collaboration through Slack, and potentially something like Stack Exchange. This is more sticky. So these are the two things that tools that we're able to share across the board, as long as it was open source. And that was a key part, because there was no issue of having public repository versus private one, etc.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point.
So, what do you see
yeah.
in terms of sharing the physical data, right? So I know it's files, but right, that's the thing that doesn't. The types of tools you use for version management on those, that's in corporate environment, it's not typically Git, right? That's a very different set of
correct
control.
Yeah, and if I may say it on this, yeah. So I've been through that part in the corporate environment and the data sets and different no Git. Now, one of the main things that we're doing here is that for digital designs, keep the code, make files, rerun it, regenerate consistently with that, and make that the process. And you don't have to even to store it, as long as you have a full traceability of how everything was generated, and keep the tags and the hashes, etc. For the digital. For the hard macros, the current solution that we are working with right now is move to Oasis and stick to that, because it's about 20x less complex file sizing compared to the standard GDS older database or approach. Now that question is going to come back later, because the data is only going higher, especially when you go into verification and things like that. So we try to keep the data or anything that you can regenerate automatically, to keep the code for it and leave the physical data away. And then store the physical data finally. What we did before we handed it to the fab, we put it on a massive repository that the fab checked it out from it. We didn't even push it anywhere. We didn't give it to them. They took it from the repositories, open source repositories.
Are you doing? Oh, sorry.
It was a challenge. It was not. It was not a piece of cakewalk.
Yeah,
So
I know. Getting a Foundry to pull from a GitHub repo sounds crazy. Did you? Are you doing anything to try and create sort of standards for either documentation or interchange, or basically, are you trying, in addition to just pulling together all the artifacts, are you trying to sort of index them somehow to improve their discoverability?
So discoverability of the design in terms of ability to inspect the design?
Just even knowing what's out there, what the specs are, can I use this IP?
So to start with, if you notice here, there's a standard master chip, like a carrier chip, that is documented as a chip, as a part.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Now, we kind of I would created a structure for the data for any repository to be absorbed by the process to get the low-cost entry to the fab. So if you do it in that file structure, so if you go to any one of these, they have the same file structure. You'll find the RTL in the same place. You're going to find the GDS in the same place. And we have checks for that if you didn't have it, it would kick it back to you as a developer. So that's our best effort now. in no way this is complete enough. So it needs to be improved with different people who've done that before and in different worlds, and make it and get better at it.
Yeah, cool,
awesome, cool. It looks like we have Megan's been able to join us again, which is awesome. So let me go back to the opening round questions. Can you speak, and we can see if we can hear you? Okay.
Yeah, you sound a lot better to me, Drew.
Awesome.
So.
Cool. Yes, we can
All
see you and hear you. So yeah, if you could tell us, I think you were saying, you were starting to say where you were, but that's when it started to break up. So please go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm in San Francisco in the basement of my home where my internet is shared with everybody else. And I've been here for the past year or so, but yeah, so I'm in California. And so I was just answering, why open source design is important to me. I mean, it's important to kind of the company and the community that I'm in with the Risk Value Foundation, but personally, it's important to me. I mean, I really got involved in it because when I looked at the people that were involved in the community that I'm now part of, there were not a lot of women. So like personally, I don't know, it's a little bit of a I want to be part of this cool club that I see. And so that is actually a big part of it for me. And I'm a hardware designer by training, computer architect by training, but I think, as so many have said, it's like the open aspect allows us to stop doing the boring things over and over again, like stop redesigning UART, stop redesigning AES, and kind of build on top of what others' work the same way that the software community has done so successfully, and really move things forward a lot faster. And I think, Drew, you said the question was about how to collaborate.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering, I think a lot of people are familiar with kind of software and maybe also board design collaboration, but when it comes to chip level designs, either FPGAs or ASICs, how are ways that people collaborate in open source projects?
Yeah, and I think we are big fans of Git and GitHub and stuff, but I think one thing that I've really realized a lot over the past few years is just throwing your code up on GitHub is not enough. You really have to work at building a community, and if you throw your code up there and you expect other people to contribute, you got to be really good about anybody who shows up at your repo should get to understand, how do I contribute to this? Do you guys have meetings? Is there a mailing list? That's all really a big part of it. It's not just throwing your code up there and walking away.
It's actually a metric for success to see how many people are actually capable of using it easily.
Awesome. So one of the things, we were talking about kind of how people can work together that are doing the design, but are there ways that open source at the chip level, design level, like FPGAs or ASICs, how can they benefit actual end users? So not the people that are maybe designers or developers, but people that are actually the end users, not the FPGA or ASIC designers themselves.
So I'm sorry, Megan just joined back, so I don't know if you want to go back to continue.
What's that? Yeah, whoever wants to.
No, I was done my
speak.
Okay. So would you mind repeating the question then?
Okay, so I was thinking, so for end users who are not doing chip design themselves, how could open source chip designs, either in FPGAs or ASICs, help actual end users? So, I was thinking maybe along the lines of security or privacy. So if anyone wants to speak about that.
Yeah, I mean, so I definitely come at it from a very security and privacy angle myself. So there's a very commercial reason maybe to do the open source stuff that can benefit the users, but I'm particularly interested in sort of getting knowing about the correctness of the hardware, the trustability of the hardware, and knowing the provenance of everything on the inside. Unfortunately, there's this issue of sure, I have a fleck of silicon. Is it actually made right? Has a mask been modified? That's kind of the final frontier of where all this has to go at the end of the day. But even moving the bar forward to knowing that we don't have any pre-boot instructions. We know what the microcode is on the inside. We know, actually, even more importantly, being able to from the verification side, do sort of glass box verification. So right now we can do a lot of black box fuzzing and hammering of IP blocks, But if we actually have the full spec and the code in it, we can actually then inspect it and look for things like aliased addresses, look for things like clock glitch issues that are built into those blocks, exercise them, and then harden the blocks against it, or at least make code workarounds around it to prevent those security glitches from happening. Right now, it almost seems like, I've also been on the console hacking scene, right? And it's just like every major console, people have been able to sort of work around tons and tons of security they put on the inside. And it's always inevitably some stupid little bug that someone had overlooked. And actually, the truth is that that's the one that got disclosed. There's a backbench of bugs that never even need to be disclosed, because there's this game that the hackers play is like, we will disclose one bug, force them to patch it, update their whole supply chain, and then once they've paid all that huge price, we'll turn the next one out, and it's even better. And wait, it gets even better, right? So I mean, they start the game with 4 aces in their hand, and these other guys are just being dealt in, right? And so being able to approach design from the standpoint of being able to just look at the code from the front, put it out all there, because eventually the hackers are going to figure out what it is, I think would be a benefit from the security side for everybody.
Yeah, there's just one comment here. This is great. If you talk about, there's certainly a strong need for more awareness for people to know that they need that. Just the end user, the people who are using the devices, knowing that this device is important, that actually it's secure and it's transparent and it's trusted. Today, the trust definition is completely vague, and people will think it exists, but it doesn't. So.
Great. So I think that's quite interesting, because I think some people, if they are actually doing designs themselves, it's kind of like, how can this benefit them? And I think definitely people should hopefully go check out the precursor project that Bunny was working on, because I think that's a real tangible benefit of how something that's inspectable and like reproducible can benefit like end users. Though if people are interested in actually getting into kind of chip level design, either FPGAs or ASICs, what's a good way to get started, and like what software might be useful, or like what hardware should they maybe get, like in terms of dev boards? So if anyone wants to tackle that question.
Okay, I'll speak about the ASIC side.
Yes, yeah.
A couple things. We have the GitHub and a few links, and actually I should have actually shared them with you just to put them up on the slide. But basically, if you look it up, there are links that will lead you to the central hub for all the information, links and community mailing lists, the key repositories of the chips, of the tools, and the tool usage and tool usage examples with videos. So that is one. This is where the next mouse click would be, or next code line would be. The one important thing happened specifically with the Google engagement is that it was coming from a software angle, so it wasn't deliberate. It was deliberate development to simplify the process of getting to GDS to the software compiler level for certain types of designs. So this way would enable a lot more people. If you go to these places, you'll be able to start there. Now, obviously, the FPGA is a different. I'll let someone else comment more on this.
Sure. On the ASIC thing, I just dropped into the chat the eFabless Open Shuttle program website link, and also Zero to ASIC, which is a really great course that Matthew Vent's been putting together about how to design your own ASIC on this Google plus Skywalker shuttle that Google eFabless is doing. I think we're getting some feedback here from someone. All right. Hey, Jason, I think it might be you. I can hear myself. Okay.
Oh, you're getting feedback on my channel? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyways, sorry about that. I was just hearing some background noise there. So from the FPGA side, could someone speak about like what's a good way to get started with FPGAs? Maybe Megan?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think we really like the Digilint Arty board. There's different sizes. I don't actually know the price now, but it's certainly under $100, and it comes with all kinds of little lights and switches and everything in a good kind of very basic demo stuff. And I think it's just like the right price point, but has a lot of capabilities as well. And it is, you know, it's also Arduino form factor if that's a thing that's important to you. Or like it has the right headers for Arduino. So that's a board that we do a lot of prototyping on. So it kind of goes from super beginner to being pretty powerful. You can actually boot Linux on it if you get up to that far too. That's one that I like.
What about the software, like either the tool chains or the languages people would use for doing FPGA design?
Well, the industry standard is Verilog. Verilog is the language like that I would say 90% of the industry codes in, and it's kind of like assembly language level, really. But it's pretty. The basics are pretty easy. So there's a tutorial Verilog on if you just Google Verilog tutorial, you get to this really cheesy website that's actually like the main website that I'll try to send a link out after. But so Verilog is a language that you kind of would learn if you want to really understand how cyan is, I guess. But there's a lot of languages that build on top of that to kind of abstract away the confusing parts of that, or the.
Oh no! Oh, we seem to have lost Megan there right when she was speaking.
I can probably.
Yeah, I was
where
gonna,
she was going maybe a little bit.
Yeah. Yes, and I also wanted to ask you because I believe you're designing the precursor processor in Python, which I think might be a surprise to a lot of people.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think she might be coming back. Let's see if she makes it back.
Yeah.
I don't want to steal her comment, but if she's
yeah.
She's back. She's back.
Looks
okay,
like Megan's back. Yes. Okay. Sorry, we lost you there right at the end.
We lost you saying you can take you lost you saying you're going to take Verilog and bring it. You know, you had higher level languages, and I was like, she's going to. Okay, please continue. Oh, she's muted now. Okay, now she's not muted.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, one thing I was wondering, Megan, I think people may have heard of VHDL and Verilog, but there's newer languages. One of which is Chisel, which has been very important at Berkeley and at Sci5. Well, she's gone, but I was curious if she could talk about that because Chisel is what Sci5 is using, and that's based on Scala, which is kind of like a Java-like language or similar to Java in some ways, like a functional version of Java. Probably not what people expect when you think about chip design, but if you want to go ahead and maybe talk a little bit about how the heck you're using Python to design your project.
Sure, yeah. Megan is right that basically Verilog is sort of a lot of the lingua franca. It's like the assembly language of digital chip design at the very least. And then there's a whole bunch of other languages that compile to this intermediate language of Verilog. I personally have this love-hate relationship with Python. I think it's not a language that I have a lot of love for, but there's a huge community around it of very enthusiastic users who's written some fabulous tooling. They're really good at tooling. And so I got sucked into this vortex through actually Mithro, and he was just like, oh yeah, you should try this thing called MeGen to design a chip. I was like, no way, this thing, there's no way you can use Python to make chips or whatever it is. I mean, basically what it is, Python is a wrapper that procedurally generates Verilog for you. It takes a lot of repetition and gunk out of it, helps deal with the interfaces and the abstractions, because Verilog itself is basically assembly language. And so I did a very quick benchmark test of what I got out of the MeGen Python tools versus what I got from the Xilinx native tools, which is what I was using at the time. And the Python stuff was just so much more tight and compact. The resulting code that came out of it, and I can't really, part of it I can digging. You can get a little bit into the Xilinx primitives. You can tell that they don't really care so much to get rid of a lot of the deadweight gates because they don't charge you for the tools, but they charge you for the chips. And so if you get a DRAM DDR controller block that's like 80% test stuff, right? and you can't get rid of it, you just buy a bigger chip, right? They sell you more silicon at the end of the day. Whereas from the the Media and Python guys, they put a ton of effort. The LIDEX in particular, that's like the big community that's sort of employing that. They've put a lot of effort into refining the DDR cores, and they're very highly customizable, and they're very focused too. So they compile down to something quite small at the end of the day. So I've been using, so Peakers itself is written in this framework, which is based on Python, LIDEX, and Mejan, and I think at the end of the day, it's been pretty good experience overall. There's pretty good IP reuse, and there's pretty good integration with Verilog level primitives. So I also pull stuff from open cores. I pull in Wishbone cores. I can pull in hard IP from the Xilinx realm. Using this, so I can mix and match. I can plug this thing into a variety of backend simulators, run verification scripts. I can do like my test benches in Rust. I can it's basically pick everything you want. And that's actually one of the big benefits, I think, of having a really strong open source tooling ecosystem, is that even though Python is sort of this central thing, and if I don't like Python a lot, I'm free to actually sort of write in languages that I like better and sort of glom it all together and build something that I find to be more maintainable and useful to me. So I think I lost. Did I lose? Drew's muted.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm muted. Yeah, so it looks like Megan's dropped off again, unfortunately. But kind of related to people getting involved with this for the first time. One of the questions was how can a maker get started with RISC-V, which maybe Jason, you'd be able to speak about that.
Sure, you probably speak about it better than I could, actually. There's a number of different RISC-V development boards out there. The Beagle 5 is out in coming out in beta for people looking to try to get the Sci-5 U74 core multi-core at a somewhat more affordable price. So the RISC-V, I think, is going to be really compelling for open hardware because of its open ISA. But just because it's an open instruction set architecture, that doesn't mean that it's open RTL. But the good news is that there are a number of open RTL implementations, and I believe that folks are also working on public physical layout for RISC-V cores as well. Mostly starting at the smaller cores today. Mohammed, if you want to chime in.
Yeah, we have actually on this on the shuttle again. There are 6 different architectures, RISC-V plus a power ISA, a power based as well, the microwatt. So that includes the IBEX, including the Swerve from Western Digital, EL2, Pico RB32, and then the rest is actually coming like new architectures just compliant or not. I'm not going to say compliant. New architectures that are RISC-V ISA based.
And I think the great thing about the RISC-V is that we get to the higher level tooling around it, right? It's around all the compilers, around all the software that you can have different implementations for. And of course, from a perspective of trying to do something to make money, right? It's really easy to extend the architecture, have different accelerators, right, that go solve specific problems, and tie those into the tool chains very efficiently, right? So that you can make silicon that goes and solve certain problems very efficiently. But going a little bit to the question is, why does this really ultimately matter for end users that aren't necessarily going to go out and make silicon? Is it's going to allow us to make silicon that's much more potentially get involved, with all the shuttle services that are coming out there. More people have access to create silicon. We can group together in smaller groups with common purposes and potentially make things tremendously smaller, right? If we get everything integrated, right, we're not dealing with a whole lot of different chips, and by doing the integration into one piece of silicon, where we're kind of aligning our efforts, right? We can make things, that fit in watches and that are reliable, that we can program and we can have control over. And I think getting that confidence in silicon, just security. It's about having a computer that actually is doing 50 other things that you don't want it to do, right? So it's actually predictable, and we don't get this idea that computers, like today, there's some.
You're dropping out a little. You're dropping out a little bit there, Jason. But we're mostly getting it. There's a few words that dropped out there. Can you say something again, please?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get into reliability, right? That's not about the security in the sense of like privacy, but also just doing what I ask it to do, so that I know it's going to be reliable. Okay.
Megan, looks like you're back with us again. You said you moved closer to the router, so hopefully we'll have more success now. When you were disconnected, I posed a question from people watching online. It asked about what's a good way to get started to RISC-V. So we were talking a little bit about that. Did you have any specific ideas about a good way to get started, specifically from a maker's perspective to get started with RISC-V?
Yeah, I mean, I think the RISC-V website's pretty great. Use RISC-V.org. I also really like the book that's by Andrew Waterman, who is one of the founders of RISC-V and obviously my colleague, but it's called the RISC-V Reader. It's got a picture of Mona Lisa on the front. And I think it's a little bit more what people are expecting when they go to read an architecture manual. So it's, I really like it. I think it's a good way to understand kind of the why and what RISC-V is.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. It's for people that want to know, it's RISCV, RISCV book.com, and I dropped the link in the chat there. I believe there's translations to many different languages, so I think that's a great suggestion. Thank you. One of the other things that had kind of been asked somewhat related to that is, if someone's like a student right now studying this sort of area, like what are some good resources to look to if they're getting interested into getting into open source, either FPGA or ASIC design? I know that there's the updated architecture textbook, right, with RISC-V, but are there other things people should look at, specifically students?
For RISC-V or for chip design in general?
I would say either RISC-V or chip design, especially in the context of like open source technologies that are available right now. So less from the maker perspective. So I'm thinking, there's a lot of things going on with like ChipYard and Chisel and Fertile and a lot of these sorts of things that I see different sort of university students getting involved in their open source projects that are not necessarily for makers, but more for people that have some sort of
I'll just add to this what you just added, the Open Road project, Open Lane project, Open RAM, the libraries from Oklahoma State, and the analog generators that are coming from Michigan State.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm going to share a link, and I don't know if I can share it. How do I share it with you? But I'll share it with you at least here in the group.
Yeah, drop it.
A link that has a link, like a directory of all these things to make it easier a little bit on GitHub.
Yes, yeah, definitely. So if you drop things into StreamYard, then I can just drop them into our Hop-In platform, so everyone will be able to see it.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I also wanted to give a shout out to the LLVM Circuit project, which I'll put a link to because it's a little funny. So that's something we're just sort of at Sci-Fi starting to get into as well. So, LLVM already has a huge community. For people who are not familiar, it's like compiler community, but it turns out a lot of chip design problems are compiler problems. So we're starting to bring them into the community as well. And yeah, I'll put a link in the chat.
Yeah. Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, I think the harder software co-design angle could be really interesting area to see where all this comes together, because technically in the past it's just been such a divorced development process, right? They sort of throw a speck over the fence.
Except for very expensive development within high capital companies, right?
Right. Okay. Right. Yeah. If you happen to be, if you happen to have $100 billion in cash or something or whatever they have like sitting around, you can do that. But yeah, I think the open community can play that, but without the same amount of capital.
Exactly. And then one interesting thing that happened naturally on the shuttle, we have 3 embedded FPGAs that are hooked up to that Caravelle chip. So we ended up basically with a mixed CPU embedded FPGA, chip. That potential. So that opens the door for more as we improve the tools and the designs. Right. Now you get that combination of special like CPUs and programmable custom functions.
I actually had one quick question for you. You said you keep on putting up the thing with all the different chips you had on. Were you guys providing the place and route and backend capability?
That's OpenLane. That's a completely available open source, and it's actually available with full examples, about 30 examples from RTL to GDS.
So everyone used that for your flow. They didn't take it. They didn't import. Okay, got it.
Yep.
Thanks.
Great. One of the other questions we had gotten was more on the manufacturing side. Do any of you see a future where like the manufacturing of chips of integrated circuits will be more distributed, that it won't just be in these many billion-dollar fabs, and it might be something that smaller companies or even individuals might be able to do?
So I'll just say something. I think Bunny might have something as well, but I'll just say something very quickly here. So it depends on what chips. So if you look at the CD reader or DVD reader, the laser, or pitch there is within some of the technologies that are being used in less than a micron. Okay, so can you use that? Can you build something like that to be your exposure system, or like what's equivalent to the not the focus I-beam, the E-beam lithography, where but it's a much less. So you can get into the less than a micron, but it's not 7 nanometer. Okay, so I think there is a merger of that. More and more can come by doing things like that, and it will start on a higher, older or longer technologies, and then as you go down, I think the E-beam lithography. Or the ion beam lithography is actually very, very. It could be very cost effective if you have one. It's like a very expensive 3D printer.
I think right now I guess if you ask the question, can we like build iPhones in our home right now? The answer is actually from scratch, right? I mean, the answer is like, even if you had all the chips and we were able to assemble them, that we don't have like the resolution that they can place machine to do it. So there's a sort of spectrum of issues that has to be solved. But I think that there is it. Let me put it this way: that problem needs to be solved. It's not a question of if it should be. There's a problem that actually, like I looked at this factoid the other day. Is like apparently there's only one company that makes the EUV steppers for like this 5 nanometer node. It's ASML. They make like 50 or 70 a year. That's it. That's the world supply of it, right? And so if that goes away, then no more chips, right? So I mean, like there's a little bit too much centralization right now of manufacturing technology in a few really key choke points, and the entire supply chain is currently hinging. But we're feeling that through the entire supply chain, even buying chips today, right? In terms of like how that centralization is playing in. But in order to get there needs to be a little bit more of, how in the PCB industry, there was this, like OSH Park, we did this thing where they could enable people to do these little PCB runs and whatever it is. And then, eFabless is trying to open this up. But if you want to start doing more chips at home, we need to have people doing like CVD as a service, or like, lithography as a service, or, you have the machine, you run it really well, you maintain it fine, right? You have a wafer carrier standing, you just ship it around. You don't need to have like the actual CVD machine in your house, right? But you can go ahead and specify the process, give the targets to the person, they load it and they run it.
And by the way, that's exactly how the wafers are trained. You put them in a clean, not necessarily a clean room, in a clean box.
Exactly.
So,
between the bays, right? So I mean, I think there's a chance that you could start to build up a distributed ecosystem if you can get enough capital, enough players building around that. And then particularly even an easy way to pick into that is just for like the MEM side of things, or the buildups, the RDL layers, and the packaging side, like just trying to do exotic, some, piezoelectric deposits, whatever it is. There's a bunch of things you can do once you start putting these exotic materials on finished silicon itself that can bootstrap a much more interesting ecosystem that then starts working its way down the metal stack until you're at the substrate, right? And with like some viable business opportunities. But that's like, that's a one way that vision could be bootstrapped that has a commercially viable path, but it really, it's kind of a bit out there, I think.
Not on the fabrication side, but on a community collaboration with having devices is the.
If you could just finish up your thought real quick. I
just
believe
quickly.
our time is up.
Somebody has
sorry.
A scanning electron microscope so we sent the dyes to them so that you can actually create high resolution images of the chips we did. So, but that's somebody has it at home.
Okay. Very nice. This was wonderful. Unfortunately, our time is. So Catherine's saying that it's going into lunchtime now. So I guess we're running out of time for the panel. But I believe we also have a session room, so we can leave StreamYard and go over to Hopin and join our session room on that, and then speak more over there during the break. But thank you very much for all the panelists for joining, especially Bunny. I know it's 4 a.m., so you may not be around much longer, but thank you for being with us. Megan, thank you for continuing to try and get connected. So I think Catherine is gonna take back over here.
Hi.
Hello.
That was awesome. You guys should go to session room. I'm pretty sure I speak for everyone. We should just do this like once a month, and everyone should hang out. And we should sort out our technical issues because it'd be fun, and this would be great to see. Okay, so we have 30 minutes for lunch if you're on the West Coast like I am, or just to go drink more coffee and hang out. And otherwise, we'll see everyone back here at 1:35 Pacific, 4:35 East Coast, and we'll do our last session. And if you have a minute, please go fill out the survey. I'll put it back in the discussion again. Thanks. Okay, everyone's live. We're back. All right. So we have the last session of tonight or today, depends on where you are. So this last session is pretty good. I think it's covering a really important topic now that we're sort of moving past the worst part of COVID, hopefully, and that has to deal with, you know, ecology and global warming and all these things. So our next speakers are Akiba and Jacinta Pusinski, and they're going to talk about a hyena ate my project, open source hardware and wildlife conservation technology. So I'm going to let them get started right now.
Hi everyone. My name's Jacinta and I'm from Freak Labs.
And I'm Akiba from Freak Labs.
And in this talk, as was just mentioned, we'll be talking about a hyena ate my project. And yes, that device really was eaten by a hyena. We'll be talking a little bit about how we're using open source hardware to develop conservation technology. First, though, a bit of background on us.
So when I was a young, inexperienced engineer, I thought I knew a lot more than I actually did. I also wanted to work on meaningful things that would impact the planet. At that time, I truly believed that technology could solve many of the problems in the world. And boy, was I wrong.
I also wanted to work on big issues that where I could have a meaningful impact. I also wanted to travel lots and see lots of beautiful and amazing places as well. So Freak Labs was established in 2008 and has been in the open hardware community since it started. And we still release our designs as open source. We specialize in wireless sensor networks and environmental monitoring in rural and remote areas. So we work on international development projects for organizations such as UNESCO and World Bank. Some of the projects include things like monitoring potable water levels, preventing illegal dumping in the Nile, wirelessly monitoring rice paddy fields, and so on. We've worked in many parts of the world and in many different environments and climates, from mountains in the Himalayas, challenging environment, to rainforests in Panama, deserts in Colombia, another challenging environment, and the savannas of the Serengeti. And after working up close and personal on all these projects, which are tackling big issues, we've come to appreciate how complex these problems really are and how the technology we're asked to develop is often a small part of the total solution. And we've realized that often the technical development is the easiest part of the problem to solve. A good example of this is technology we developed to prevent illegal dumping of sewage into the Nile River. There's a whole host of reasons why this happens, and we developed a system that monitors the GPS location and the septage level of the trucks and would send an alert if the septage was being disposed of or the level was going down at a site that wasn't a designated site. So whilst the technology worked, it was only useful if the local officials acted upon the alerts they were receiving. And so whilst the technology could help in one part of the problem, there needed to be and is people working towards the bigger social, political and economic solutions at all levels for this meaningful change to occur. And this can take a long time. So we were really lucky to have had the chance to work on the projects that we have. It's given us both a lot of perspective and humility in what technology can achieve and actually do, and taught us to look at everything as a complex system with often very subtle dynamics. Our first foray into open source conservation technology came through a rather unusual request to add audio playback to a camera trap, so it would play predator sounds when triggered and therefore record the animal's fear response. We never thought we'd be developing or creating technology to scare the bejesus out of animals and then record them, but it was a fascinating project and it introduced us to the strange and wonderful applications that technology could be used for, as well as the strange and wonderful people involved in conservation. And conservation is also an area that tackles, again, really big complex problems where we can make a meaningful difference. So that was really exciting for us. The project was called Boombox, and here's some of the responses that it captured.
Eric, could you play the first clip? So are we back?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're back. Yeah.
So conservation technology is in a really exciting place right now. The use of technology is allowing us to gather more information than ever before, which can inform conservation and management practices. It's also enabling research methodologies that can help discover new findings and are less invasive and stressful on the animals. On the hardware side of things, there's camera traps, audio capture, drones, wireless satellite, GPS LiDAR, you name it. And there's a huge challenge in the data processing. Researchers are bringing in thousands of hours in video footage and bioacoustics data and millions of data points from animal trackers. Even Google and Microsoft are involved in the AI and machine learning challenges that data processing for wildlife conservation prevents. And actually, I think in 2 presentations down, Edge Impulse will be talking about machine learning in wildlife conservation. However, there are numerous challenges in technology for conservationists. The equipment is often very niche, industrial, or scientific grade, and hence quite expensive. So a typical wildlife tracker can range between $1,000 to $5,000. Data loggers, field recorders, over $1,000 each. On top of that, the devices often need to be highly customized for a very specific application, and only a few of them are needed. So this is, I think a lot of you are manufacturers out there, and this is the worst case scenario. There are lots of individual researchers and conservationists, or groups with small to mid budgets, but there's very little technology or few companies out there catering to them. Necessity is the mother of invention, and when you get a lot of highly intelligent people with scarce resources, they start solving their own problems. The wildlife community started using off-the-shelf trail cams designed for game hunters and modifying them as camera traps. This meant they could actually record animal behavior without humans being present and having the cameras operational all the time. A lot of organizations now manage networks of hundreds to thousands of camera traps to monitor animal populations and behavior. Open source hardware seems like a natural progression, especially in a funding-constrained environment, because it's naturally customizable, affordable, and community supported. It can utilize low-cost commercial technology and chips and can be customizable to specifically address the needs of wildlife and conservation. There's already some really good open source hardware out there like FieldKit, an open source modular data logger, and AudioMoth, an open source bioacoustic logger. And there's also many more areas and problems that open source hardware can contribute to solving. However, just being open source isn't enough. Rather than approaching it simply from a technology perspective, we wanted to look at it more holistically. What are the barriers to using open source conservation technology, and how can we help solve it? For a start, having open source and schematics isn't useful if the conservationists and researchers don't have an engineering background or aren't comfortable with technology. What prevents a lot of people from building their own devices is the huge learning curve, and also, and this is a big one, knowing where to start. There's a huge fragmentation in open source platforms where you have the Raspberry Pi, Arduino, ESP32, Microbit, Jetson, etc. This all leads to platform anxiety, even with people that are comfortable with technology. It's always a risk to invest time in a platform, and especially if you're not sure it can do what you need it to do. Many conservationists already have heavy demands on their time with research, grant writing, networking, and field work. Investing time in learning a platform becomes a significant risk and hence a deterrent for many conservationists. Also, there are specific requirements in conservation that don't exist in general or consumer technology. Conservation hardware, at least on the data acquisition side of things, needs to be field deployable. This means high reliability, low power, ruggedized, able to withstand extreme temperatures, and able to deal with special situations. Some examples are monkeys pulling out exposed cables, kangaroos and wombats chewing through wires, insects nesting inside exposed crevices, periodic floods, and as seen here, getting eaten by hyenas. Amazingly, this device was still functional, although the enclosure had to be replaced.
So when we started to develop open source technology for conservation, one of the big decisions we made was to standardize on a single platform, the classic Arduino platform. It's mature, it's reliable, it has excellent library support, and it's relatively easy to use for beginners. We've had to make certain modifications to the devices that we designed so they're Arduino compatible, so that they're able to be deployed. For example, we've added in-power optimizations, but overall the Arduino platform can do around 80 to 90% of what field researchers need. So the idea behind this is to reduce the technical decisions researchers need to make at the beginning so they can focus on building out their application as they start to learn and understand how the technology works and is put together. And from there, they can then go on to build out or to move across to other platforms as well. We've also focused on creating a lot of learning content catered specifically for wildlife and conservation deployments. So as Akiva mentioned, sometimes there's some fun situations where you're dealing with animals. So we've focused on things like enclosures and ruggedizing the devices, but we've also focused on how to control sensors, how to optimize power consumption for longer battery life and therefore longer life in the field, and how to test and debug your devices so that you have more confidence that they're reliable and will actually get you the data that you need. And throughout this tool building, we've assumed no prior hardware experience. The course we're working on at the moment is the Build Your Own Data Logger course, which is a collaboration with Wild Labs. It starts from scratch, and we've added things like terminology sheets, live office hours, and forums to help people throughout the course. It was supposed to be a 5-part video over 2.5 months, but now it's a 14-part series with 36 videos, and it's on its 6th month of development. But we're hoping to create a body of work that people can then go back and refer to when and as they need to. And we're already seeing some researchers customize the device and deploy it in streams to monitor water quality, as well as caves to monitor the people traffic through the caves. We're also focusing on working with cross-disciplinary teams to develop the hardware and exchange ideas on how technology can be used. So the Boombox was a project that came out of using an MP3 player in a toy, but we needed to have conversations at the beginning about what the real requirements were and think laterally, I guess, about what we might be able to bring across into a conservation and wildlife context and into the field. It's really rewarding to work with subject matter experts and create technology in this way, because we're developing technology and hardware that we would never ever have been able to develop or let alone deploy and see in the field on our own. The other important point for us is thinking how we can be creating a place and knowledge and experience and skills, and thinking about diversity and inclusion from the start and what barriers people might be facing that we could help remove. There's a few things that we try to do just along with bigger plans. There's also very small steps that we do, but they're just as important, and it's quite straightforward and simple, explaining jargon as it's being used, respectful interactions, creating a safe space to ask questions so there's no stupid questions. You can literally say, does this red wire plug in here? Where does it go? That kind of thing.
So we're hoping that these efforts and the efforts of others in the conservation community will help create a next generation of wildlife and environmental conservationists that are proficient not only in their respective areas, but also in technology. They'll be able to take the available open source tools, customize them to their needs, and use them to make impactful findings that can improve our understanding of animals and the planet. So thanks everyone. And I think there's one more clip that we'd like to show you. So this one has the hyena that actually ate our device, and let's see, and there let's see, and a couple more too.
You get some strength.
The elephant doesn't care. So I think that's our talk for today. I hope like there's actually a lot of really exciting things happening in like both the wildlife conservation and environmental conservation communities, especially with technology and open source hardware.
Wow, that's awesome. We should talk in the chat. I got some some stuff I want to ask you about. So we'll move right along because we're actually ahead of schedule. So next up we have Dahl Winners, and Dahl Winners is going to talk about open air cyan, which is accelerating carbon dioxide removal through open hardware. This sounds super interesting. Dahl, I'll turn it over to you. You ready to go? We can see you and hear you, so you're good to go.
Excellent. Wonderful. I'm ready to go. I am going to share my screen and get us set. Okay. Here we are. Let's see. All right. Everyone can see this perfectly? Great. So my name's Dahl Winters, and I'm representing myself as a member of the Open Air Collective today. We're a group of about 250 people whose primary goal in life is to do what we can to accelerate carbon dioxide removal through open hardware. That means developing tools that can actually take the carbon out of the air. Due to climate change, we actually have a need for that, and sequester that CO2 under the ground or in various places as solid forms. One thing I wanted to cover before I got started was some lessons from COVID-19. We have gone over several instances today about COVID-19 at the Open Hardware Summit. And one of the things that really impacts me is that the community needs to act quickly and decisively when a problem presents itself to avoid the worst possible outcomes. This is something that I learned very early on. If we had just put our masks on at the very beginning, we would not have the problem that we're in right now with the loss of lives and trillions of dollars lost in terms of financing. If we had just acted quickly and decisively when the problem presents itself, and the problem I'm talking about today in this talk is climate change. As far as how to deal with climate change, of course, we need to reduce our CO2 emissions, but we also have to remove the CO2 that's already in the air that we have put there over the course of 100 years. We put it into the air. This is how we take it back out fast enough. We have these large plants which are popping up. This is an example of the Climeworks Orca facility, one of the many carbon removal plants that are coming online as we speak. And down below is an example of the open air cyan. One of two different designs that we have, a minimal and a larger, slightly larger unit, which you see here. These are units that actively do the same function, but from different approaches. We have the large scale top-down approach, and then we also have the bottom scale or small scale bottom-up approach. Both of these might intersect in the middle. They might each do their own amounts of work, but we need both approaches in the fight against climate change. And so today I'm going to present to you why open hardware is so important in this fight against climate change. First, it's faster to iterate by crowdsourcing ideas for modifications. You can have a big plant that goes online that takes several years to get the amount of capital, the amount of funding needed to put that plant online. But a small unit that can have an equal impact to a large unit, if there's many of them, can have a quicker iteration time. It can be improved, it can be modified at a much faster rate than these larger units. And so many small units can have an equal impact to a larger unit. You also have the concept of distributed computing versus a supercomputer. We all know that supercomputers can do a wonderful job, but we also need to have, there's also a place for smaller machines that each collectively do a portion of the task and then yield a larger result. And then out of many, there's one. I think that's the same amount of dollar bills or coins or so.
Can you?
E pluribus unum, out of many, one. We can actually have a solution to climate change, one of many solutions, if we harness the power of open hardware. I'd like to add that the open hardware approach to carbon removal has been pioneered by Open Air members as well as the University of Michigan's Global CO2 Initiative Undergraduate Association. They have a wonderful initiative there. You should go and check out their website. They have students which are developing these cyan units, several of them as we speak. They have been testing them and producing outputs and helping us to actually perform some near miracles in terms of getting carbon dioxide removed. They actually, I'll present that.
We can see the window with the slides, but they're not actually being shown. You might want to change it.
Oh, the slides are not actually being shown?
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay.
We can see your window. Just try again. I think if you have multiple windows, the wrong one's being shown.
Okay. Has this been going on for the entire time?
Yeah, for a second here.
Oh, too bad. Okay, let me try this again. I'm going to share the screen and see if I can get, let's see, this one. If I share the entire screen, maybe this will work. I'm going to try to share the entire screen and then make this larger. Okay, wonderful. Can you guys see this now?
Yeah, direct air carbon capture, and there's a molecule and some trees. Cool.
Perfect, yes, okay.
Sorry about that.
So yeah, no worries. I think I've been, you could all hear me, so I won't go back over the slides because there's plenty to cover, but I wanted to get started with direct air carbon capture and introduce the concept of the original direct air carbon capture unit, the original DAC units, are actually photosynthetic organisms. They're known as plants and cyanobacteria. These things have been removing CO2 since time almost began. They will continue to remove CO2. They're just not doing it at a rate that's fast enough to keep up with human inputs into the atmosphere. And I also wanted to touch base on cyanobacteria. These are tiny cells that collectively transform the early Earth's atmosphere. They're out in the ocean, on the seashore. They're even in fresh water. These cells are really small, but we can follow nature's example and extend the analogy to use technology to remove carbon faster per unit space and time. So in this process, we are actually taking technology and applying our resources to do what nature does even faster, because it could use a lot of help right now. So we want to introduce open air cyan. It is the first OSHWA certified direct air carbon capture unit. We also perform CO2 mineralization, taking that in the CO2 into carbonate form, solid form, and performs direct air capture all rolled in one. And we're here to support rapid innovation around carbon removal through these units. So to show you our OSHWA certification, this was just very recent. We're really proud to have this and to be aboard with an official open source hardware mission. And this is what the unit looks like and how this works. You have CO2 plus some input material that gets humidified. That input material is calcium hydroxide. A fan and an air pump push that material through the CO2 through the material, and then you get an output which is solid form. You can remove CO2 directly from the air at home or school, weigh your material before and after, and then apply a conversion factor to get the amount of CO2 captured. This is something you can't easily do with a unit that is water-based. This is still water-based, but we mostly have a powder that we use. And we wet that powder, humidify it to get the CO2 running through. So documentation and instructions are located on this GitHub site. This is our official page for anything related to cyan documentation. We have the wiki, which walks you through the assembly process. The parts lists are included here on the front folder. And there are some supporting system calculations and CO2 capture measurement examples already in place. So jot down that link. This is just github.com, openair-collective, and you'll be able to find cyan through that link. This is what the system looks like overall. The complete system is under $100. Inside the system, there is a smaller system which actually performs the bulk of the work, and that's where the CO2 gets stored as calcium carbonate. For just $20, you can build that inner system. Our performance is an average of about 2 grams of CO2 captured per 10 grams of input material. We use hydrated lime, which is available from any hardware store. There's also sources that are even lower carbon than the store-bought hydrated lime that are coming online, and we hope to see those come online within the next year or so. The output material is inert calcium carbonate, and you can make products from your output, mixing it with biochar and a binder. In this case, we use Portland cement, but there's other binders that could be used for a low carbon footprint building material. So what will happen after I build one of these things? Well, for me, for example, I will know what it takes to remove CO2 from the air. It's a relatively easy task once you get started, but to remove the quantities of CO2 that we each produce, you have to do a lot of this. And so that brings me to the second point. How do I lower my carbon footprint so my efforts have a greater impact? And does that mean I might be interested in supporting a larger unit to get me to net zero faster? We each collectively, or each individually, release about 16 metric tons of carbon dioxide every year. If we need to get that to zero, how do we do that? And a larger unit is one of the ways that we can get there a little bit faster. We also have the ability to share results. And I mentioned before the University of Michigan had actually documented the doubling of the performance of cyan. They went from 1.75 grams to 3 grams of carbon dioxide captured per run by just making a few adjustments to their run, their process. So that's been documented on the cyan data share, and the link to that is at the middle of the screen there. This is where you can, after you build your cyan, you can go here to report and share data to aid in continuous improvement of this device. To prepare our mission forward, this is what we are anticipating we'll need for the next steps. And these are things that makers can engage in, advocates can also engage in. We basically need some engineering, some mechanical expertise, some automation expertise. And then for advocates, we just need people to get the word out. And the more people who actually engage with cyan, the more of these near miracles can actually happen with actually making you able to produce more CO2 captured, optimizing the energy efficiency and such. So we need your help to input results and promising modifications on the cyan data share. And so have a look at this. And then join us at the Open Air Collective. Our link is right there. We have community support on our Cyan channel on Discord, and we actually have a next Cyan build session on Saturday, April 24th. We have one coming this up tomorrow, but it's a small one because those people have already purchased their materials. We anticipate if you are interested, you can join us for a larger one on April 24th. And with that, I'll see you guys at the forum for discussion after this talk. And I thank the Open Hardware Summit. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, that was great. You should check out the chat. There are a lot of people really excited about this. And I want to thank you, Doll. That was excellent. And so for our last talk today, we have Adam Benzion. He's going to talk about conservation AI. The world's most advanced wildlife tracker is now 100% open source. And so I will turn it over to Adam.
Thank you, Catherine.
Cool, we can hear you. Looks like you can see everything. Wonderful. Okay, go to town.
Good. Hi, everyone. Good to be here at the Open Source Hardware Summit, one of my favorite events of the year. Last time I was in the flesh in the event. It was actually at MIT in Boston when you guys ran the event, which was awesome. So I look forward to seeing these events come together, in the real world soon, because as we all know, it's a big community gathering and you see all your old friends, which is awesome. So I'm here to tell you about a really special project I worked on. And for those of you who don't know me, I was a co-founder of Hackster.io, and I've left Hackster after almost 7 years, a few months back, and now I work at Edge Impulse. And what I'm showing you today is a project called Elephant Edge, around conservation AI, that I worked at while at Hackster and still working on it at Edge Impulse. So I'll take you on a journey of of how I got to do this fun work and important work, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. Let me know if my slides are moving. Okay, so let's start with something hard. You know, we've seen these pictures before, and we tried to avoid them, and I was almost reluctant of putting such a harsh picture, but it's real, and it's probably not even the hardest. Bad humans do this every single day. And statistically, at the rate that elephants are being killed in the wild for their ivory and all sorts of other reasons, as you all know, it's an average of 15 minutes a day. This is a real picture of a real elephant that was shot with a poison arrow. But I'm not going to leave you with that terrible picture. Good humans do this every chance they get. These are park rangers that actually found that particular elephant. These are not just some stock images, and managed to actually remove the arrow, clean the wound, and help this animal survive that particular attack. And this is good news. This particular elephant actually managed to get up, walk away, and survive and live another day. I would have hoped they also would have removed some of his tusks. I suspect that's why he was shot. But, you know, this also sounds wrong in itself. Why does these things actually happen? And can we help more good people do more good things in the world and stop the bad from happening? So when you see these images and you read about it in the news, and we all know about this, this is not news for any of us. You know, we step back sometimes in life and say, we all have so many resources, and there's so much technology and knowledge out there, and all sorts of things that we can do. And by the way, technology is not the answer for everything. There's all sorts of other issues we should discuss. Maybe not at the Open Source Hardware Summit, but culture and perceptions and all sorts of things that create this kind of terrible situation. But as technologists, there's so much more that we can do to help park rangers to avoid these terrible situations. So in 2020, early 2020, right before the lockdowns, we ran into Smart Parks, an amazing organization from the Netherlands, at an event actually in Holland. And Smart Parks is an organization that builds these amazing elephant collars and rhino trackers and orangutan trackers. And you know, we met them in an event, and we had this idea to build one of the most advanced elephant trackers that ever existed, and deploying it in the wild. And we called this project Elephant Edge. And it was just an idea. We just kind of had a chat over coffee, and we said, what if we actually managed to do this? And we didn't really know what will it take, you know, what will it take to actually build this whole thing and even ship a product. So that's a question we asked. You know, what's it take to design the world's most advanced wildlife tracker that is powered by advanced machine learning and assisted by a community of developers that can actually build some of these algorithms and dashboards, almost as an app store that can help park rangers really understand what is going on with these elephants wherever they are. And I've learned through this project that there's so much you can learn about wildlife and understand what the wildlife is saying simply by creating almost translators to their behaviors and sound and voices and the way they move, and understand what is happening with them in any given condition, not just tracking where they are around, you know, the park, etc. And with elephants, for example, I've learned that elephants speak with their feet. So you can learn a lot about elephants by understanding what do they actually do with their feet, and understand are they under some sort of a threat, or just learning about them, about their biodiversity and life. And the one thing we said, we don't want this to be a theoretical project that we just, you know, did a little, you know, design of something that somebody else should actually build. We actually said, if we build this, we have to ship. And let's ship at least 10 collars that will be deployed on elephants in 2021 in the wild. So, okay, so what does it take? So we figured it took $150,000. $150,000 will take to design, engage a community, and ship 10 finished collars in the wild by this year. Cool. So $150,000. Well, I did not have $150,000 to give, and so through Hackster, I worked at Hackster at that point. I, you know, reached out to all these companies, you know, Western Digital, Microsoft, Avnet, who owns Hackster, and other companies like Nordic Semiconductor, Earth Ranger, which is a Vulcan company, Tau Glass, Edge Impulse, the company I work for now, and uBlocks. And we talked to them and said, we have this vision to build this incredible tracker, which could also be an amazing commercial use case for you guys to show what can people build with your technology. Would you help us? Would you sponsor it financially? And a lot of these people, a lot of these logos you see here said yes. These are not like big company policies that we have to support wildlife and do stuff for the environment. These are actually individuals in these companies that actually felt that this is the right thing to do. They moved around marketing dollars that are typically dedicated for commercial use and said, this is absolutely the right thing to do. We are going to pay often tens of thousands of dollars to help you guys build this and see this vision come to life. So there's a lot of good people everywhere, and I kind of want to take the opportunity to thank all these logos here and the people behind them. If you watch it, you know who you are, for really making this happen, because these things do cost a lot of money to do. Okay, so we got our money and we got started. So we're on. So with that, we actually had a two-phase approach to building Elephant Edge. We hired a company called RIGOS. It's an amazing company in Slovenia, and they're experts in building, designing, and manufacturing wildlife trackers. They also do all sorts of other very advanced IoT solutions and products for industry, but they have specialized on wildlife tracking devices. So we hired them, and they're amazing. So check them out if you have a chance. And we have managed to deliver working prototypes in Q4 of 2020, which was great to see. We actually saw the enclosure, the circuit boards, everything was already done and ready for testing. We're committed to ship the 10 working collars by Q2 of 2021 to smart parks. And smart parks, again, given everything that's happening in the world right now with all the constraints, will deliver these trackers and go there, not just deliver them via UPS, actually show up and help selected parks deploy them, learn how to use them, and learn how to use something that they've never had before. New machine learning applications, so to speak, that really help park rangers do things that they could have never done before. So these trackers, they can live up to 8 years on the neck of an elephant, can do things that you've never seen before, and they can also get updated continuously and do more things that they weren't designed to do initially, which is really awesome, something you couldn't do in the past. So Elephant Edge got a spec, which was awesome at that point. We used a Nordic Semiconductor SoC, U-Blox GPS module, Semtech LoRaWAN transceiver, which is really a requirement for a project like this. And then a lot of sensor, an STM accelerometer. We got a Western Digital storage card, STM eCompass module, an audio sensor, and microphone from ST, and also the secret sauce really is the software, is the Edge Impulse inferencing engine that can create all these applications, and an IoT dashboard from Avnet called IoT Connect. So now you kind of know why I moved to Edge Impulse at some point, because I just loved so much what this company does. And as it pertains to also wildlife preservation. So that was a little bit of my personal career transition after being at Hackster. Okay, so at the same time as we worked with RIGOS on building the hardware, we also did a lot of work with Hackster and Hackster's community. So if you guys know, Hackster has about 1.6 million developers on its community network, I think about 30,000 open source projects, and big advocate of the Open Source Hardware Summit. And what we knew is that what we're missing is the actual machine learning models and dashboards and the telemetry dashboards. So what we've done is we called to the Hackster IO community as an engineering challenge, and we told them, go and build all sorts of ML models that can satisfy all sorts of problems and needs that the rangers have, and then we can later on install them and test them on the collars. So we had 241 engineers and developers and hackers joining the contest, and we're really thrilled that 31 high-quality models and dashboards were delivered at the end of the challenge. So in some respect, now we had the hardware, we had the software, we had the awareness that this is really interesting and important, and the project was well on its way. And it's really interesting to also think about how this whole thing came to life. It's really hard to tell developers to go and build machine learning models on theoretical hardware you don't even have access to. How are you going to do that? But the fact is that we had access to data sets from parks and from Vulcan, who runs Earth Ranger, and from all sorts of really awesome partners, the World Wildlife Fund. They gave us access to elephant data sets. So using open source hardware, or even like, low-cost cameras, like say OpenMV, the developers could actually almost create like a digital twin of the environment that the Elephant Edge tracker will be operating in, and creating models based on that. So they created models based on human conflict monitoring, elephant activity monitoring, poach risk monitoring, and elephant communication monitoring. And they were able to build the data sets, test them, and theoretically in the future, we'll be able to deploy them onto the devices. And what's really cool is this is a screenshot I got from one of the developers who worked on this project. Her name is Sarah Olsen from Sweden. And she would use an OpenMV camera to take snapshots of some of the data sets or otherwise images that she found on the web in the wild, and then move them into the studio, the Edgeful studio, and then create the models based on this raw data that she was importing with the camera. And then she was able to write the models against that. So very creative and very inventive way of doing these things, which was really absolutely exciting to see how people in this industry, and in particularly people in the open source community, are so inventive, and there's nothing you can do to stop them. They just are resourceful, and they know how to build things even with very minimal resources. And yes, just one more thing. This is the Open Source Hardware Summit. So of course, we open source everything. Everything that was built here, as far as the hardware and the software, is going to get documented on OpenColor. OpenColor.io, by the way, is also an organization that started by the two amazing guys. It's Smart Parks, and it's a collaboration in conservation design to help deploy open source tracking collars hardware and software for environmental and wildlife monitoring projects. And here's the website, and this also will be shared on Wild Labs, of course. But what's interesting about that if you think about it, you can take these kind of trackers and you can retrofit them. It depends on size, etc. Elephants trackers are huge. Orangutans could be smaller, and cheetahs could be even smaller. But you can really put them everywhere, and there's no need to go and reinvent the wheel. Everything is out there. It's open. Anybody can go and replicate it and build from it, and add more to that repository, so others in next generation people can actually do even more with it. So that's, I think, to me, was also one of my proudest moments when Smart Parks suggested we actually open everything. And I was like, listen, this is exactly what we have to do. And it really jives with our, our vision for the future. So this is a little bit of how these trackers look like. So the guy on the left with a black t-shirt, that's Tim Van Dam. He's one of the co-founders. And my partner here, my partner in crime from Smart Parks, he's holding a real-life elephant tracker, one of the early versions of this tracker. I think it's 50 kilograms. And like I said, this thing can last up to 8 years, well, at least the new tracker that we built. And through the LoRaWAN network repeaters, you can actually access this collar hundreds of miles. And because it has now machine learning models and inferencing and wake calls and wake sounds, these trackers can actually be completely dormant and not record a lot of information unless there's a trigger, the exact same way how you speak to an Alexa, etc., that will wake it up because the elephant's either accelerometer or microphone, etc., has done something to create a trigger and to send information through the LoRaWAN network to the park rangers and alert them of something, maybe an anomaly, something that shouldn't be happening. So that's a little bit how this looks like. And this is it. This is my presentation. So I want to thank you. I think I'm the last guy here today. So I watched most of the presenters today. It was really fun to see a lot of familiar faces. Thank you, Open Source Hardware Summiteers. And if you ever want to talk to me, I'm adam@edgeimpulse.com.
Thank you, Adam. That was excellent. And one of my favorite animals, elephants. So I just want to say thank you. You have made it to the end of the Open Hardware Summit. We hope you enjoyed it. We certainly enjoyed putting it on for you. I want to say thank you again to our MCs, Nadia and Catherine. You both did a fantastic job. I couldn't think of people that I'd rather work with more on our OSHWA board. I want to thank the OSHWA team and our volunteers, the people who are moderating in the chats. I also want to thank all of our speakers. We obviously could not have this summit without all of you. And a huge thank you, of course, to our sponsors. We could not put this event on without you. And again, I'm just so heartened that so many people gave this year, knowing that this year was a little bit different for everybody. I have to plug this survey again. So again, we're trying to do an annual survey now, and there's a lot of questions on it, but we're hoping that this will help us gather the data and the metrics that we need to kind of push this community forward into other ways of being visible with this kind of data and metrics. So please take that in your free time. If you've got a few seconds after the summit is over, that would be a great time to do it. And of course, certify your hardware, make it official. And then next year, we will hopefully, again, fingers crossed, be in person April 22nd, 2022 in New York City for OHS 2022. And I just have to say, every year, I think the summit is interesting to me because I see us changing and moving throughout different fields and venues and whatnot. And I think this year was really interesting. I think it was all kind of, it was all sort of waiting for open source hardware to come to it. But the medical industry, the ecology industry, and the chip industry, I think are no surprise to anybody that our talks happen to have those subject matters in them. So thank you to all again, and we will see you April 22nd, 2022 in New York City.